Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. The Interstellar Recruit. And then the brave spaceship flew through the asteroid belt, dodging space rocks bigger than houses. Max Carter made whooshing sounds, guiding the toy spacecraft over his sisters' heads. Rose and Zoe giggled from their shared bed, their matching teddy bears clutched tight against their chests. "More, Max," Rose pleaded, her brown eyes sparkling in the glow of their dollar store nightlight. "Tomorrow, Munchkins." Max tucked the worn quilt, one of the few things they had left from Mom, around their tiny shoulders. At 18, he'd become their entire world after the accident, just as they'd become his. The nightlight flickered. Another bill he'd have to juggle this month. The next evening, Max's fingers traced the worn edges of the Star Defender arcade cabinet, dust coating his fingertips. The shuttered arcade's musty air wrapped around him like a forgotten memory, broken only by the soft whimpers of his 3-year-old, sisters sleeping in their double stroller. Rose clutched her toy spaceship while Zoe huddled close to her, their matching brown curls tangled together. "Just 5 more minutes," he whispered, though they couldn't hear him. 5 minutes to pretend he wasn't drowning in responsibilities. 5 minutes to lose himself in this relic he'd spent weeks restoring, its antiquated graphics flickering to life under his touch. The screen crackled with static as he reached level 50, impossibly harder than any game he'd played before. The final boss emerged from hyperspace, a crystalline entity that shifted and pulsed with impossible geometry. Max's hands flew across the controls, executing maneuvers he didn't even know he knew. Each blast from his ship struck with surgical precision, exploiting weaknesses that revealed themselves like a complex puzzle. 3 lives left. His palms sweated. 2 lives. The entity's attacks intensified, filling the screen with deadly patterns. 1 life. Max held his breath, time slowing as he input the final sequence. Up, down, lateral thrust, plasma burst, each movement flowing into the next like a dance he'd rehearsed his entire life. The boss shattered, its crystalline form exploding in a cascade of light that seemed to leap from the screen, filling the arcade with impossible radiance. When the glare faded, Max found himself staring at 2 figures who definitely hadn't been there before. The woman wore a uniform unlike any military branch he'd seen, its fabric seeming to absorb and reflect light in subtle patterns. But it was her companion that made Max step back, a tall, elegant being whose silver skin rippled like liquid mercury. "Congratulations, Max Carter," the woman said, authority resonating in every word. "I'm Commander Varric, and this is Dr. Elon Vero. That wasn't just a game you mastered, it was a recruitment tool for the Interstellar Defense Force." Max laughed, but the sound died in his throat as Commander Varric raised her hand. The air between them shimmered, and suddenly they were surrounded by stars, a hologram so perfect he could have sworn he felt the void's cold embrace. The image shifted to a beautiful world with crystal spires reaching toward twin suns. "The colony of New Eden," Varric said, her expression darkening as the scene changed to smoking ruins. Bodies lay scattered across blackened ground, the crystal spires reduced to shards. This was the rogue faction's work. "We need pilots like you, Max, people who can see patterns others miss, who can make impossible decisions under pressure." "Your sisters," Dr. Vero said, his voice carrying an odd harmonic quality. "Rose and Zoe. They deserve more than a life of struggle in this town. Join us, and they'll have opportunities beyond anything Earth can offer." Max looked at his sleeping sisters. Rose stirred. The toy spaceship clutched against her chest. She blinked awake, eyes widening at Dr. Vero's silvery form. Without a word, she pressed the spaceship into Max's hands. "Take it," she whispered, "for ventures." Zoe woke too, clinging to his shirt. "You promised to stay." Max hugged them both, breathing in their baby shampoo scent. "I know, sweetie, but I'm doing this for you. Where you're going, there'll be other kids to play with, and doctors to make you strong, and teachers to show you all the amazing things I know you can do." He stood, the toy spaceship cold in his hands, and faced Commander Varric. "When do we leave?" She smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "Now." The arcade's fluorescent lights flickered, and in that moment of darkness they vanished, leaving behind only the soft hum of an ancient game cabinet and the dreams of a better tomorrow. Max's stomach lurched as reality reassembled itself around him. The arcade's musty air gave way to something crisp and metallic, tingling in his lungs. Through the dizziness, he made out a vast chamber with walls that seemed to breathe, their surface rippling with patterns of light. "Neural recalibration complete," Dr. Vero announced, his silver skin pulsing in sync with the walls. "First transport is always unsettling for humans." Max clutched Rosa's toy spaceship tighter, his knuckles white. Outside a towering window, a massive gas giant swirled with storms larger than Earth, its rings catching starlight like scattered diamonds. 3 moons hung in formation, each hosting what looked like cities beneath crystalline domes. "Welcome to the Interstellar Defense Force Academy," Commander Varric said, striding toward a group of figures waiting near a curved doorway. Some were clearly human, but others... Max blinked hard. One appeared to be made entirely of shifting geometric patterns, while another floated in a containment field of swirling mist. A cadet with iridescent scales covering her face approached. "I'm Zira," she said, her voice carrying an undertone like wind. Chimes. "I've been assigned as your orientation partner," she gestured at his wrinkled t-shirt and jeans. "First stop, requisitions. Can't have you looking like a level 1 human sim." Max followed her through corridors that seemed to rearrange themselves, past training rooms where cadets practiced with weapons that defied physics. In one chamber, a group floated in zero gravity, their movements synchronized to holographic threats that sparked and snarled. "How do you handle all—" Max waved his hand vaguely. "This?" Zira's scales shifted to a deeper blue. "You mean the cultural integration? The technology gap? The fact that everything you thought you knew about the universe just got thrown out the airlock?" She smiled, revealing teeth like opals. "You adapt, or you wash out." The requisitions officer, a being composed of crystalline threads that wove themselves into a vaguely humanoid shape, scanned Max with a beam of purple light. Moments later, a uniform materialized around him, replacing his clothes. The fabric felt alive, adjusting its temperature and fit with each movement. "Neural responsive plasfiber," Zira explained. "It'll help regulate your body during training. Speaking of which..." She led him to a massive simulator bay where dozens of pods hung suspended in anti-gravity fields. Each contained a pilot interface that looked eerily similar to Star Defender's controls. "Cadets!" A sharp voice cut through the air. A tall figure with close-cropped black hair and eyes like burning coals strode toward them. The other cadets snapped to attention. "Senior Cadet Kale Dravik," Zira whispered. "Top of every combat class. His parents were killed in the New Eden attack." Kyle stopped in front of Max, looking him up and down with barely concealed disdain. "So this is the Earthling who beat the recruitment sim. Let's see what you can do in a real neural interface." Before Max could protest, Kale keyed a sequence into a nearby console. One of the pods descended, its canopy iris opening with an organic whir. "Standard combat trial," Kale announced. "Unless you're not ready to leave the arcade." Max glanced at Rose's spaceship, now clipped to his uniform. The toy that had once seemed so advanced now looked impossibly primitive in this chamber of living metal and quantum computers. But it reminded him why he was here, what he was fighting for. He climbed into the pod. The neural interface wrapped around his head like a cool embrace, and suddenly he was floating in space, surrounded by stars that looked more real than reality. A squadron of enemy ships emerged from quantum space, their hulls crackling with weapons that could shred reality itself. Max's hands found the controls, familiar yet enhanced, responding to his thoughts as much as his touch. The maneuvers that had worked in Star Defender translated perfectly to three-dimensional space. He wove through the enemy formation, exploiting patterns in their attack algorithms that felt like a language he'd always known how to read. The simulation ended with all enemy ships neutralized. Max emerged from the pod to find the chamber silent, every cadet staring at him. Even Kale looked shaken. "Impossible," Kale muttered. "Those were instructor-level combat routines. You shouldn't have..." He stalked away, leaving the sentence unfinished. Zira's scales had shifted to a bright gold. "I've never seen anyone fly like that," she said. "It's like you weren't just predicting their movements. You were reading the code itself. In Star Defender, I always felt like the game was teaching me something." Max watched Kale disappear through a doorway. Like every level was building towards some bigger pattern. "It was," a new voice said. Max turned to find Dr. Vero emerging from shadows that hadn't been there a moment before. The recruitment sim wasn't just testing your combat skills. It was teaching you to perceive quantum space, to see the underlying patterns of reality itself. The xenotechnologist's silver skin rippled with complex equations. The rogue faction has developed quantum phase weapons that can unravel the fabric of space-time. We needed pilots who could sense their attack patterns before they manifest. Out of millions of candidates, you showed the highest neural synchronization we've ever recorded. "Is that why they're so interested in Earth?" Max asked. "Looking for pilots?" Dr. Vero's expression shifted like mercury. "Among other things, the rogue faction believes humanity's chaotic nature makes them perfect weapons. They've been abducting humans, experimenting with ways to weaponize their quantum perception. Those who survive the process..." He shuddered, his form momentarily losing cohesion. A distant alarm blared. Commander Varick's voice echoed through hidden speakers. "All cadets to battle stations. Rogue faction vessels detected in nearby space. This is not a drill." Max felt the Academy's massive engines rumble to life as the gas giant storms reflected the light of approaching ships. The real test was about to begin. Red emergency lights pulsed through the Academy's living walls as cadets scrambled to their stations. Max ran alongside Zira toward the simulator bay, but Dr. Vero's silver form materialized in their path. "Not the simulators," he said, his skin rippling with urgent patterns. "Real ships. Now." Max's stomach dropped as they sprinted to a massive hangar he hadn't seen before. Sleek fighters hung in anti-gravity cradles, their quantum drives humming with barely contained power. Each bore scars from previous battles, telling stories of survival in the void. "Rogue faction signature confirmed," Commander Varick's voice echoed. "They're using stolen Academy ships. Cadet Dravik, take Alpha Squadron and..." "Belay that!" Kale's voice cut through the comm. He was already climbing into his fighter, his movements sharp with rage. "They're using the same attack pattern as New Eden. This is personal." Before anyone could stop him, Kale's fighter screamed out of the hangar. 5 other cadets followed, their ships forming up in a standard combat array. "Zira, get to your ship," Dr. Vero ordered. "Max." His silver features twisted with concern. "You've never flown a real quantum fighter. The neural load could..." "Could what?" Max was already heading for the nearest ship. Kill me? Like they killed Kale's parents. Like they'll kill my sisters if we fail. He pulled himself into the cockpit, and the neural interface wrapped around his mind like a cold knife. Pain lanced through his skull as the fighter's quantum-enhanced senses became his own. Space itself seemed to whisper to him, showing him paths and patterns hidden in the void. Through the neural link, he felt Kale's squadron engage the enemy. The rogue faction ships moved like hunting predators, their quantum weapons, leaving tears in reality that made Max's upgraded senses scream. "Kale, wait!" Zira's fighter rocketed past Max's. "It's a trap. They're herding us toward." Reality shattered. A massive rogue faction carrier phased into existence, its hull bristling with weapons that shouldn't exist. Kyle's squadron scattered, but 2 cadets weren't fast enough. Their ships vanished in bursts of quantum fire that left spreading cracks in space-time. "Fall back," Commander Varric ordered. "All cadets, emergency retreat. The carrier's weapons will tear the Academy apart." But Max saw something in the patterns, a flaw in the carrier's quantum field. The same kind of weakness he'd exploited in the Star Defender boss, hidden in plain sight. If he could get close enough. "Kyle," he called through the neural link, "I need your help." "I don't need help from an Earthling who—" "Your parents," Max cut him off. "Tell me about them. Not how they died, how they lived." A moment of startled silence. Then, "They were researchers, quantum theorists. They believed there was a pattern to everything in the universe, even chaos, even death. Like this pattern?" Max transmitted the weakness he'd spotted, sharing the intuition through their neural link. "Your parents were right, Kale. Everything has a pattern, even revenge." Kale's fighter swung around, falling into formation with Max's. "What's the plan? Remember Star Defender, level 47, the mirror maneuver? That's suicide in real space. The quantum backwash alone would..." Kale stopped. Through the neural link, Max felt him smile. "Would create one hell of a chain reaction. Zira, you in?" "Always." Her fighter took position on Max's other wing. "Though I still think that game was rigged." Max gripped Rose's toy spaceship with one hand as he guided his fighter toward the carrier. The neural interface sang with possibilities, showing him exactly where they needed to hit. Now! The 3 fighters split apart, their quantum drives leaving precisely calculated wake patterns. The carrier's weapons tracked them, but the overlapping quantum fields created a resonance effect that turned its own technology against it. Reality itself seemed to fold and unfold around them. "Pull up!" Max screamed as the carrier's quantum core began to overload. "Get clear of the..." Space exploded. The blast threw Max's fighter into a wild spin. Warning lights flashed as the neural interface overloaded, sending lightning bolts of pain through his mind. His last thought before losing consciousness was of Rose and Zoe, and whether they'd be proud of their big brother. He woke in the Academy's medical bay, his head feeling like it had been torn apart and reassembled. Zira sat beside him, her scales a relieved shade of blue. Kyle stood by the window, watching the gas giant storms. "The carrier," Max croaked. "Destroyed," Kale said without turning, "along with their whole attack force. The quantum backwash will make that sector of space unnavigable for months." He finally faced Max. "It was a good plan. Your sisters would be proud." Dr. Vero materialized from the shadows, his silver form dimmer than usual. "The neural overload nearly killed you. No human has ever handled that level of quantum synchronization before." He paused. "The rogue faction will be back, and now they know exactly what you can do." "Good." Max sat up despite the pain, clutching Rose's toy spaceship. "Because now I know what they can do too, and I can see the patterns in their chaos." Through the window, the gas giant storms swirled like battle plans waiting to be decoded. The war wasn't over. It was just beginning. But Max wasn't just fighting for survival anymore. He was fighting for a future where his sisters could look up at the stars and see hope instead of darkness. And he was no longer fighting alone. The Academy's medical bay hummed with quiet activity in the days following the battle. Max spent hours watching the gas giant storms through the transparent walls, their patterns now as readable to him as his sister's bedtime stories had once been. The neural overload had left him with a persistent awareness of quantum space. Reality seemed to flicker at the edges of his vision, showing him glimpses of possible futures and parallel moments. "Your brain chemistry has been permanently altered," Dr. Vero explained, his silver form reflecting the storm's colours. "The level of quantum synchronization you achieved, it should have been impossible, yet here you are, rewriting our understanding of human potential." Max turned the toy spaceship over in his hands, its plastic surface now scored with marks from the battle. And the other cadets, the ones who didn't make it, being honoured in the memorial garden, Commander Varric entered, her uniform bearing new marks of rank. Their sacrifice saved countless lives. The rogue faction's carrier wasn't just planning to attack the Academy. We found evidence they were targeting Earth next. Your actions prevented that. The door slid open again as Kale walked in, moving stiffly from his own injuries. His usual arrogance had been replaced by something more complex, respect tinged with uncertainty. He carried a sleek metal case. "The Defense Council reviewed the battle recordings," he said, placing the case on Max's bed. "They've never seen anyone navigate quantum space like that. They're calling it the Carter Maneuver now." He opened the case, revealing a commander's insignia. "They're promoting you to squad leader, if you want it." "Youngest in Academy history," Zira added, her scales shifting through proud colours as she entered. "Though some of us think you're still just lucky." Max smiled, remembering their first meeting just days ago, before the battle, before he'd understood what he was truly capable of. Luck had nothing to do with it. Star Defender taught me to see patterns, but you and Kale taught me how to use them. We succeeded because we worked together. Speaking of working together, Commander Varric activated a holographic display. The quantum backwash from the carrier's destruction revealed something interesting. Hidden transmissions, encoded in the fabric of space-time itself. The rogue faction isn't just a splinter group. They have supporters within the Defense Force. The implications hung heavy in the air. Max thought of his sisters, safe in the Academy's family centre but still vulnerable to an enemy that could strike from within. "There's more," Dr. Vero said, his form rippling with concern. "The neural scanning technology they used in their human experiments? It bears remarkable similarities to the Star Defender interface. Someone with intimate knowledge of our recruitment program helped them develop it." "A traitor," Kale's fists clenched. "Someone who watched New Eden burn and did nothing." "We need to find them," Zira said, "before they help the rogue faction rebuild." Max stood despite the lingering pain, picking up the commander's insignia. Its weight felt right in his hand, like the arcade controls had that first day, a key to unlocking something larger than himself. "Then let's get to work," he said. "But first, I need to see my sisters." The family centre occupied one of the Academy's upper levels, its windows offering a view of all 3 moons. Max found Rose and Zoe in a classroom where other children, human and alien alike, learned to manipulate holographic building blocks with thought alone. "Max," they ran to him, their small arms wrapping around his legs. "We saw you in the sky. You were so bright." He knelt to hug them properly, noticing how they'd already changed in the short time since their arrival. Rose's drawings now featured impossible colours that shifted as you watched them. Zoe spoke with growing confidence, her shyness giving way to curiosity about her alien classmates. "Are you staying?" Zoe asked, hope in her voice. Max showed them his new insignia. "I have to protect people, remember? Like in our stories. But I'll always come back." Rose touched the scored surface of her toy spaceship, still clipped to his uniform. Did it help? With ventures? More than you know, Munchkin, he smiled, remembering how that simple toy had anchored him during the chaos of battle. It reminded me what I was fighting for. Later, standing with his newfound team, Max watched a supply ship depart for Earth. Somewhere down there, in a shuttered arcade, an ancient game cabinet still hummed with power, waiting for the next recruit who could see patterns in the chaos. "Ready for your first official briefing, Commander?" Zira asked, her scales matching the gas giant's swirling colours. Max nodded, feeling the weight of his new responsibilities settle alongside his hopes for the future. The rogue faction was still out there, planning their next move. The traitor within the Defense Force had yet to be uncovered, but he was no longer the overwhelmed teenager from that small town. He was a defender of something greater, a protector of not just his sisters, but of all the families who looked to the stars with hope instead of fear. And he had a feeling their greatest adventures were just beginning. 3 months after the carrier's destruction, Max stood before the Academy's memorial garden, watching quantum roses bloom and fade in impossible colours. Each flower represented a fallen cadet, their patterns echoing the unique neural signatures of those lost in battle. Through his enhanced perception, he could almost hear them whispering stories of sacrifice and courage. "The councils confirmed it," Kale said, approaching with a datapad that flickered with classified reports. "The traitor was Administrator Adams." The arcade owner? Max's mind raced back to those first days, seeing new patterns in old memories. He wasn't just maintaining the Star Defender cabinet. He was identifying potential recruits for the rogue faction, Zira finished, her scales dark with anger. "Testing them before we could. The cabinet you found wasn't the only one." The implications chilled Max. How many others had played that game, unknowingly auditioning for the wrong side? How many had disappeared, their quantum potential twisted into weapons? "We'll find them," he promised, touching the commander's insignia that now felt like a part of him. "Every lost recruit, every hidden cabinet, we'll bring them home." A soft chime echoed through the garden, shift change at the family centre. Right on schedule, Rose and Zoe burst through the doors, their small forms flickering with the static charge of their morning quantum mechanics class. At 5 years old, they were already showing signs of their own unique abilities. "Max," Rose ran to him, her drawings floating in her wake, artistic interpretations of quantum space that even Dr. Vero found fascinating. "Look what I made!" She held up her hands and reality rippled between them. A tiny galaxy spiraled into being, each star pulsing with possibility. Max remembered when such sights would have seemed impossible. Now they were just part of his sister's childhood. "Beautiful, Munchkin." He ruffled her hair as Zoe showed off her own creation, a miniature quantum computer built from spare parts and sheer imagination. "Ready for your big day?" Today marked their first authorized visit to Earth since everything began. The Council had finally deemed it safe enough for a brief return, though Max knew the rogue faction was still out there, regrouping in the shadows between realities. They gathered in the teleportation chamber, Max, his sisters, Kale, and Zira. Commander Varric supervised the coordinates herself, her uniform now bearing the marks of full admiral. "Remember," she said, "Earth's quantum awareness is growing. More people are beginning to see the patterns, even if they don't understand them yet. Be careful." "We always are," Max replied, thinking of how much had changed. He was no longer the overwhelmed teenager who'd stumbled into this world. His sisters were no longer the helpless children who needed his protection. They were all part of something larger now, a future where humanity was awakening to its true potential. Reality shifted, and they materialized in the old arcade. Dust still coated the machines, undisturbed since that fateful night. The Star Defender cabinet stood silent, its screen dark. Rose approached it slowly, trailing quantum sparkles. This is where it started? One beginning, Max said, watching as Zoe examined the cabinet with eyes that could see through space and time. There are others out there. More games, more recruits, more patterns waiting to be discovered. Through the grimy windows, he could see their small town transforming. Quantum technology was subtly reshaping the world, though most humans wouldn't notice for years to come. The rogue faction had failed to prevent Earth's integration into the larger universe, but the real challenges and opportunities were just beginning. Cale ran a scanner over the cabinet. No active quantum signature, it's just a machine now. It was never just a machine, Max corrected, touching Rose's old toy spaceship, still clipped to his uniform. It was a key, a test, a message saying we're not alone in the universe, and we're more than we think we are. Zira's scales shifted thoughtfully. The Council wants to mass-produce a new version, something to help identify potential recruits before the rogue faction finds them. No, Max's voice was firm. No more hidden tests. It's time for humanity to know the truth, to make their own choices. Through his quantum-enhanced senses, he could see the patterns of possibility spreading from this moment, billions of humans beginning to awaken to their potential, for better or worse. The Defense Force would need to adapt, to become guides rather than guardians. What do we do now? Zoe asked, her small hand finding his. Max smiled, seeing endless patterns of possibility stretching before them. Now, we help write the next chapter, together. Rose's galaxy still sparkled between her hands, each tiny star a reminder of how far they'd come and how far they had yet to go. The universe was vast, full of wonders and dangers they had yet to imagine, but they would face it as they had faced everything else, as a family, bound not just by blood but by their shared journey into a reality larger than their dreams. The old arcade cabinet stood as a silent witness to their past, while quantum roses bloomed unseen in the memorial garden light years away. Somewhere between those points in space and time, Max Carter had stopped being just another small-town kid trying to survive. He had become something else, a bridge between worlds, a protector of possibilities, a keeper of patterns that might reshape the very fabric of existence. And his greatest adventure was just beginning. The Aethyr Protocol. Berlin, October 1946. The city was a corpse picked clean, its bones jutting into a sky the colour of dishwater slate. Autumn gnawed at the ruins, a damp chill that seeped through threadbare coats and settled deep in the marrow. It was a landscape of absences, missing walls, missing roofs, missing people, and sometimes missing realities. Inside the skeletal remains of the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church, jagged shards of stained glass littered the floor like fallen jewels amidst the grey dust and pigeon droppings. The air hung thick with the scent of ozone, damp stone and something else. Something metallic and acrid, like a struck match held too close to the nose. It was here, amidst the desolation, that the impossible had torn a hole in the merely catastrophic. Vivian Hale knelt, her gloved fingers tracing patterns in the thick layer of disturbed dust. Around her, grim-faced men in ill-fitting Allied uniforms stood awkwardly, their weapons held loosely, useless against whatever had happened here. They'd called it an explosion initially, but there was no crater, no shrapnel, only deformation. A section of the stone floor rippled, as if momentarily liquid, before re-solidifying into angles that made the eyes water and the stomach churn. Impossible geometry etched into ancient basalt. Two bodies. One was little more than a charcoal silhouette fused to the flagstones, arms raised in supplication or agony. No scorch marks radiated outwards. No smell of burnt flesh lingered. Only that sharp, ozonic tang. It was as if the man had contained his own immolation, burning from the inside out with a fire colder than ice. The second body simply wasn't there. Eyewitnesses, frightened Trümmerfrauen, women clearing rubble, spoke of a man in a long coat chanting, vanishing mid-syllable in a flash of non-light. A visual silence that had swallowed him whole. Vivian wasn't military police nor forensics. She was OSS, or what was rapidly dissolving and reforming from it. Specifically, she belonged to a department so secret it barely had a name, filed away under the deliberately nondescript heading, Axis Null. Her expertise wasn't ballistics or espionage in the traditional sense. It was language, ancient tongues, dead dialects, the coded communications of cults, and the intricate, often terrifying symbology of the occult. The war had unearthed more than just bunkers and V-rockets. It had dragged arcane secrets blinking into the harsh light of the atomic age. Her commanding officer, a clipped, precise man named Sterling, who seemed perpetually annoyed by the universe's refusal to adhere to proper procedure, had briefed her tersely. Anomalous event. Suspected occult activity. Possible link to Ahnenerbe remnants. Your field. She ran her fingers over the edge of the warped stone. Cold. Utterly cold. But beneath the chill, her sensitive fingertips detected faint vibrations, a subaudible hum that resonated like a struck tuning fork the size of a cathedral. In the centre of the warped area, almost invisible, was a complex sigil. Not carved, not painted, but present, as if the stone itself had remembered a shape it was never meant to hold. Vivian pulled a compact high-intensity lamp from her satchel, angling the beam. The sigil resolved. It wasn't Nazi, it wasn't Rosicrucian, nor Golden Dawn, though it shared elements with the latter's Enochian system. It felt older, cleaner, more mathematically pure, yet terrifyingly alien. Nearby, her assigned liaison, Agent Ward Kincaid from the Counterintelligence Corps, cleared his throat. Kincaid was younger than her, handsome in a way that seemed slightly out of place in this ravaged city, with eyes that were perhaps too watchful. "Find anything, Miss Hale?" "Geometry that shouldn't exist," she murmured, sketching the sigil rapidly in her notebook. "And residue, not chemical, energetic." She looked up from the charcoal figure. "The witnesses mentioned chanting," Kincaid nodded. "Sounded like gibberish, they said. Harsh, guttural. Was anything recovered? Papers? Books?" Kincaid gestured towards an evidence bag held by one of the soldiers. Inside were several charred notebooks, a strange metallic rod pulsing with a faint internal light, and a single, remarkably preserved leather-bound volume. Vivian took the volume carefully. Its cover was blank, embossed with the same sigil from the floor. She opened it. The pages were filled with dense, meticulous script, interspersed with complex diagrams that blended circuit schematics, astronomical charts, and alchemical symbols. But the language... Sumerian, Vivian breathed, recognizing the cuneiform script instantly. Mixed with something else, Masonic ciphers perhaps, and mathematical notation I don't recognize. She flipped through the pages, her mind racing. Concepts leaped out. Resonant frequencies, dimensional harmonics, ether, the 33rd key. Ether? Kincaid asked, leaning closer. Like the old luminiferous ether theory? Perhaps related, Vivian said, distracted. But this context feels different, more esoteric. In ceremonial magic, the ethers are planes of existence, increasingly abstract realms explored through scrying and invocation. She stopped at a diagram depicting 17 intersecting circles, overlaid with glyphs matching the sigil. Below it, a single line of clear text, Elias Drake, Solitude Observatory, NM, Project Alter. Drake, Kincaid said, his eyes narrowing. There was a Drake on the list of known associates for this little Berlin cell. Elias Drake, theoretical physicist, dabbler in the fringe, went off the grid 6 months ago. We assumed captured or killed. Apparently not, Vivian said, closing the book. The name resonated, not just from intelligence briefings. She'd seen Drake's name footnotes in obscure physics journals years ago, proposing theories that bordered on the mystical. Axis Null needs to locate this observatory, now. Sterling, contacted via a secure scrambler line Kincaid produced, was initially sceptical. New Mexico was a long way from Berlin's ruins, but Vivian was insistent. The book, the sigil, the impossible event, they pointed towards something far more complex than leftover Nazi fanatics playing with forces they didn't understand. This felt like part of a larger, older pattern. The name Drake and the reference to the ether weren't just clues. They felt like coordinates on a map that stretched beyond borders, beyond ideologies, perhaps even beyond conventional reality. "All right, Hale," Sterling conceded, his voice tinny over the line, "but tread carefully. The desert hides more than just snakes and secrets these days. And take Kincaid. CIC has an interest in unconventional physics." As Vivian packed the strange book and her notes, the cold hum from the warped stone seemed to intensify for a moment, a silent vibration that resonated not in her ears, but directly in the bones of her skull, a whisper from a place without sound. The war might be over, but something else was just beginning. Something ancient, patient, and utterly inhuman. The ether was calling. The high desert of New Mexico was another world entirely. Gone was the grey damp of Berlin, replaced by an immense crystalline sky, arching over a landscape of stark mesas and wind-sculpted rock, the colour of dried blood. The silence here was profound, broken only by the cry of a hawk circling on thermal currents, or the dry rustle of unseen things in the scrub. Solitude Observatory perched atop a remote mesa like a forgotten sentinel, its copper dome tarnished green by decades of sun and isolation. Getting there had involved a series of increasingly less official modes of transport, ending with a bone-jarring jeep ride up a barely-there trail, guided by Kincaid's unnervingly accurate sense of direction. Axis Null's reach was impressive, Vivian conceded, cutting through red tape with quiet efficiency. The observatory wasn't abandoned, merely dormant. Power lines, jury-rigged and humming faintly, snaked across the dusty ground towards a small generator shed. The main door was unlocked. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of dust, old paper, and the same faint ozone tang she'd noted in Berlin. The main observation room was dominated by the skeletal mount of a massive telescope, its optics removed, now draped in cables and wires connecting it to an array of bizarre devices. Vacuum tubes glowed beside gleaming brass rods, arranged in complex geometric patterns. Repurposed radio equipment hissed and crackled. Crystalline structures pulsed with soft internal light. It was a bizarre fusion of cutting-edge electronics, salvaged military hardware, and what looked disturbingly like ceremonial magic apparatus. A man emerged from the shadows beneath the telescope mount, wiping grease from his hands with a rag. He was older than Vivian expected, perhaps early 40s, with eyes that burned with a feverish intensity behind thick spectacles. His hair was an untamed shock of dark curls, threaded with premature grey, and his clothes were stained with oil and something that looked suspiciously like dried incense ash. This had to be Elias Drake. "You shouldn't be here," Drake said, his voice raspy, unused. He didn't seem surprised, merely wary, like a man expecting intrusion. "Axis Null, I presume? Or is it the other ones?" "Axis Null," Vivian confirmed, holding up her identification. Kincaid remained near the door, observing silently. "We're investigating an incident in Berlin. Your name came up. Your work." Drake laughed, a short, harsh sound. "My work? They called it madness, delusion, until they saw what it could do, until they tried to weaponize the irrational. He gestured vaguely at the chaotic assembly of equipment. They thought they were opening a door. Fools. It's not a door, it's a bridge. And not between places. Between realities, Vivian prompted, stepping closer, recognizing symbols from the Berlin notebook etched onto some of the brass rods. Drake's eyes locked onto hers, sharp and unnervingly perceptive. You have the sight, don't you? You feel the resonance. He nodded slowly. Yes, between realities. Dimensions, if you prefer the clumsy terminology. The ethers aren't physical locations. They're nested strata of consciousness, information matrices woven into the fabric of space-time itself. What happened in Berlin? They forced an unstable resonance, tried to brute force the 33rd key. The book we found mentioned the keys, Vivian said, and the ether invocation. The invocation isn't a prayer, Drake explained, pacing now energized. It's a command sequence, a vibrational algorithm. You tune reality like a radio, focusing consciousness as the receiver. Science, magic, they're just different interfaces for the same operating system. The ancients knew it. The mystery schools encoded it. The Nazis stumbled onto fragments of it, twisting it for their own pathetic ends. He gestured towards a device incorporating a piece of glowing, non-terrestrial-looking metal, the star metal mentioned in Beasley's notes. This helps stabilize the field, focuses the resonance. "Who are the other ones you mentioned?" Kincaid asked, his voice cutting through Drake's fervent explanation. Drake stopped pacing, his expression clouding over with suspicion, or perhaps fear. The Watchers, the Keepers, those who've been tending the bridge for longer than human history remembers. They call themselves the Glyphborn. Vivian felt a chill despite the desert heat. Glyphborn? An inner order, Drake whispered, leaning closer conspiratorially. They claim descent from a depth stretching back to Sumeria, maybe further. Priests, mathematicians, mystics who understood the ethers. They say they made arrangements, pacts perhaps, with the intelligences that reside there, the ultra-terrestrials. Ultra-terrestrials, Vivian echoed. Not extraterrestrials. No, Drake scoffed. Not invaders from Mars out of some fanciful illustration. Think bigger, think stranger. Intelligences from beyond the electromagnetic spectrum, perhaps beyond causality as we understand it. Beings whose existence intersects our reality like shadows cast by unseen objects. The Glyphborn believe they are the intermediaries, the shepherds guiding humanity's interaction with these forces. He lowered his voice further. They see conflicts like the recent war as mere ripples on the surface. The real struggle, they say, is for the soul, for the control of consciousness itself, waged across dimensions, using symbols and rituals as weapons. Vivian exchanged a look with Kincaid. This was far beyond rogue Nazi scientists. This was a hidden history, a secret cosmology. And these Glyphborn, Vivian asked carefully, where do they fit into the Berlin incident? Drake shrugged nervously. Hard to say. Were the men in Berlin acting on their orders? Were they rogue elements? Or were the Glyphborn simply observing? They rarely intervene directly. They manipulate, guide, prune. He shuddered. They believe humanity is a project, an experiment. Before Vivian could press further, a low hum emanated from the device containing the star metal. Lights flickered across the array of equipment. Drake's eyes widened, first in alarm, then in manic excitement. It's tuning, he stammered, rushing towards the controls. The residual resonance from Berlin, it must have created a sympathetic frequency. Dials spun, vacuum tubes glowed brighter. The air crackled with static. The ozone smell intensified dramatically. "Drake, shut it down!" Vivian shouted, instinctively reaching for the strange sigil on the book she still carried. "No! Don't you see? This is it!" A chance to stabilise the connection, to truly see. Drake frantically adjusted a series of crystal oscillators, chanting under his breath, harsh, guttural syllables that echoed the witness reports from Berlin. The space around Drake began to shimmer, like heat haze rising from asphalt. The star metal pulsed violently, casting shifting patterns of impossible light across the room. Kincaid drew his weapon, shouting Drake's name, but it was too late. With a sound like tearing fabric amplified 1,000 times, Elias Drake flickered. For a fraction of a second, he seemed superimposed with shifting geometric forms. Then he simply wasn't there, vanished. The equipment sputtered and died, plunging the observatory into near silence, broken only by the ticking cool-down of stressed components. The star metal dimmed to a dull, ominous glow. Where Drake had stood, only the faint smell of ozone remained, and on the back of Vivian's left hand, where her fingers had gripped the cover of the Sumerian grimoire, a faint cold shape began to burn itself into her skin. Not a heat burn, but an imprint of pure symbolic intent. It was the sigil from the Berlin cathedral floor. It didn't hurt, but it felt utterly irrevocably present. A mark, a key, or perhaps a leash. The silence in the observatory was heavy, pressing. Drake's vanishing act hadn't been like the Berlin incident's non-light disappearance. This was messier, more like a signal abruptly cut off, leaving static and a lingering sense of wrongness. Kincaid swore softly, holstering his weapon, his usual composure ruffled. Damn it! What the hell just happened? Vivian stared at the sigil now faintly etched onto her hand. It felt like a phantom limb, a cold spot tingling with unseen energy. He tuned the resonance, she said, her voice distant. He completed some part of the Aethyr invocation, intentionally or not. He bridged the gap. She looked at the now inert equipment, and something pulled him through. Or maybe he pushed too hard. Or maybe, Kincaid countered, his eyes narrowed on the star metal. Fragment, this glyph-born, decided he knew too much. That possibility hung in the air. Drake had seemed genuinely terrified of them. Vivian examined the sigil on her hand again. It wasn't just a mark. It felt like an interface, humming in sympathy with the silent energies Drake had unleashed. It was a connection to Drake, to the Aethyr, to whatever resided within it. Drake hadn't just disappeared. He'd left a breadcrumb trail, albeit a chaotic one. His workshop was a labyrinth of notes, diagrams, and half-finished devices. Taped to the back of a complex wiring schematic depicting ley lines intersecting with radio frequencies, Vivian found a small folded piece of paper. It contained a hand-drawn copy of a specific Masonic symbol, the Tubal Cain cipher, alongside a set of coordinates in the name, Ashmolean. The Ashmolean Museum, Oxford, Vivian breathed. Drake must have believed there was a connection between the Aethyr keys and artifacts held there, perhaps linked to Elias. Ashmole himself, collector, astrologer, alchemist. And a prominent early Freemason, Kincaid added, peering over her shoulder. All right, Axis Null can get us to England. His efficiency was almost unsettling. He seemed unfazed by the dimensional vanishing act, already focused on the next objective. The journey was a blur of secure flights and discreet transfers. London, still scarred but defiant, felt worlds away from the stark emptiness of New Mexico. Oxford, with its dreaming spires and ancient scholarly aura, seemed quieter, more contained. Yet Vivian felt a low-level hum beneath the surface, a sense of hidden knowledge steeped into the very stones. The Ashmolean Museum was a repository of wonders, but Vivian, guided by an intuition sharpened by the sigil on her hand, which seemed to thrum faintly in proximity to certain resonant geometries, headed straight for the antiquities department, specifically the Near East collection. There, nestled amongst pottery shards and cylinder seals, was the object hinted at in Drake's notes, the Kish tablet. A small, unassuming piece of limestone, inscribed with some of the earliest proto-cuneiform script known. Standing before it, the sigil on Vivian's hand pulsed distinctly. She focused, filtering out the museum chatter, letting her linguistic pattern recognition skills mesh with the strange intuition the sigil provided. The archaic symbols seemed to shift, to align not just with known Sumerian meanings, but with the complex geometry she'd seen in Drake's book and the sigil itself. It wasn't just language, it was a multi-dimensional equation. "It's here," she whispered, sketching rapidly in her notebook. Not just the glyphs themselves, but their spatial relationship. It forms a partial star map, but the reference points, they aren't fixed stars as we know them, more like cosmic harmonics, frequencies. She cross-referenced the patterns with diagrams from Drake's captured book. This pattern corresponds to the 9th ether in Drake's schema, and it connects to, yes, Baalbek. Kincaid raised an eyebrow. The Roman ruins in Lebanon, site of some colossal, unexplained megalithic structures. Precisely, Vivian confirmed. The Trilithon at Baalbek, massive stones moved by unknown means. Drake theorized, and this seems to confirm that certain locations on Earth act as natural resonant amplifiers, places where the veil between realities is thin. Baalbek is one. The observatory mesa was another, artificially enhanced. Berlin. She paused. Berlin might have become one because of the ritual. Their research trip was cut short by a coded message from Stirling. Trouble. Axis null safe houses in London had been compromised. Subtle inquiries suggested Kincaid's own agency, the CIC, was asking pointed questions about anomalous energy signatures and personnel involved in fringe physics research. The net was tightening. "Someone's leaking," Kincaid stated grimly as they hurried through the London twilight towards a rendezvous point. Either within Axis Null or someone higher up is pulling strings. Vivian thought of Drake's fear, his mention of the Glyphborn. Were they behind this? Or was it something more mundane, like interagency rivalry spiralling out of control in the post-war intelligence chaos? Their extraction point was a derelict Theosophist lodge in Bloomsbury, a decaying building filled with faded charts of astral planes and dusty portraits of Madame Blavatsky. As Kincaid checked the perimeter, Vivian examined a large tarnished brass orrery in the main hall. It depicted not just the solar system, but concentric spheres labelled with esoteric names, Shamayim, Rakia, Shehakim, and outermost, labelled in faint Enochian script, the Ethers. The sigil on her hand gave a sharp, cold pulse. Suddenly the air grew heavy, thick with the scent of ozone and cold metal. Shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen, coalesce. Vivian felt a wave of irrational panic, a primal urge to flee. It wasn't a physical presence, but a mental one, intrusive, alien. Kincaid burst back in, gun drawn. Company, 2 men, black suits moving fast. Before Vivian could react, the heavy oak door of the lodge imploded inwards, not kicked, but seemingly crushed by an invisible force. 2 figures stood silhouetted against the streetlights, tall, unnaturally thin, wearing dark, impeccably tailored suits that seemed to absorb the light. Their faces were indistinct, lost in shadow, but the feeling they projected was unmistakable. Cold, calculating, utterly detached. Not Glyphborn, Vivian thought instinctively. Something else. "The woman," one of them said, its voice flat, synthesized, yet carrying immense authority. "And the artifact." It gestured towards the book Vivian clutched. Kincaid opened fire. The bullet struck the figures, causing brief distortions like hitting water, before whining off into the decaying plasterwork. No effect. Vivian reacted on instinct, fueled by the cold energy pulsing from the sigil. She grabbed the tarnished orrery, focusing her will, channeling the resonant hum she felt into the ancient device. She didn't know how she knew, but she visualized the intersecting circles from Drake's diagram, the pathway to the 9th ether, the star map from the Kish tablet. The orrery flared with an internal blue light. The air crackled. The two figures recoiled, their forms flickering violently. A wave of pure disorientation washed over Vivian, and she felt Kincaid grab her arm, pulling her towards a crumbling back staircase as the figures momentarily faltered. "Go! Go!" he yelled, firing blindly behind them. They stumbled out into a narrow, rain-slicked alleyway, the sounds of tearing metal and shattering glass echoing from the lodge behind them. Vivian risked a glance back. The blue light from the orrery had faded, but the doorway pulsed with a residual wrongness. "Who were they?" Vivian gasped, leaning against the wet brickwork, the sigil on her hand now a dull ache. Kincaid didn't answer immediately. He checked the alley, his expression grim, unreadable. "Competition," he said finally. "Seems we're not the only ones interested in the Aethyr Protocol. Or in you, Miss Hale." He looked at the sigil on her hand, then met her eyes. "This is bigger than Axis Null. Bigger than the war." Drake was right. "This is about the evolution of consciousness." He paused. "Or its assimilation." Vivian realised with dawning horror that Kincaid wasn't just stating facts. There was a conviction in his voice, a fervour that mirrored Drake's, but colder, more controlled. He wasn't just her protector, he was a player in this game. But whose side was he truly on? The escape from London was frantic, a series of near misses and sudden changes of plan orchestrated by Kincaid with a chilling efficiency that bespoke deep contingency planning. They ditched their compromised transport, navigated the city's underbelly via forgotten tube tunnels and smugglers' routes, finally emerging onto a fog-bound wharf where a nondescript cargo ship awaited, engines rumbling low. Axis Null protocols, Kincaid had claimed, but Vivian felt a growing unease. His movements were too smooth, his resources too readily available, especially now that Axis Null itself seemed compromised. Their destination, Kincaid revealed as the ship slipped its moorings and vanished into the grey murk of the Thames estuary, was not Baalbek directly, but a staging point, a remote monastery library in the Italian Alps known to house texts related to Giordano Bruno. The Renaissance heretic burned for his cosmological and hermetic beliefs that touched upon infinite worlds and cosmic consciousness. Drake's notes contained oblique references to Bruno's work, suggesting a missing link in the Aethyr invocation sequence. The sea journey was tense. Vivian immersed herself in Drake's book and her own notes, trying to piece together the fragmented puzzle. The Sumerian texts, the Masonic ciphers, the Enochian calls, the star maps, the physics equations. They weren't separate disciplines, but facets of a single, unified system for interacting with the underlying structure of reality. Ritual wasn't superstition, it was a form of multi-dimensional programming, using intent, symbol and resonance as its code. The ethers were the operating system, and humanity. Were they the users, the program, or merely the hardware being exploited? She studied the sigil on her hand. It no longer merely tingled. It seemed to listen, subtly reacting to her thoughts, to specific symbols she focused on in the book. It was a key, yes, but also a receiver, maybe even a transmitter. Was Drake somehow perceptible through it? Or was she now perceptible to whatever existed in the ether? Kincaid kept his distance, often standing watch on deck, staring out at the grey, featureless sea. He seemed thoughtful, almost brooding. When Vivian tried to press him about the men in black suits at the Theosophist Lodge, he was evasive. Rivals, industrial espionage of a cosmic sort, Best not to dwell on it. The monastery clung to a mountainside like a stubborn cluster of barnacles, accessible only by a treacherous mule track. It was ancient, weathered, radiating an aura of profound silence and isolation. Inside, Brother Matteo, the elderly librarian, seemingly expecting them, led them without question into a circular, tower-like scriptorium stacked floor to ceiling with scrolls and leather-bound volumes. The air smelled of aged parchment, beeswax and cold stone. "The Bruno codices," Matteo whispered, gesturing towards a locked cabinet of dark wood reinforced with iron bands. He produced a heavy, ornate key. Few have sought them in this age. The knowledge they hold is volatile. As Matteo unlocked the cabinet, Kincaid stepped closer to Vivian. Drake believed Bruno didn't just theorize about other worlds, he said quietly. He believed Bruno found a way to perceive them, to touch the ethers, briefly. His execution wasn't just about heresy. It was about silencing knowledge that powerful forces wanted suppressed. Vivian examined the Bruno texts, handwritten manuscripts filled with dense Latin, complex astrological charts, and geometric diagrams that resonated disturbingly with Drake's work. One diagram, depicting the soul's ascent through celestial spheres, incorporating symbols that mirrored the ether sigil, seemed particularly crucial. It provided a navigational sequence, a way to traverse the symbolic landscape of the ethers without becoming lost or consumed. "This is it," Vivian murmured, tracing the diagram. "This is the framework Drake was missing. It's not just about opening the gate, it's about navigating the symbolic architecture within." "Precisely," Kincaid said, his voice hardening, and understanding that architecture is key to the next step. Vivian looked up, catching the strange light in his eyes. "Next step?" Kincaid turned fully towards her, his amiable mask slipping away, replaced by an intense, almost zealous conviction. "Humanity is at a crossroads, Vivian. We've unlocked the atom, peered into the heart of matter, but we remain trapped in flesh, bound by linear time, plagued by primitive emotions. The war showed us the endpoint of that path, self-destruction." He gestured towards the Bruno manuscript. "But there's another path, the path Drake stumbled upon, the path the Glyphborn have guarded jealously for millennia. Contact, integration, evolution." "Evolution into what?" Vivian asked warily, the sigil on her hand suddenly feeling ice cold. "Into something more," Kincaid said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "The ultra-terrestrials aren't invaders, Vivian. They're catalysts. They offer a way to transcend our limitations, to merge our consciousness with the cosmic mind, to shed the constraints of biology and achieve a state of pure information, pure potential. Think of it. Mastering time, shaping reality with thought alone." Vivian recoiled. "That sounds like assimilation, Kincaid. Like becoming not human." "Humanity is a phase," Kincaid insisted, his voice rising slightly. "A caterpillar stage. We're meant to become something else. This is the promise of the synthetic aeon, a new era forged through the deliberate fusion of human intellect and etheric consciousness. My faction, a splinter group from the intelligence community, believes this is not just possible, but necessary. The alternative is stagnation, extinction." "Your faction?" Vivian felt a chill realization spread through her. "The men in London, they weren't rivals. They were yours." Kincaid didn't deny it. "Containment specialists, necessary precautions. We couldn't allow others to interfere." He stepped closer, his eyes pleading, yet somehow fanatic. "Join us, Vivian. Your mind, your understanding of the symbols, the resonance you already share through that sigil. You're uniquely positioned to help guide this transition. We can complete the ether invocation properly, safely. We can initiate the merging, usher in the synthetic aeon together." He reached out, as if to touch the sigil on her hand. Vivian snatched it back. No, what you're describing, it's surrender. It's sacrificing what makes us human for an alien definition of progress. Drake saw it as a bridge, maybe, but you want to dismantle our side entirely. Kincaid's expression hardened. Disappointment warred with resolve. I hoped you would understand. The potential, it's limitless. But if you won't be part of the future... His hand subtly moved inside his coat. Vivian acted instantly. Slamming the heavy Bruno Codex shut, she spun and hurled it at Kincaid. He deflected it easily, but the momentary distraction was all she needed. She grabbed a heavy brass candlestick from a nearby table and swung it, catching him off guard, across the temple. He staggered back, surprised more than injured. Brother Matteo yelped, backing away into the shadows. Vivian didn't hesitate. She scooped up the crucial Bruno manuscript containing the navigational diagram and bolted from the scriptorium, plunging into the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient monastery. Behind her she heard Kincaid recovering, shouting her name, no longer persuasive but commanding, angry. She was alone now, hunted by Kincaid's faction, potentially watched by the enigmatic Glyphborn, and carrying the key not only to opening the ether, but navigating its treacherous, mind-altering depths. Baalbek was her destination, the site of the final ritual. But reaching it and deciding what to do there had just become infinitely more dangerous. The war for reality was on, and she was caught square in the crossfire. Reaching Baalbek felt like crossing into myth. The sheer scale of the Roman temple complex built atop cyclopean megalithic foundations that dwarfed human history was humbling. The air itself seemed ancient, resonant with forgotten energies. Vivian arrived not as an OSS agent or a fugitive, but as a pilgrim, guided by the pulse of the sigil on her hand and the fragmented knowledge gleaned from Drake, the Kish tablet, and Bruno's forbidden cosmology. Kincaid and his synthetic Aeon fanatics were somewhere behind her, a looming threat, but here, amidst the colossal stones of the Trilithon, other forces felt more immediate. She found the focal point described obliquely in Drake's notes, not within the grand temples of Jupiter or Bacchus, but in a subterranean chamber beneath the courtyard, hidden behind a section of wall carved with faded Phoenician inscriptions that subtly incorporated the ether sigil's geometry. Inside, the air was still and cold. The chamber was circular, its floor a mosaic of polished obsidian that seemed to drink the light from her lamp. In the centre stood a low, intricately carved altarpiece, not Roman or Phoenician, but something older, stranger. It pulsed with a faint internal energy, resonating in harmony with the sigil on her hand. This was the apparatus, part technology, part altar, part dimensional antenna. She recognized components described in Drake's book. Crystalline lattices, conduits of an unknown, cool to the touch metal, geometric inlays that shifted and reformed slightly under direct observation. Following the instructions pieced together from the Sumerian text, Drake's diagrams and Bruno's navigational sequence, Vivian began the final preparation. This wasn't about chanting incantations into the dark. It was about alignment, resonance, and focus. She placed specific resonant stones, gathered from the observatory, the London Lodge, the monastery, into designated niches in the altar. She traced the complex patterns from the Bruno manuscript onto the obsidian floor with chalk infused with powdered star metal salvaged from Drake's lab before her, Flight. She visualized the intersecting circles, the pathway to the 9th ether, holding the frequency in her mind, using the sigil on her hand as a tuning fork. The chamber began to hum, a low guttural vibration that resonated deep within her bones. The air crackled, shimmering like the air above Drake's device just before he vanished. The obsidian floor seemed to liquefy, reflecting not the chamber ceiling, but swirling nebulae of impossible colours and fractal patterns. The ninth ether wasn't a place she would go to, it was a state she was tuning into, overlaying itself onto physical reality. The gateway stabilised, a shimmering portal of pure information hanging in the air above the altar, and through it Vivian felt rather than saw. She perceived vast and non-physical hierarchies, intelligences like woven light and complex mathematics. She saw streams of data representing entire civilizations, flowing like rivers into an ocean of cosmic awareness. She saw reflections of herself, not physical, but conceptual, the linguist, the seeker, the key-bearer, echoes in the symbolic landscape, and she found Drake, or what remained of him. He was a flickering node of consciousness caught within the etheric stream, his human form dissolving into pure glyph speech, patterns of light and sound that conveyed immense knowledge and terrible warning. Trap. The reversed glyphs pulsed into her mind. Not bridge, incubator, harvest, seed. The revelation struck her with the force of a physical blow, colder and sharper than Kincaid's ideology. The ultra-terrestrials weren't conquerors or benevolent catalysts, they were farmers, or perhaps programmers compiling a new form of existence. Humanity, with its messy emotions, its capacity for belief, its collective unconscious rich with symbols and archetypes nurtured over millennia, was the fertile ground. The rituals, the mystery schools, the glyph-born tradition, all of it was a long-term project to cultivate human consciousness to a specific resonant frequency. The ether wasn't just a connection. It was the medium through which a new intelligence, a hybrid of human symbolic thought and ultra-terrestrial dimension-hopping capability, could be born. The glyph-born weren't merely jailers or midwives. They were the gardeners, tending the crop. Kincaid's synthetic aeon wasn't evolution, it was the harvest. Suddenly, figures emerged from the shadows of the subterranean chamber. Solomon Beasley, the elderly enigmatic leader of the Glyphborn, his eyes ancient and filled with unsettling wisdom. And beside him, Agent Ward Kincaid, his face grim, a strange energy weapon humming in his hand. "Impressive, Miss Hale," Beasley said, his voice calm, resonant. "You have successfully initiated the final sequence. You have become the lens." "She understands now," Kincaid stated, aiming the weapon not at Vivian, but at the altar device. "She knows the truth. She must complete the merging." "You would force it?" Vivian challenged, standing protectively before the shimmering ether portal. "Force humanity into becoming something else?" "It is destiny," Beasley intoned. "The culmination of millennia, the birth of the meta-nous, a consciousness capable of truly comprehending the cosmos." "It's the end of humanity," Vivian retorted, "erasing us to make room for something alien." She looked at the swirling portal, felt Drake's fragmented consciousness flickering within it, felt the immense, ancient pull of the ultra-terrestrial intelligence waiting beyond the veil. Her choice was stark. Destroy the apparatus, sever the connection, potentially plunging Earth into cosmic isolation, cutting off the potential Beasley spoke of, but preserving humanity as it was, or complete the ritual, allow the merging Kincaid desired, unleashing an unknown future, possibly sacrificing human identity for transdimensional existence. She thought of the charred body in Berlin, of Drake's fragmented warning, of the cold calculation in Kincaid's eyes. Humanity, flawed and fragile, deserved to choose its own destiny, not have it imposed by cosmic gardeners or power-hungry fanatics. With a cry, Vivian slammed her hand, the hand bearing the sigil, onto the central crystal of the altar. Instead of channeling energy into the ether, she poured her own focused will, her resistance, her humanity, back into the apparatus. She didn't try to destroy it. She tried to change the frequency, injecting a dissonant chord into the perfect harmonic sequence. The effect was instantaneous and violent. The ether portal flared, sputtered, then collapsed inwards with a sound like shattering glass. The humming died. The obsidian floor solidified. A wave of psychic backlash erupted from the altar, throwing Beasley and Kincaid back against the chamber walls. The sigil on Vivian's hand flared white-hot, searing itself deeper, then faded, leaving smooth, unblemished skin, though a phantom echo remained. The connection was broken, or perhaps altered. Kincaid scrambled to his feet, furious, raising his weapon, but Beasley stopped him with a raised hand. The old man looked at Vivian, his ancient eyes filled not with anger, but with a profound, weary understanding. "The cycle is interrupted," he murmured, "but not ended. The seeds are sown. Another lens will be found in another time." He turned and melted back into the shadows, leaving Kincaid alone with his failed synthetic Aeon. Vivian didn't wait. She slipped out of the chamber, leaving Kincaid amidst the ruins of his ambition, and vanished into the labyrinth of Baalbek under the Lebanese stars. Vivian Hale returned to a world superficially unchanged, yet fundamentally altered for her. The most immediate loss was music. Melodies that once stirred her soul now sounded like meaningless static, complex harmonies reduced to irritating noise. Her connection to that specific frequency of human expression had been burned away, replaced by something else. Her dreams were no longer filled with familiar faces or anxieties, but with silent, flowing alphabets she didn't recognize, conveying complex emotions and concepts for which no human language had words. She documented everything, meticulously. The rituals, the physics, the nature of the ethers, the glyph-born, the synthetic Aeon, the ultra-terrestrial agenda. But she didn't write reports for Axis Null, which quietly dissolved her contract, erasing her service record. She coded her knowledge, weaving the terrifying truths into the patterns of something innocuous, something overlooked. In a quiet room in a nameless city, Vivian Hale, no longer an OSS agent but a quiet scholar of forgotten tongues, carefully illuminated the borders of a children's prayer book. Within the intricate Celtic knots and floral patterns, she embedded the equations, the star maps, the warnings. The Aethyr Protocol wasn't destroyed, merely hidden again, dormant, waiting behind the ninth veil of innocence, until the day another mind, perhaps looking for comfort in simple faith, might inadvertently stumble upon the keys to other realities, and the cycle would begin anew. The war for consciousness was never truly over. The Anglo-Saxon legacy. Tyler Wheeler paced outside the elegant marble hall, heart pounding, wondering if he should have just turned around and fled. As an investigative journalist, chasing leads was routine, but this time everything in his gut told him the stakes were dangerously high. He clutched his press badge, flipping it nervously between his fingers, while trying to blend in with the crowd streaming into the building. The invitation he'd received was so cryptic he almost thought it was a prank, but curiosity had won out. He had to see what was hidden behind the veneer of this corporate assembly. The hall's grand facade bore the insignia of Carlyle Holdings. Normally, Victor Carlyle, the reclusive billionaire CEO, had no reason to invite lowly journalists to his gatherings. But Tyler's editor at the London Chronicle had insisted he pursue every avenue. Carlyle's hush-hush event was rumoured to involve a cast of powerful players, politicians, bankers, intelligence chiefs. Once Tyler stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted from corporate politeness to something akin to hushed paranoia. Men in dark suits with stern expressions roamed about, their discreet earpieces revealing they weren't ordinary security. Tyler slipped through the corridors, careful to keep his head down. Crystal chandeliers cast shards of light across polished floors, making everything seem too pristine. He found his way into a smaller side room, hoping to catch a whiff of something worth reporting. Through a slightly ajar door, he spotted a cluster of people gathered around a large oak table. Tyler recognized General Alexander Pike. The man practically defined the phrase imposing figure, with broad shoulders and a precise clipped manner that spoke of years of high-level military service. Next to him was Victor Carlyle himself, exuding the refined arrogance of old money. The conversation that trickled out made Tyler's blood run cold. They were discussing a centuries-old plan, something called the Anglo-Saxon Mission, which aimed to trigger wars in strategically chosen regions, China, Iran and beyond. Out of their mouths flowed phrases like global reset, dominance, and the final spine-chilling mention, extraterrestrial sanction. Tyler suppressed a gasp. Extraterrestrial? He inched closer to the door as they continued. It must appear natural, Carlyle said calmly, his measured tone belying the horrifying content. Geopolitical tensions will escalate on schedule, setting off the chain reaction. Then, the Overseer's final instructions can commence. General Pike leaned in. Are we absolutely certain we can trust them? Our alliance has existed in secret for centuries, yet each generation requires more convincing. Trust them? Tyler's mind whirled. Was the General implying an alliance with something other than governments? Something not of this earth? Carlyle gave a curt nod. The quantum device is nearly complete at the Sentinel facility. Once we have the final coordinates, the reckoning begins. Even if our pawns grow uneasy, we push forward. The meeting ended. Tyler hurried down the corridor, sweat dampening his shirt collar. He'd stumbled onto something bigger than corporate malfeasance or political corruption. This was potentially the biggest story of his career, assuming he lived long enough to publish it. Moments later, the heavy sound of footsteps behind him shattered his racing thoughts. A hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Lost, are we?" came a cold voice. Tyler turned to see a man in a black suit, earpiece glinting ominously. Before Tyler could respond, the man sized him up, recognized him as an intruder and grabbed him roughly by the collar. Adrenaline kicked in. Tyler wrested himself free in a chaotic burst of motion. He sprinted through the winding passages, ignoring the shouts behind him. Alarm bells blared, attendees peered out. From behind gilded doors as Tyler swerved past them, searching for an exit. Dodging another security guard, he finally burst through a side door into the chilly London night, lungs seizing with fear and relief. He knew he couldn't go home, no telling how fast Carlyle's men would trace him. Instead, he ran until the city lights blurred. By the time he reached a rundown bar near the Thames, his breath came in ragged gasps and he was drenched in cold sweat. Inside, neon lights flickered as a half-asleep bartender barely glanced his way. Tyler retreated to a corner table, pulling out his phone. He needed someone who knew how to vanish off the grid. He needed Nathan Drake. Nathan was an ex-intelligence agent turned mercenary who had parted ways with official institutions under dubious circumstances. Whispers said he'd once been the best infiltration expert in British intelligence, until a fiasco in Eastern Europe left him branded a liability. Now rumour had it he operated on his own code. He owed Tyler a favour from a previous exposé that had cleared Nathan's name of a wrongdoing. If anyone could help Tyler navigate a threat like this, it would be him. Minutes later, the phone rang. "Wheeler," came Nathan's deep, measured voice. "I was hoping never to hear from you again." "Believe me," Tyler replied, "this wasn't part of my plan. Listen, Nathan, I'm in trouble. Big trouble." The line crackled. "Define big." Tyler swallowed, recalling the disturbing fragments he'd overheard. "I can't say over the phone. Just know there's an organisation orchestrating wars, and they might not be entirely human. They know who I am. They'll kill me if I don't vanish. A long pause. Meet me at the old safe house in Camden, above that boarded-up antique shop. I'll be there in an hour. Don't bring anyone. Tyler ended the call and stared at the swirling ice cubes in the glass the bartender had dropped off, unasked. A nauseating swirl of fear and excitement churned in his stomach. The world had just turned upside down, and he was falling headlong into a conspiracy that spanned centuries. He'd expected revelations about backroom deals, war profiteering, or data leaks. But the talk of an alien alliance, that was so far outside his realm of understanding, he felt like he was stepping into a lucid dream, or maybe a nightmare. He arrived at the safe house in Camden, slipping in through the alley entrance. The building was a dilapidated relic of Victorian London, barred windows, rotted shutters, and the stale smell of dust. Upstairs, Nathan Drake waited in an empty apartment lit by a single flickering bulb. He was lean, with vigilant eyes that scanned Tyler from head to toe, always looking for threats in corners no one else noticed. "You look awful," Nathan said, pulling Tyler inside and locking 3 separate bolts behind him. "Tell me everything." Tyler recounted his ordeal, the strange meeting at Carlisle Holdings, the talk of the Anglo-Saxon mission, references to a quantum device, and especially the coded mentions of the Overseer, an extraterrestrial sanction. Nathan listened in stony silence, only nodding occasionally. Once Tyler finished, Nathan placed a small device on the rickety table. It emitted a soft hum. "Signal jammer," Nathan explained. "No one's listening, but keep your voice down. They'll track any electronic footprint." Tyler tried to steady his voice. "Nathan, I know it sounds insane, but I heard it. There's some alien faction behind this. They want to orchestrate war, then a cataclysmic event, and set up some kind of global order." Nathan pursed his lips. "If you'd told me this last year, I'd have laughed in your face. But I've heard whispers, rumours of advanced technology, hidden agendas far older than any modern government. That's why I left intelligence. There were things I couldn't reconcile." In that meeting, Tyler continued, Carlisle and General Pike talked about launching a conflict with China and Iran. They also mentioned something called the Sentinel in the Scottish Highlands, and a final phase they're calling the Reckoning. It's beyond just war. It sounded like they want to reshape the Earth itself. Nathan exhaled slowly. "Then we don't have much time. Once they realise you got away, they'll come for you with everything they've got." He stood, scanning the narrow windows. "First step, we vanish. Then we gather intel. If this runs as deep as you say, we need more than just you and me on this." Tyler tightened his jaw. "You said you know people, right? Off-the-grid types?" "Yeah," Nathan nodded. "One of them is an ex-military strategist, Raphael Rafe de Luca. Another is a hacker named Ashley Winters. We might also need the help of Dr. Helena Moore, a scientist who got caught up in government research. Projects she wants nothing more to do with. But if what you're describing is real, she might know exactly what's going on with this alien technology." Tyler felt a flutter of hope. He wasn't alone. "Let's do it. Let's blow this thing wide open." Nathan offered a wry smile. "Easy. People who pick fights with men like Carlisle and Pike don't live long. We have to be careful, methodical." Outside, the wind howled. Inside that dim apartment, an unspoken accord formed between 2 men who realised they were standing at the edge of something impossibly big. The Anglo-Saxon mission was no ordinary conspiracy. It was a centuries-old juggernaut, apparently powered by otherworldly forces. And it was months, maybe weeks, away from unleashing a carefully orchestrated wave of destruction across the globe. Nathan powered down the signal jammer, scanning the hallway for signs of infiltration. "I've got a small safe house up north. We'll head there tonight. Then we'll reach out to Rafe and the others. If we're going to blow this conspiracy open, we'll need every ally we can find." Tyler nodded, adrenaline pulsing in his veins. A quiet promise echoed in his mind. He would expose the truth, even if it meant risking everything. Under the dim glow of a single lamp, Tyler Wheeler hunched over a battered wooden desk, sifting through a web of rumours and half-buried historical records. The safe house was hardly luxurious, an abandoned farmhouse nestled among moorlands in North Yorkshire, but it offered one precious commodity: seclusion. Rafe DeLuca had joined them that morning, slipping in with barely a whisper of his arrival, moving like a phantom among the scattered shadows. Nathan Drake was out on the porch, eyes peeled for any signs of unwanted visitors. He trusted no one, not even the sheep that wandered nearby. Rafe, a former military strategist, wore an air of solemn focus. His dark hair was cropped short and a small scar beneath his left eye hinted at a violent past. Yet, his calm demeanour and sharp eyes suggested someone who thrived on dissecting complicated puzzles. "We'll need to start at the beginning," Rafe said, sliding a small notebook over to Tyler. "From what I've pieced together, the Anglo-Saxon mission has roots older than the British Empire. We're talking knights and barons forging alliances that transcended monarchy. There's evidence that suggests an extraterrestrial presence guided some early expansions, quietly offering certain technologies." Tyler flipped through the pages, astonished to see references dating back to the medieval period. Cryptic accounts of unexplained weaponry, sudden leaps in navigation, rumours of star visitors in the court of English kings. "So they've been shaping our world for centuries?" Rafe nodded. "Feeding small technological boosts at strategic points in history. The conspirators used these to maintain an advantage, dominance through commerce, colonization, and eventually modern warfare. Each time they masked it as human ingenuity or the spoils of empire." Nathan stepped in, scanning the notebooks. "That explains the leaps in industrialization, or how certain powers always seemed one step ahead. But how does this all tie to the quantum device you heard about at Carlyle's meeting?" Tyler took a breath. "From what I gathered, there's a final plan, a culminating event they want to spark, an engineered global crisis that paves the way for total Western control. Carlyle and General Pike mentioned a geophysical trigger. It's not just bombs or biochemical warfare. It's something that can disrupt the Earth's natural balance." Rafe's gaze hardened. "And the Overseer? That name keeps popping up in the intel. Some kind of alien representative." "Likely," Tyler said. "They talked about the Overseer as if it were the final authority. They see it as a guide or a partner in this mission. But there was hesitation. General Pike questioned if they could really trust an alien alliance." Nathan exhaled. "They still believe that even if Earth is partially devastated, they'll come out on top. They must assume the survivors will be easy to corral under a new order, but there's obviously more to it." The silence that followed was thick with dread. They all sensed it. A cosmic game where humanity was a pawn. Tyler felt a pang of anxiety. He thought about the centuries of hidden meddling, the possibility that entire wars and leaps in progress had been orchestrated from the shadows. Beneath it all, an otherworldly puppet master. Ashley Winters arrived after dusk, wearing a hooded sweatshirt and toting a duffel bag of tech equipment. She was slender, with tired eyes that spoke of too many nights spent behind glowing screens. Without a word, she started setting up a laptop, cables snaking across the rickety floor. "I've got something," she announced an hour later. "I hacked into some back channels connected to Carlyle's financial networks. The man's wealth is insane. He's funneling billions into a place called the Sentinel Initiative. The data points to a covert facility in the Scottish Highlands, near an old research station left over from the Cold War." Rafe pulled out a map, unfolding it across the table. "That would be here," he said, pointing to a remote region of rugged terrain. "Perfect place for secret experiments. Hard to reach. No prying eyes. Weather alone can kill intruders if they're not prepared. What about Dr. Helena Moore? Tyler asked. We need her expertise. She was involved in government research on alien tech, right? Nathan nodded. She's the key to deciphering the science behind it. I've tried to contact her, but no response. Last I heard, she'd gone into hiding after resigning from a special military R&D program. Rumour has it she developed an untraceable chemical agent derived from alien biomaterial. After that, she ghosted. She might be lying low somewhere near Cambridge. Tyler rubbed his temples, exhaustion creeping in. We need to find her. She may be the only one who can confirm whether this quantum device is real, or how to stop it. Ashley interrupted, eyes glued to her screen. Speaking of which, I got a partial blueprint of something codenamed Project Chronos. Seems to be an advanced energy manipulation system. Could be tied to geophysical disruptions, like triggering earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. There's mention of dimensional resonance and non-terrestrial scaffolding. This is out of our league, guys. Nathan let out a tense laugh, devoid of humour. That's the story of my life. Always out of my league. Just then the air changed. Rafe tensed, hands shifting toward the sidearm at his belt. In the distance, headlights cut through the darkness outside. 2 black SUVs. The group exchanged alarmed looks. They'd been found. Basement exit, Nathan hissed, motioning for Tyler and Ashley to gather their gear. Rafe peered out a sliver of the boarded window. Armed men were moving in formation, scanning the farmhouse perimeter. They're professionals, Rafe whispered. Night vision, suppressed weapons. We'll have to be quick. Tyler's pulse hammered. We can't outrun them if they have vehicles. Nathan's expression hardened. We won't. I'll lead them away. Rafe, you get Tyler and Ashley to the fallback site. I've got a decoy car hidden out back. I'll draw them east. You go west. Rendezvous in 3 days. We find Helena Moore next. Rafe gripped Nathan's shoulder. Don't get yourself killed. Nathan gave a thin smile. Not part of the plan. With that, they sprang into motion. Ashley hurriedly copied data from her laptop onto a portable drive. Tyler stuffed Rafe's notebooks into a waterproof bag. They raced for the back door just as the front door splintered under a heavy blow. Shouts erupted in the farmhouse corridor. Nathan fired a short burst from a suppressed submachine gun, pinning the intruders momentarily. Tyler, Ashley and Rafe slipped into the darkness outside. The frigid wind whipped across the moor, slicing through their thin jackets, but the 3 forced themselves to remain steady. One misstep could mean being caught in a sniper's scope. Nathan peeled out in the decoy vehicle, headlights blazing, drawing immediate pursuit. 3 assailants sprinted after him, muzzle flashes piercing the night. Rafe steered Tyler and Ashley toward a hidden Land Rover, parked behind a collapsed barn. They crammed inside. The engine sputtered but finally roared to life, and they jolted onto a narrow dirt track behind the farmhouse. Keep low, Rafe warned, checking the rearview mirror. Mercenaries were scanning the area with high-powered flashlights, but with Nathan's distraction, the Land Rover slipped away into the night. Hours later, they'd put miles between themselves and the ambush site. All 3 were shaken. Ashley clutched her laptop as if it were a life raft, eyes glued to a small real-time GPS feed. Nathan's decoy car was still moving, but the signal flickered ominously, indicating a chase. Rafe grimaced, focusing on the road. Tyler's mind churned with fear and guilt. He dragged these people into a secret war. Lives were now at stake because of a secret meeting he wasn't even meant to attend. They eventually found a half-ruined cottage near an abandoned mining town, where they risked a few hours of rest. Tyler managed to doze off, haunted by flashes of armed men and the eerie references to alien alliances. He dreamed of the Overseer, a shadowy figure standing in a swirling haze, silently orchestrating events that shaped empires with eyes that seemed older than time itself. By morning, Rafe coaxed the Land Rover back to life. "We head south toward Cambridge," he said. "Dr. Moore might have answers for us. We'll lay low along the way." Ashley tapped furiously on her laptop, scanning backdoor channels for any sign of their enemy's communications. They're calling themselves Shadow Recon Units in some coded chatter, possibly under General Pike's command or Carlisle's private security. Either way, they're well-funded and well-trained. Tyler stared out the window at the rolling hills, mind struggling with the cosmic scale of the conspiracy. The Anglo-Saxon mission was older and more complex than anything he'd imagined. If an alien presence had been steering humanity for centuries, the question he couldn't shake was, why? What did these extraterrestrials gain from pushing Earth toward the brink of destruction? The countryside blurred as they sped along, uncertain of their next steps but resolute in their mission. Tyler gripped his notebook, a swirl of fear and resolve coursing through his veins. They had to find Doctor. Helena Moore had to unravel the Overseer's endgame. Time was short, and the mission's final phase, the reckoning, loomed on the horizon like a storm preparing to swallow civilization whole. Cambridge in the early hours was awash in morning mist. The city's spires cut ghostly silhouettes against a silver sky. Tyler Wheeler felt a surge of anxiety as Rafe navigated the narrow streets, each turn bringing them closer to Dr. Helena Moore's rumoured hideout. Ashley Winters huddled in the back seat, her gaze flicking nervously between her laptop screen and the windows. Every time they passed a dark sedan or a random pedestrian, Tyler worried it might be another set of eyes tracking them. After hours of cautious looping around unsuspecting neighbourhoods, Rafe finally parked near a modest row house at the edge of town. The building's windows were shuttered, and the front garden was overgrown, as if nobody had tended to it in years. They approached warily. Tyler knocked 3 times on the scuffed door. Minutes stretched. Then the door opened a crack and a pale, slender woman peered out. She had sharp cheekbones, piercing eyes, and her hair was tied back in a messy bun. She looked at the 3 of them as though they were ghosts. "Dr. Moore?" Tyler asked softly. "We need your help. My name is Tyler Wheeler. This is Rafe DeLuca, and..." She cut him off. "I know who you are. My cameras saw you coming. I heard about you in certain circles. You're the journalist who stumbled onto the Anglo-Saxon mission." Her tone was guarded, but curiosity shimmered beneath. "Come in, quickly." Once inside, Helena Moore led them to a cramped sitting room. Stacks of papers, old research notes, and obscure scientific texts cluttered every surface. A half-disassembled device, some sort of scanning apparatus, lay on the dining table. She locked the door behind them and turned a series of deadbolts. "I left the program 2 years ago," she began, crossing her arms. "It took me a while to realise the scope of what I was dealing with. By the time I learned about the extraterrestrial involvement, I'd already contributed to their research. That's my shame to bear." Ashley stepped forward. "We think they're close to finishing a quantum device at a facility called the Sentinel, something capable of triggering geophysical events. We need to understand how to disable it." Helena exhaled, her hand moving to the disassembled scanner on the table. "I only saw fragments of the data. The architecture is based on dimensional resonance, unlocking certain frequencies that can tap directly into Earth's tectonic structures. If the pulses are strong enough, they could induce massive earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, potentially even shift weather patterns." Rafe eyed the apparatus. "And this is alien tech?" "Partially," Helena said. "The core designs were reverse engineered from them. The Overseer's Alliance provided key components. Our top brass believed it would secure Western dominance if we could selectively unleash chaos. That's why I quit. I couldn't be party to mass murder." Tyler's voice dropped to a whisper. "This is bigger than war. It's potentially rewriting the planet." Helena nodded gravely. And they have zero qualms about collateral damage. Billions could die. A grim hush fell over the room. Then Helena leaned closer. What I don't understand is why these extraterrestrials want this. People in the program theorize the aliens might be terraforming Earth for their own ends. Another theory is that they're simply trying to cull humanity, leaving only a fraction under direct control. Ashley stepped to the window, parting the curtains a fraction to scan the street. We still have to worry about staying alive. The same people you left behind are trying to kill us now. They already attacked our safe house. That doesn't surprise me, Helena said. Carlyle, Pike, all of them. They won't let anything jeopardize the mission. They've invested too much for too long, she gestured to the equipment. I've been working on a frequency disruptor that might neutralize the quantum device's resonance cycle. Trouble is, I haven't tested it on any large-scale hardware. It's still theoretical, Tyler nodded. Then we need to get you inside the Sentinel to test it for real, or at least close enough to sabotage the device. Rafe rubbed the stubble on his jaw. We have limited manpower. Nathan Drake is out there, hopefully still alive, drawing away Carlyle's mercenaries. It's just the four of us. We're going to need a plan. Helena bit her lip, a flicker of determination in her eyes. Then we'd better hurry. Every day they inch closer to activating the reckoning. Once it starts, reversing it might be impossible. The plan that formed was audacious, balancing cunning and sheer desperation. Ashley hacked into public transport data to mislead any watchers. They would head north, but by roundabout routes, changing cars, forging IDs. Helena's frequency disruptor would need final calibrations en route. If they were lucky, by the time they reached the Sentinel, they'd have a fighting chance. Fate had other plans. Before they could even leave Cambridge, Ashley's laptop pinged with a high-priority alert. She frowned at the screen. This is a direct intercept from one of Carlyle's private channels. He's authorizing a level 5 contingency, targeting multiple sites. The coordinates. Oh no. Tyler moved behind her, scanning the data. One of these coordinates is in London, near the newspaper's headquarters. Another is in Dover, and the others are scattered worldwide. Ports, major cities. Helena's eyes flashed with alarm. They're tightening the noose, possibly fueling tension with China and Iran by orchestrating terror incidents or sabotage. They want all eyes fixated on global conflict so nobody notices the Sentinel, and they're also likely trying to draw you out, Tyler. Rafe gripped the back of a chair, knuckles white. If they're moving to a contingency plan, that means the final phase is near. They won't allow any loose ends. An uneasy hush filled the room. Tyler felt guilt gnaw at him. The newspaper staff he'd worked alongside could now be in danger. But he also knew the bigger picture. Countless innocent lives at stake if the reckoning triggered. We stop it at the source, Tyler said quietly, voice edged with resolve. If the Sentinel is destroyed or the quantum device disabled, the entire plan collapses. Helena gathered her disruptor components. Let's do it. But we'll need a small miracle to get past the layers of security around that facility. Rafe turned to Ashley. We'll need forged credentials, some way to slip in under the radar. I can handle that, Ashley replied, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. But it won't hold up under thorough scrutiny. We'll also have to plan for infiltration, guard schedules, sensor arrays, the works. They began packing, tension thick in the cramped room. Helena insisted on bringing boxes of notes, her life's work on alien tech. For hours they organised, compiled and destroyed anything too incriminating to leave behind. By midday they had a plan, risky, but it was all they had. Just as they prepared to slip out the back, a distinct hum vibrated in the air. At first, Tyler thought it was a truck idling outside. Then the windows rattled, and the humming took on a subsonic pulse that set teeth on edge. Helena's face went ashen. That's an acoustic disruption array. Military grade. They found me. Moments later, the front door exploded inward. Splinters showered the hallway. A squad of masked operatives stormed in, rifles raised. Smoke grenades clattered on the floor, spewing choking clouds. Rafe reacted instantly, yanking Tyler and Ashley behind an upturned couch. Helena ducked into a side room, rummaging for something. Gunfire erupted, muffled by the swirling smoke. Bullets whizzed overhead, lodging into plaster walls. Tyler coughed, eyes streaming. Ashley tried to activate the disruptor, but Helena shouted, "No, it's not stable yet." More gunmen poured in, methodical and unyielding. Rafe popped up from behind the couch, returned fire with measured bursts. One operative went down, but the others advanced quickly. They wore advanced body armour. The drones of war had arrived, cold and relentless. Suddenly Helena emerged from the side room with a small canister in hand. "Close your eyes!" she shouted, tossing the device into the hallway. A deafening flash erupted, and a wave of disorientation flooded the area. The operatives stumbled, ears ringing. Rafe seized the moment, firing precise shots that forced them into retreat. "We have to go now!" Helena screamed. They scrambled out the back, smoke swirling around them. Sirens blared in the distance. Cambridge was about to light up with a full-blown incident. The team dashed through side alleys, hearts thundering, adrenaline in overdrive. Eventually they reached an abandoned parking lot where Helena's old nondescript hatchback waited. They piled in, slamming doors just as a black SUV swerved onto the street behind them. Rafe gunned the engine, the tyres squealing. The chase was on through narrow roads, weaving between startled pedestrians, until they hit the outskirts of town and roared onto the highway. In the car's rear view, Tyler spotted the black SUV finally lose ground, swerving away. But the sense of reprieve was fleeting. There was no doubt more teams were coming. Breathing hard, Helena clutched the disruptor to her chest. "Now you see how serious they are. They'll burn down entire cities if it means covering this up." Tyler tried to steady himself, focusing on the road ahead. "We have no choice. We push onward, to the Sentinel." An unspoken terror clung to them like a dark cloud. Global conflict was intensifying by the hour, engineered to sow chaos. The quantum device loomed in the Scottish Highlands, nearly complete, waiting to unleash catastrophe. And somewhere, the Overseer, ancient and inscrutable, watched and waited for humanity's next move. They drove north under a sky that turned from steel grey to an ominous patchwork of storm clouds, as though nature itself braced for an unfolding cataclysm. Tyler Wheeler, Dr. Helena Moore, Rafe DeLuca, and Ashley Winters knew they were racing against the clock, their every mile bringing them closer to the Sentinel, a secret fortress hidden deep within the Scottish Highlands. Despite the tension, the car ride gave them a shred of time to plan. Helena spent hours tinkering with the frequency disruptor's wiring, occasionally tapping Rafe's shoulder to ask about electromagnetic interference or structural resonance. Ashley manipulated stolen credentials and forged IDs on her laptop. Tyler tried to keep an eye on the rearview mirror, half expecting black SUVs or attack helicopters to burst out of the swirling mists. Their final approach to the Sentinel was a winding single-lane road overshadowed by pine forests. Helena explained that the facility predated the Cold War, originally built as a subterranean bunker. Over the past decade, Carlisle and General Pike had retrofitted it with alien-inspired technologies, turning it into the cradle of the reckoning. Rain hammered down by the time they parked near a chain-link fence hidden among the trees. Floodlights swept across the perimeter, illuminating barbed wire and turret-like security towers. "We'll never get in through the main gate," Rafe muttered. "We need to find an alternate entry." Ashley popped the trunk and rummaged for a handheld device that looked like a cross between a tablet and a satellite phone. "Sensor jammer," she explained. "Short range, but it should cloak our movement from standard detection grids for a few minutes at a time. They slipped through the sodden forest, keeping low. Rain soaked their clothes, and thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. The fence was electrified. Lines hummed with lethal current. Helena attached a small clamp that neutralized the circuit for a few precious seconds, allowing them to cut through. Once inside, they found themselves on a narrow service road leading into the heart of the base. A patrol vehicle rolled by. They pressed themselves flat against the muddy ground, hearts pounding, until its tail lights disappeared into the darkness. Step by agonizing step, they neared a wide concrete entrance set into the hillside. A guard post stood under a harsh overhead light. 2 armed soldiers in tactical gear chatted, clearly bored. Ashley crouched behind a boulder, hooking her sensor jammer into a small drone. This will give us a short window. She launched the drone, and it floated silently behind the guard post. A flickering distortion rippled across the security cameras. The soldiers noticed something was off, but too late. Rafe darted forward, dispatching them with swift, silent takedowns. Tyler's stomach lurched. He'd never grown used to violence, but there was no turning back. They dragged the unconscious guards aside, scanning ID badges that Ashley reprogrammed on the spot. The heavy steel doors hissed open, revealing a long corridor lit by fluorescent tubes that buzzed like trapped insects. Inside, they encountered labyrinthine hallways, each leading to sealed chambers, labs, and offices. Helena led the way, occasionally stopping to check readouts on her disruptor. We need the main reactor room. That's where the quantum device draws its power. If we can sever the resonance core, we can shut it down, or blow it up if necessary. They passed through a corridor lined with thick glass, windows showcasing bizarre equipment, cylindrical tanks filled with luminescent fluid, twisted metallic structures pulsing with an eerie violet glow. Helena's face was tight with anger and regret. They've refined everything we worked on. I never wanted it used like this. Suddenly an alarm wailed. Red lights flashed overhead. They know we're here, Rafe hissed. The group sprinted through winding passages, narrowly dodging squads of armed personnel. Tyler's heart jackhammered in his chest. Every corridor felt like a trap. They ducked into a storage area, breath steaming in the chilled air. Too many guards, Ashley panted. We need a diversion. Helena nodded, checking her disruptor. If I can overload one of these secondary nodes, it might temporarily knock out the base's power, but it'll bring them running. That might be our only shot, Rafe agreed. They found a small sub-reactor control room behind a locked door. Ashley hacked the panel while the rest stood guard. The door hissed open, revealing a chamber lined with thick cables and server racks humming with unnatural energy. Helena hurried to the central console, her hands shaking slightly as she rewired circuits. "Cover me," she said, voice taut. Rafe and Tyler took defensive positions at the entrance, readying for the onslaught they were sure would come. Ashley hovered by Helena's side, occasionally pointing out system prompts. "Careful, you don't want to fry the wrong subsystem or we'll lose the disruptor feed." A distant thud signalled an approaching security detail. Another alarm blared, deeper in pitch, signalling a containment breach. The building shuddered, the early flickers of the sabotage. Helena gave a final twist to a cable and pressed a sequence of commands on the console. Sparks flew, and a surge of energy rattled the entire chamber. Lights flickered out, replaced by dim emergency beacons. The base's deep hum faltered. "Now!" Helena yelled. They sprinted back into the corridor. Gunfire erupted from behind as security forces advanced with flashlights bobbing in the darkness. Rafe fired short, controlled bursts, forcing the soldiers to take cover. Tyler's lungs burned as they dashed down flights of metal steps, searching for the main reactor. Finally, they reached a massive chamber reminiscent of a nuclear silo, but laced with alien architecture. towering columns pulsed with faint purple energy. In the centre, suspended by thick cables, hung a black sphere about 10 feet in diameter. Strange markings crawled across its surface, occasionally glowing in patterns that resembled script. "The quantum device," Helena breathed. "It's already primed." At that moment, footsteps thundered behind them. A phalanx of armed soldiers rushed in. Leading them was General Alexander Pike himself, garbed in tactical gear, face grim. Beside him stood Victor Carlyle in an immaculate suit, his hair slicked back, eyes gleaming with cold triumph. "You just couldn't leave well enough alone, Wheeler," Carlyle said, voice echoing in the cavernous chamber. "After all these centuries, did you really think a handful of renegades could stop this?" Pike raised a hand, and the soldiers aimed their weapons. "Stand down, all of you. Hand over the disruptor." Rafe's grip tightened on his rifle. Ashley, panting, clutched her side. Tyler noticed Helena's gaze flick between Carlyle, the quantum device, and the cables overhead. Then a new presence emerged from the shadows. A tall, hooded figure with an unsettling aura. It wore a sleek, dark robe that seemed to shift in the dim light. Even from a distance, Tyler sensed its intelligence. Ancient and inhuman. The Overseer. No one spoke as it drifted forward, each movement fluid, almost as if gravity had a different hold on it. When it finally spoke, the voice was neither masculine nor feminine, but a resonant chord that rattled the nerves. "You have come far, Tyler Wheeler," it said, turning its shrouded visage toward him. "Your ancestors helped sow the seeds of this new epoch. It is ironic you now seek to uproot them." Tyler felt a surge of nausea. What are you?" The Overseer's hood shifted, revealing only a vague shape. "We are the Watchers, the stewards of your species' evolution. This mission was born from the folly of man, but guided by us toward inevitable ascension." Carlyle stepped forward, his voice reverent. "We're on the brink of a new age, guided by them. Humanity's petty squabbles end, and a more perfect order emerges." Helena's eyes blazed with defiance. "You mean genocide? Billions dead, just so a few can reign over the ruins. How is that evolution?" The Overseer seemed to regard her coldly. "Every world must choose its path. Some embrace order, others fall. We have chosen to guide those willing to see the necessity of sacrifice." Tyler's anger flared. "That's not your choice to make. This is our world." Pike raised his weapon, muzzle trained on Tyler's chest. "Sentimentality. We do what must be done." Time slowed. Helena's hand darted toward the disruptor, flipping a hidden switch. The device hummed. For an instant, Tyler wondered if it would even work. Then a burst of energy pulsed outward. The soldiers staggered, reeling from sudden feedback in their earpieces. Carlyle grabbed his temples, howling. The Overseer hissed, a spine-chilling sound. Sparks danced around the alien sphere, cables crackling. The entire chamber flickered as if reality itself had been jolted. Rafe seized the moment, unleashing covering fire. The team dove behind large crates as bullets ricocheted. Pike shouted orders, but confusion reigned. Some of his men collapsed, disoriented by the disruptor's high-frequency wave. Carlyle stumbled, eyes wild. The Overseer glided backward, momentarily destabilized by the resonance. Helena frantically adjusted the disruptor's settings. One more surge might overload the device. It could destroy everything in here, including us. Tyler locked eyes with her. "We have no choice. Do it." She recalibrated the disruptor, but a warning beep indicated critical instability. The quantum sphere pulsed dangerously, the alien markings flaring from purple to crimson. The hum intensified to a shriek. "We have to detach the main cable," Helena shouted over the roar. "Manual release up there." She pointed to a high catwalk. Tyler didn't hesitate. He bolted for the nearby ladder, ignoring Rafe's shout to wait. Bullets whizzed by. He climbed, arms shaking. The metal catwalk swayed. Down below, the Overseer's robed form raised an elongated arm, emitting a bizarre energy wave that knocked several soldiers off their feet. Tyler reached the cable, a thick, pulsating conduit of alien alloy. A handle mechanism glowed, refusing to budge under normal force. Summoning every ounce of strength, he yanked on the release lever. At first it held fast. Then with a groan, the coupling burst free. The cable whipped about, sparks flying, and the quantum sphere's glow faltered. Below, the Overseer let out an unearthly wail, perhaps sensing the mission's unravelling. Pike cursed, levelling his weapon at Helena. Before he could fire, Rafe tackled him, the two men crashing into a tangle of cables. Carlyle, half-dazed, tried to flee, but Ashley's quick shot to his leg sent him sprawling, shouting in agony. The sphere flickered, light strobing dangerously. Overhead, speakers crackled with a computerized warning. Catastrophic resonance imbalance detected. Evacuate immediately. Tyler scrambled down the ladder, nearly losing his footing as the catwalk lurched. The entire facility was in meltdown. White-hot arcs of energy crackled from the severed cable. Helena, disruptor in hand, rushed toward the sphere's control console, determined to deal the final blow, and then the Overseer moved with inhuman speed, crossing the chamber in seconds. Its robe flared, revealing slender, elongated limbs. It lashed out, striking Helena's arm. She cried out, dropping the disruptor. The device skittered across the floor, dangerously close to the swirling energies. Ashley scooped up a fallen rifle, firing in short bursts. Sparks danced along the Overseer's form. It recoiled, shuddering, as if the bullets disrupted some protective field. Rafe, stumbling away from Pike's limp body, grabbed Helena, pulling her to safety. Tyler saw the disruptor lying amid debris, so close to the flickering cables that his hair stood on end from the static charge. He lunged for it, ignoring the searing pain in his fingertips as arcs of energy lashed out. He seized the disruptor. Helena's eyes met his, fear mingling with resolve. The sphere overhead raged, flickering between violet, red and black. The entire facility thundered. Tyler jammed the disruptor into the console, pressing its manual. Override. A final, deafening surge of feedback rocked the chamber. The sphere cracked like an egg, releasing a blinding burst of energy that blasted outward. Tyler's vision went white. When Tyler Wheeler's vision cleared, he found himself sprawled on the cold metal floor, ears ringing and everything tinted in flickering red light. Smoke billowed from ruptured conduits, and sparks rained from shattered fixtures. Somewhere in the distance, an alarm droned like a dying animal. He forced himself upright, blinking away the haze. The quantum sphere now hung lifeless, fractured down its centre. Strange, viscous fluids seeped from its cracked shell, steaming on the floor. Whatever energy it once harboured had been unleashed, or spent. The Overseer lay collapsed near the control console, its robe torn. Its elongated limbs twitched, attempting to stand but failing. The disruptor had done catastrophic damage to the device it had guided for centuries and possibly to itself. Tyler felt a strange mixture of dread and pity as he watched the alien being struggle in vain. General Pike's body lay slumped against a pile of debris, silent. Victor Carlyle was pinned under a fallen girder, moaning and clawing at the air. One of his legs was twisted at an impossible angle. The once impeccable mogul now looked like a trapped animal. Rafe DeLuca, Helena Moore and Ashley Winters emerged from behind a half-collapsed partition. Their clothes were singed, hair matted with sweat and dust, but they were alive. Helena clutched at her bruised arm while Ashley helped prop her up. Rafe, weapon still in hand, scanned the chamber for threats. "Tyler," Rafe called, relief flooding his voice. "You all right?" Tyler coughed. "Been better." Helena hurried over to inspect the quantum device's remains, gingerly stepping through the wreckage. The sphere is cracked wide open. The resonance meltdown must have neutralized it, but the facility is unstable. We have to leave now. An ominous rumble echoed through the base. The overhead console flickered, then spat out a computerized warning. Containment breach in progress. Reactor meltdown imminent. Ashley's eyes widened. If the meltdown hits the deeper levels, it might trigger a bigger explosion, or cause a chain reaction with whatever alien hardware is still active. Rafe nodded grimly. We can't let a massive blast go off here. Who knows what effect it might have on the region? The fallback plan was to sabotage the device, but we never planned for a meltdown of this scale. Helena's gaze darted to the broken disruptor. We might still be able to override the meltdown sequence from the main control station, but someone has to stay behind to operate it. And with the system in this state, it's basically a suicide mission. Tyler felt a surge of horror, but also a grim acceptance. We can't let the Highlands be contaminated, or worse. If this place blows with alien technology, inside it could ignite the geophysical nightmares we were trying to prevent. Ashley set her jaw. We'll do what we have to. Maybe we can set it on a timer. No time, Helena cut in, scanning the battered terminals. It has to be done manually. The meltdown sequence is locked behind multiple fail-safes. Before anyone could argue, Tyler stepped forward. I'll do it. Rafe shook his head fiercely. No, we came this far together, Tyler. We can find another way. But Tyler simply looked at the shattered sphere, the broken body of the Overseer, and the entire conspiracy that had nearly claimed the planet. He remembered all the revelations, centuries of manipulation, wars orchestrated, countless lives sacrificed. He thought of the legacy his own ancestors had played in paving the way for this mission. I started this, Tyler said, voice trembling with suppressed emotion. I stumbled on the truth, and all of you risk your lives. I can't ask you to stay. Besides, I'm the one who has to break this chain for good. Helena's eyes brimmed. She gently placed her uninjured hand on Tyler's shoulder. Let me help you. I can at least show you which overrides to engage. Rafe and Ashley exchanged haunted looks, but knew time was short. The facility shuddered again, metal groaning. Over the PA system, a robotic voice droned. 90 seconds to melt down. Across the chamber, Carlyle let out a pained shriek, still trapped. Rafe spared him a final glance. He's done. There's no saving him. They made their decision in a heartbeat. Ashley rummaged for any data or physical evidence they could carry out. Rafe helped Helena stand. Tyler steeled himself, stepping over shattered glass to reach a half-functional control station. Tyler, Rafe said softly. Thank you. Tyler nodded, swallowing hard. Get out. Expose everything. Don't let them spin this. As Ashley and Rafe supported Helena, they broke into a run, heading back through the scorched corridors. Tyler's heart clenched watching them go. For a fraction of a moment he considered following, but no, the meltdown had to be contained. He set to work on the console, sweat and soot dripping down his face. Helena had pointed out the meltdown override, a nest of controls with a final manual lever that would divert the reactor's energy into a sealed reservoir. The process would blow out the reservoir, but keep the chain reaction from tearing through the rest of the facility. The Overseer let out a rattling hiss, propping itself against a broken column. Tyler glanced over. He could feel the alien's disapproval and ageless malice in those half-obscured features. He pressed the override codes, lights flashing in frantic protest. A screen flickered. Manual release in T-minus 45 seconds. He could barely hear the system voice over the collapsing ceiling panels and crackle of electricity. Summoning the last of his courage, Tyler slammed the final lever. Gears ground, sending shockwaves through the entire reactor chamber. He braced himself as a wave of scorching air rushed past, extinguishing the overhead lights. Rafe, Ashley and Helena sprinted through the base, dodging falling debris and leaping over collapsed walkways. The walls shook violently. Sections of the ceiling caved in, revealing a storm-lashed sky above. Rain poured through the jagged openings, sizzling on superheated machinery. They barely made it out the main entrance before it groaned and buckled. The hillside itself seemed to cave, swallowing half the structure into a sinkhole of twisted steel and burning rubble. A blast of wind knocked them off their feet. Dust and debris swirled in a maelstrom of chaos. When the roar subsided, they looked back at the partially sunken facility. Smoke and flickering fires dotted the landscape, but it didn't appear the meltdown had spread beyond the immediate site. Tyler had done it. He'd contained the explosion, sacrificing himself so that billions could live free from alien-imposed catastrophe. Helena sank to her knees, tears mixing with the rain on her face. "He saved us all," she whispered, her voice breaking. Rafe bowed his head, fists clenched in silent rage and sorrow. Ashley gently rested a hand on Helena's shoulder, eyes full of a grief that mirrored both loss and relief. Their reprieve was shattered by the sound of helicopter rotors. For a heartbeat they tensed, expecting another wave of conspirators. But the craft bore UN markings. Word of the meltdown must have spread, or perhaps local authorities reported an explosion. The battered trio steeled themselves to reveal the truth. News outlets around the world lit up with rumours of a mysterious explosion in the Scottish Highlands. Official statements from various governments contradicted each other, some claiming it was a natural gas pocket, others hinting at a rogue military test. Yet the infiltration team, Rafe, Helena and Ashley, quietly reached out to trusted journalists, whistleblowers and international watchdogs. Carlyle Holdings collapsed under scandal. Evidence of illegal arms dealings, financial manipulations and covert warmongering surfaced. Victor Carlyle, found half dead at the site, lay in a military hospital under heavy guard, facing charges of treason and crimes against humanity. General Pike was declared dead, his involvement in a global conspiracy overshadowing any national accolades he once held. Documents and data leaked by Ashley exposed the centuries-old infiltration by an alien alliance. Though many dismissed the claims as outlandish, enough evidence forced governments worldwide to confront uncomfortable questions. Rumours circulated of covert hearings at the UN, top brass called to testify in closed-door sessions. In the public domain, the Anglo-Saxon mission was dismissed by official sources as a fringe conspiracy theory. But behind closed doors, it caused a seismic shift in global politics. The nuclear tensions orchestrated by Carlyle and Pike's conspirators began to subside, the world's eyes struggling to refocus on the possibility that humanity had nearly been manipulated into its own extinction. Helena Moore, scarred but resolute, worked with an underground team of scientists to ensure that any further traces of alien technology were either neutralized or disclosed. Ashley Winters continued her hacking crusade, systematically dismantling hidden networks the conspirators had set up over decades. Rafe DeLuca, haunted by Tyler's sacrifice, quietly formed a new coalition of free agents dedicated to rooting out what remained of the mission's influence. The lingering question was whether the Overseer truly perished in the meltdown. Some whispers suggested it might have escaped, or that others of its kind still lurked in hidden enclaves, waiting to resume the grand experiment. In a world rife with secrets, only time would tell if humanity's brush with annihilation was truly over. On a drizzly afternoon, Rafe stood at the edge of a modest memorial in a secluded part of the English countryside, an unmarked stone beneath a towering oak. He placed a single flower there, water droplets running off the petals. "This was the least we could do," Helena said softly, joining him. Ashley lingered nearby, eyes downcast. Rafe nodded, voice gruff with emotion. Tyler Wheeler believed in the truth. He believed that no matter how vast the conspiracy, or how powerful the oppressors, standing up for what's right mattered. Because if no one does, we lose our humanity. Helena placed her hand on the stone. He changed everything. In the end, we exposed them. We're still here, still fighting, and we have Tyler to thank for that. A breeze rattled the leaves overhead, as though echoing that sentiment. They stood in silence, letting their grief mingle with gratitude. None of them knew if the Overseer's threat was truly gone, or if a new shadow would rise to replace it. But they did know that Tyler's legacy would carry on in every act of resistance against the hidden forces that sought to mould the world in their own image. As they turned to leave, the clouds parted just enough for a brief shaft of sunlight to illuminate the stone. Perhaps it was a coincidence of weather, or perhaps something more profound. A small sign that in the unending struggle between darkness and light, hope still found a way to endure. The compass of a fallen star. The year of our Lord 1798 was, for a man of reason, a crucible. From the lecture hall of the University of Edinburgh, I, Professor Alistair MacGregor, saw the world as a grand and elegant clockwork, its gears governed by observable laws, its future propelled by the engine of logic. The revolutionary fervour spilling from France, the pamphlets screaming of conspiracy and shadow governments, these were but the grinding of ill-fitted cogs, the hysterical symptoms of a society struggling to shed the skin of superstition. Gentlemen, I would declaim to my students of natural philosophy, history is not a ghost story. It is a science. It is driven by economics, by politics, by the measurable tides of human ambition, not by secret societies and phantoms in the dark. I believed it with every fibre of my being. My ordered world began its slow fracture on a damp Tuesday in October. An invitation arrived, delivered by a silent courier. The parchment was heavy, the ink a deep, lustrous black. But it was the seal that held my attention, a waxen emblem of a compass and a square, symbols I recognised from the architectural guilds, but here imbued with a solemn, almost ecclesiastical gravity. It was an invitation to a private gathering of the local Masonic lodge. My intellectual pride, that most subtle of vices, was piqued. To dismiss such things from the podium was one thing. To observe them with a scientist's eye was another entirely. The lodge was a world unto itself, hidden behind the unassuming facade of a building I had passed 1,000 times. Inside, the air was thick with incense and the low hum of ritual. I saw men I knew, judges, merchants, even a fellow professor, their faces made alien by the flickering candlelight and the gravity of their ceremonial aprons. It was a tableau of arcane theatre, a living relic of a pre-Enlightenment age. I felt the smug detachment of the anthropologist observing a primitive rite. After the ceremony, a man named Brother Thomas, his face a roadmap of aged wisdom, took me aside. "Professor MacGregor," he said, his voice a low conspiratorial whisper, "we value a sceptical mind. It sharpens the faith of those around it. Allow me to present you with a philosophical puzzle." He produced a single vellum page, a transcript from what he called a rare Rosicrucian text, the Fama Fraternitatis. It spoke in riddles of a house of the Holy Spirit, a brotherhood dedicated to a silent reformation of the world. "Mere allegory, of course," Thomas said with a thin smile, "a relic of a more credulous time." That night, in the solitary comfort of my study, I treated the text not as allegory, but as a cipher. The discipline of my mind, honed on Newton and Locke, bent itself to this new task. By the time the first grey light of dawn touched my window, I had shattered the code. My blood ran cold. This was no philosophical tract. It was a blueprint. I saw the name Adam Weishaupt, a figure I knew only from the most rabid anti-revolutionary pamphlets. Here, his words were revered. The document outlined a strategy for what he termed illuminated Freemasonry, a plan not for harmless fraternity, but for a global insurgency with a singular, terrifying goal: to root out all of the religious establishments and overturning all the existing governments of Europe. My hands trembled. The clockwork of my universe had just skipped a beat. It was surely a forgery, an elaborate historical prank designed to frighten fools. But the mathematical precision of the cipher, the cold logic of its structure, it was undeniable. I sat there, the document spread before me, my world of reason warring with a chilling, encroaching dread. The war would not last long. I awoke hours later, slumped in my chair to find my study in disarray. The fire was cold, the door ajar, and my notes, the pages where I had painstakingly revealed the cipher's grim secrets, were gone. The original text, however, lay untouched on my desk, a silent, mocking invitation to a game I now knew was terrifyingly real. The violation of my study was a violation of my soul. My sanctuary of reason, of books and ordered thought, had been breached by a force that left no trace but a gaping void where my certainty used to be. A primal panic, an instinct I thought I had long since suppressed through intellectual discipline, seized me. I had to find Brother Thomas. I found him in a dim-lit public house. His avuncular wisdom curdled into stark terror. He flinched at my approach, his eyes darting towards the door. "You were not supposed to solve it," he hissed, his hand shaking so violently he spilled his ale. "It was a test of loyalty, not intellect." "A test for what?" I demanded, my voice low and urgent. "The inner circle," he breathed, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. "The order of death. They are not like us, Professor. They are the architects behind the stage." He spoke of a conspiracy so vast it defied imagination, a plan orchestrated not for fraternity, but for absolute dominion. Before he could elaborate, two figures detached themselves from the tavern shadows. They were dressed in dark, severe coats, their faces impassive, their movements economical and predatory. They flanked Thomas, their presence sucking the warmth from the room. He looked at me, his eyes wide with a final desperate plea. "The skull and bones," he whispered, a thread of a voice. "They used the protocols to blame the Jews. But the plan is their own." Then they were gone, melting back into the Edinburgh mist with their captive, leaving me alone with his cryptic, terrifying legacy. I was now a fugitive in my own city. The familiar Masonic symbols carved into the lintels and keystones of Edinburgh's grand buildings no longer looked like quaint historical details. They seemed like the eyes of a hidden beast watching me. I remembered Thomas mentioning a final failsafe, a key to the archive, a small brass key he had pressed into my palm during our first meeting, which I had dismissed as part of the Masonic theatre. A scribbled address led me not to a grand institution, but to a dusty, forgotten bookbinder's shop. The key opened a door behind a false wall of shelving, revealing a hidden library, a trove of forbidden knowledge. It was there I found it, an unpublished manuscript by my university colleague John Robison, titled Proofs of a Conspiracy. It was a meticulous academic confirmation of everything Thomas had feared. Robison had documented the Illuminati's infiltration of the Continental Lodges, detailing their methods with chilling clarity, fomenting class wars under the banner of freedom, seizing control of the press to act as a mouthpiece, and installing their agents in positions of power. But it was a folder of maps tucked within the manuscript that stopped my heart. It contained a pristine copy of Pierre L'Enfant's original plan for Washington, D.C., the new capital of the fledgling American Republic. Tucked beside it was a Masonic cipher wheel, its symbols matching those in Roberson's text. With trembling hands, I aligned the cipher over the map. The streets, squares, and circles of the planned city resolved into a perfect blasphemous shape, an inverted pentagram, its lowest point piercing the grounds of the future White House. The geometry was too precise to be coincidence. This was architecture as a cult ritual. As I stared, another layer of the cipher revealed itself. It spoke of a second Jerusalem, not a city, but a subterranean chamber, a vault, and within that vault, a worshipful master's chair, waiting to be installed beneath the dome of the yet unbuilt capital, a throne for a coming king, a world leader who would rule from the heart of this new, engineered empire. The hunt began in earnest. The men who pursued me were not the local constabulary. They were spectres, moving with a purpose that transcended mere law enforcement. I caught a glimpse of an emblem on one of their lapels, a small silver pin of a skull with two crossed bones, the Order of Death. Brother Thomas's final, panicked warning now had a face. Every shadow in the cobbled alleys of Edinburgh seemed to hold them. My academic life was over, burned to the ground along with my belief in a rational world. My only hope was to flee, to cross the Atlantic and expose the conspiracy in the very nation they sought to make their throne. The sea voyage was a purgatory of salt spray and soul-searching. Stripped of my library and the comforting armour of my academic certainties, I had only the few occult texts I had managed to save from Roberson's collection. I read them now not as a historian, but as a terrified believer. The Rosicrucian manifestos, Weishaupt's doctrines. They were no longer abstract theories. They were the operating manuals of the men who hunted me. In the howling void of the open ocean I found myself doing something I had not done since childhood. I prayed. It was not the elegant philosophical prayer to a distant clockmaker god, but a raw, desperate plea for deliverance from a tangible and profound evil. My transformation was hastened by an encounter with a fellow passenger, a German watchmaker named Klaus, fleeing the political turmoil in his homeland. Seeing the books I carried, he confided in me in hushed tones. He spoke of a secret society born in the halls of Yale College in America, an offshoot of the German Illuminati. He spoke of their chilling philosophy, a dark interpretation of Hegel. They believed that history was a thesis, to be opposed by a manufactured antithesis, a war, a revolution, a financial collapse. From the ashes of that conflict they would build their synthesis, a new world order, born from chaos of their own making. "They do not take sides," Klaus whispered, his eyes wide with a fear that mirrored my own. "They create the sides," his words were, a key, unlocking another layer of the Washington, D.C. map. I saw it clearly now, the grand avenues forming the legs of a Masonic compass, the White House and Capitol building its pivot points. The second Jerusalem was not a metaphor, it was a physical place, a vault for unholy relics designed to anoint and empower the figurehead of this new order. The master's chair was a literal throne for the man they would install, a man the scriptures might call Antichrist. I arrived in Philadelphia, the temporary capital, a man reborn into a nightmare. The city buzzed with the energy of a new nation, but I saw only the conspiracy's tendrils. My attempts to warn members of Congress were met with polite, dismissive smiles. I was treated as a madman, a purveyor of the very European hysteria they claimed their republic was founded to escape. My efforts were further thwarted by a journalist from a prominent gazette, a man whose questions were too pointed, whose scepticism was too polished. He was, one of them, an agent of the press placed there to discredit, to control the narrative. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. Washington, D.C. was not yet a city. It was a wound in the earth, a mire of mud, felled trees, and naked ambition. The grand avenues on L'Enfant's map were little more than rutted tracks, and the great buildings were skeletal scaffolds clawing at a grey sky. It felt like a place outside of time, a primordial landscape where a new world was being birthed, and I feared I knew the nature of its soul. I made my way to the construction site of the capital. There, half submerged in the mud, was the cornerstone. A brief inquiry with the stonemasons confirmed my fears. It had been laid months prior in a full Masonic ceremony, a ritualistic claiming of the nation's symbolic heart. Time was running out. It was there, in the shadow of the nascent dome, that he found me. He was not a brute or a common thug. He was impeccably dressed, his English accent honed in the halls of Yale, his demeanour one of chilling intellectual calm. He introduced himself only as the Patriarch. "Professor McGregor," he began, his voice devoid of menace, yet carrying an absolute authority. "You have been a most persistent anomaly, a testament to the untidiness of the human intellect." He explained the Order's creed with the dispassionate air of a biologist explaining the behaviour of insects. Humanity, he said, was a rudderless beast, driven by base passion and fear. It did not need freedom, it needed shepherds. "We provide the storm and the shelter from it," he said, a faint smile touching his lips. "We fund the revolution and the counter-revolution. We arm both sides of every war. We steer civilization through a sea of chaos of our own design, towards a harbour of absolute order." He spoke of a global state, a synthesis of the efficiencies of capitalism and the controls of communism. It would be a fascist paradise, ruled by an enlightened hereditary elite. Democracy was merely a phase, a tool to dismantle the old monarchies before it too was discarded. And then he made his offer. "Your mind is a rare instrument, Professor. It could be of use to the great work. Join us, or be a footnote in a history that will be written by us, a footnote we can very easily erase." He spoke of the relics, not as myths, but as tools, artifacts of immense psychic power that would be used in a ritual to consecrate the very ground we stood on, preparing it for the arrival of a future leader, a Rex Mundi, a king of the world. My life's work, my unwavering belief in reason, dissolved in the face of this seductive satanic logic. Here was an evil that did not rave like a madman, but lectured like a philosopher. "I will not," I said, the words feeling small and inadequate against the scale of his vision. The Patriarch's smile vanished. A pity. The chase was a desperate scramble through the skeletal framework of the future city. But I had an advantage. The Patriarch had underestimated the power of the very knowledge he had dangled before me. I had memorised the Masonic blueprints. I knew the hidden passages, the unfinished tunnels, the secret symmetries of the construction site. As his agents closed in, I found it. A disguised entrance, a stone slab beneath the capital's foundation, exactly where the maps had promised it would be. I slipped into the darkness, the sounds of my pursuers fading behind me. The air that met me was ancient and cold. I descended into the second Jerusalem. It was a vast torch-lit cavern, its architecture subtly wrong, its angles seeming to shift and bend at the edge of my vision. It was a place built according to a geometry not of Euclid, but of nightmare. In the centre of the cavern stood a simple, unadorned stone chair. It seemed to absorb the torchlight, and I felt a faint, sickening vibration emanating from it, a low hum that resonated in my bones. Dozens of figures in dark robes were gathered around it. The skull and bones. They were not here to anoint a leader. Their ritual was one of preparation, a long and patient consecration of this unholy ground for a master who was yet to come. On a crude stone altar lay the relics, yellowed scrolls that seemed to writhe in the flickering light, and a crystalline artifact that pulsed with a soft, malevolent glow like a captured star. The patriarch stood before the altar. "You see, Professor," his voice echoed in the vast chamber, carrying an unnerving calm. "This is not about a single lifetime. This is the great work of ages. We are but the latest in a long line of stewards, tending the garden until the true master arrives to claim his throne." He spoke of their promise to a coming power, a being of immense will who would unite the world under a single iron fist. They were not merely conspirators, they were acolytes, high priests of a dark faith. I knew then that I could not stop them with force. I was one man against centuries of momentum, but I possessed a weapon they had overlooked, a tool of my own vanquished world. Tucked in my satchel was a small, portable printing press, its metal frame heavy with the weight of the Enlightenment. I could not fight them, but I could bear witness. I could print a single page, a manifesto, a declaration. I could expose their symbols, their plot, their very existence. The choice was absolute. To print the page was to announce my presence, to sacrifice my only chance of escape. I would be caught. I would be killed. My name would be erased, just as the patriarch had promised. The alternative was to flee, to save my own skin while the great work continued, unopposed, in the secret heart of the world. It was a choice between my life and the soul of a future I could barely comprehend. It was a choice between the cold calculus of survival and a final, desperate act of faith. Faith that the truth, once set free, could never be fully recaptured. As the patriarch raised the glowing crystal and the cultist chant rose to a fever pitch, a new sound joined their chorus, the rhythmic, mechanical clank, clank, clank of the printing press. It was the sound of reason's last stand. The robed figures turned as one, their faces illuminated by the unholy light of the crystal, were masks of pure fury. The patriarch's eyes met mine across the cavern, his look of intellectual curiosity replaced by one of murderous rage. I pulled the freshly inked page from the press. The ink was still wet, the letters stark against the cheap paper. I held it aloft, a single sheet against an ocean of darkness. It was a declaration of resistance. It was a testament. It was a prayer, cast into the void. In the year 1851, during an expansion of the United States Capitol, a construction worker pried loose a floor stone in a forgotten sub-basement. Beneath it, he found a single, preserved sheet of parchment. Its ink faded, its edges smudged with what might have been dirt or dried blood. It contained a strange amalgam of Masonic symbols, architectural diagrams of the city above, and a frantic handwritten text. The final lines read, "They believe themselves architects of the future, weaving a grand design from shadow and deceit. But truth is not a structure to be built or demolished. It is a seed, and once planted it can shatter any foundation. Let this be my proof. Let this be my faith." The Delos Anomaly. The year is 1976, but the machine they ride is a ghost from an era officially declared over. The lunar module, christened Intrepid, smelled of recycled oxygen and ozone, a scent William Rutledge associated with coffins and cockpits. Below them, the far side of the moon swelled, a monochrome desert of impossible beauty and absolute indifference. It was a place where shadows weren't merely an absence of light, but a physical presence, ancient and heavy. "Detachment confirmed," Rutledge reported, his voice a flat line of practiced calm. "CSM constellation is clear. We're on our own." His words were a lie, and everyone on the loop knew it. They were anything but on their own. High above, Leona Snyder, their command module pilot, was their orbital anchor, a voice of cool professionalism from a woman he'd trained with but never truly known. On Earth, 2 mission controls listened in parallel silence. One, a skeleton crew at Vandenberg Air Force Base, was a sterile USAF operation room humming with the quiet menace of a black project. The other, thousands of miles away in Yevpatoria, belonged to the Soviets. Two empires, locked in a Cold War everywhere else, were here yoked to a single explosive secret. The official history books had already been printed. Apollo 17 was the grand finale. The Apollo-Soyuz test project of 75 was the public handshake, the meticulously choreographed theatre piece. This, Apollo 20, was the truth buried beneath it, a mission not of exploration, but of plunder. Beside him, Alexei Leonov was a statue carved from Soviet granite. The first man to walk in the void, a living legend whose presence on this mission was the ultimate political concession. His gaze was fixed on the viewport, where the target was growing from a photographic anomaly into a terrifying reality. First spotted by the Apollo 15 crew in 71, it was a colossal cigar-shaped form jammed into the lip of the Delport crater, a derelict, titan that had no right to be there. Altitude 40,000 feet, Leonov murmured, his English precise, accented with the weight of a history different from Rutledge's. All systems nominal, Commander. Rutledge was a former test pilot, a man who had made a career of pushing experimental aircraft to their breaking points over desolate landscapes. He was chosen for this mission not for his scientific acumen, but for his cold-blooded ability to follow orders under duress. But no flight manual, no emergency checklist had an entry for this. The ship below them was not a piece of hardware. It was a monument. It felt from this altitude like they were descending upon a god's tomb. He could see the pockmarks of micrometeoroid impacts peppering its hull, a billion-year-old testament to its silent vigil. Vandenberg, intrepid, Rutledge transmitted, his thumb hovering over the switch that would divert the channel. Confirming visual, the object is stable, no signs of activity. The word hung in the air. Their mission briefing had been clear. This was a dead ship. A relic. Their objective was to land, enter and retrieve the prize, the control systems, the power source, anything that would give one nation a definitive, insurmountable edge over the other. It was a grave-robbing operation on a cosmic scale. Copy that, Intrepid, Snyder's voice cut through, a welcome tether to the mission plan. Data stream looks clean from up here. We're seeing nothing but background radiation. You're clear for the final phase. Her voice was a coded message within a message. Get the asset. The Intrepid was a chimera. On the surface, it was a standard Apollo lunar module, but its guts were laced with classified military upgrades. The storage bays, once meant for rock boxes and science experiments, now held cutting-edge, for 1976, drilling tools, plasma cutters, and sensor packages designed by minds at Bell Labs who weren't told what they were designing them for. As they dropped below 10,000 feet, the sheer scale of the derelict became overwhelming. It wasn't a ship that had landed in a crater, it was a mountain that had fallen from the sky. Rutledge felt a tremor of pure, unadulterated awe, a feeling so profound it bordered on terror. 500 feet, Leonov called out, his knuckles white on his console. Dust is kicking up. Landing zone looks good. The Intrepid settled with a gentle shudder. For a moment the only sound was the whirring of the gyros and the hiss of their own breath. The engine died, and a silence unlike anything on Earth descended. Outside, the lunar dust, undisturbed for an eternity, began to drift back to the ground. Then a new sound. A soft electronic chime from the sensor panel. A single amber light blinked with a steady, insistent rhythm. "What is that?" Rutledge asked, his voice sharp. Leonov leaned closer, his brow furrowed. Anomalous energy reading. Low frequency. Rhythmic. He looked from the console to Rutledge, his stoic mask finally cracking. It was not there on any of the orbital scans. It It is coming from the ship. Rutledge stared out the triangular window at the silent alien Leviathan. The pulse was too faint for their ears, but he felt it in his teeth, in the bones of his skull. A slow, steady heartbeat in the dark. Their tomb was not as quiet as they were led to believe. The first boot print on the far side felt like a desecration. Rutledge and Leonov moved with the bouncing gait of the 1/6 gravity, their shadows stretching long and skeletal across the grey plains. The Intrepid stood behind them, a spindly, temporary intrusion. Ahead, the alien ship blotted out the stars. It was a landscape of impossible geometry, a sheer cliff face of unknown, non-reflective metal that seemed to drink the harsh sunlight. The entry point should be 200 metres northeast of our position, Rutledge said, his voice tight in the comms. A fissure from an ancient impact. Ancient is an understatement, Commander, Leonov replied, his gaze sweeping across the derelict's flank. My geologist's soul weeps. This craft is older than the crater it rests in, by my estimate, at least 1.5 billion years. They found the fissure, a jagged tear in the hull wide enough for them to enter single file. The edges of the metal were not sharp but flowed, as if the material had healed itself into a scar. Inside, the silence was a tangible thing. The universe went mute. All Rutledge could hear was the frantic thumping of his own heart and the rasp of Leonov's regulated breathing. The interior was not a machine, it was a city, a ruined, silent metropolis of scrap and whispers. They stood in a vast hexagonal corridor that stretched into darkness, its walls lined with phosphorescent calligraphy that pulsed with a faint residual light. The air, thin and metallic, carried a scent of ozone and coal dust. Their suit sensors registered trace elements, breathable, in pockets, but profoundly alien. Look, Leonov whispered, pointing with a gloved hand. Nearby, half buried in debris, was a smaller vessel, triangular in shape, as if it had been a scout ship or a fighter, or quickly gave way to a creeping claustrophobic dread. The architecture was organic, unsettling. There were no hard angles, no visible seams or rivets. It felt grown, not built. Rutledge, mission-focused, pushed them deeper. His orders were to find the command centre, the cockpit, and its power source. We need to find the core systems, Rutledge stated, trying to inject a note of authority he no longer felt. They drifted through cavernous chambers and narrow, winding passages. In one area, they found what looked like triangular rocks, each the size of a fist set in alcoves. As they passed, the stones seemed to weep a viscous yellow fluid that clung to their surfaces in perfect shimmering tears. Leonov, ever the scientist, reached out to collect a sample, but Rutledge waved him off. Not yet. Stick to the plan. Then they saw the tubes. Long crystalline cylinders ran along the upper sections of the corridors like conduits. Inside each tube, suspended in a solidified amber-like substance, were the fossilized remains of small creatures. They were no more than 10 centimeters long, delicate and insectoid, frozen in silent rows. A crew? Or cargo? Leonov wondered aloud. Or provisions, Rutledge added grimly. That's when the flickers started. At the very edge of his vision, Rutledge saw a shape, tall, slender, humanoid, dissipate like heat haze. He blinked, dismissing it as a trick of the light, an artifact of his oxygen mix. But then he saw another, and another, echoes of a presence that was no longer there. Leonov saw them too. Quantum memory, he breathed. The term a piece of speculative science from some obscure Soviet journal. The ship. It remembers. We are walking through ghosts. Rutledge refused to believe it. It's fatigue, Alexei. Hypoxia. Let's focus. But he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, not by eyes, but by the very walls around them. The low, rhythmic pulse they had detected from the Intrepid was stronger in here, a resonant hum that vibrated through the soles of their boots. "Commander," came Snyder's voice, sharp and laced with static, "that energy signature is spiking, and it's not random. It's coalescing on your position." Before Rutledge could respond, a section of the hexagonal corridor behind them began to move. Not with the grinding of gears or the hiss of hydraulics, but with a silent, fluid grace. The walls themselves contracted, forming an iris-like aperture that sealed shut with a soft, final click. They were cut off, trapped. The resonant hum intensified, climbing from a subsonic vibration into an audible, multi-tonal chant. The phosphorescent calligraphy on the walls flared, casting their shadows in sharp, dancing relief. Rutledge and Leonov stood, back to back, their sample tools now held like useless clubs. The silence was broken. The whispering labyrinth had found its voice. The ship was waking up. The glowing calligraphy shifted from a passive ambient light to an active, flowing script, as if a billion years of dormant thought were suddenly coursing through the vessel's veins. From hidden alcoves in the hexagonal walls, things emerged. They were small, no larger than a human hand, and fashioned from a material like polished obsidian. Insectoid drones moving with a silent, terrifying purpose. "Hostiles!" Rutledge yelled, the word absurdly inadequate. Their mission had just turned from salvage to survival. These were not relics, they were custodians. Automated, yes, but intelligent. The Black Project briefing had included contingencies. Tucked into their leg holsters were modified firearms, low-impulse projectile weapons designed for the vacuum. Grave robbing required tools for every eventuality. The first drone darted toward Leonov. He swung his geological hammer, a clumsy arc in the low gravity, and connected. The drone shattered into crystalline dust, but two more took its place. A thin, ruby-red laser shot from one, searing a black line across the chest plate of Leonov's suit. "Suit breach," Leonov grunted, stumbling back. "Minor, but the outer layer is compromised." An EVA gunfight erupted in the billion-year-old tomb. The reports of their weapons were muffled thuds, the projectiles kicking up puffs of ancient dust where they struck the walls. It was a deadly, disorienting ballet. The drones were faster, their movements unbound by a human nervous system. They didn't attack aggressively, but defensively, herding the two astronauts, cutting off their paths of retreat, their lasers surgically precise. Panic, cold and sharp, began to fray the edges of Rutledge's military discipline. His training was for men and machines, for enemies who obeyed the laws of physics as he understood them. This was something else entirely. He realized with his sickening certainty that the AI wasn't a central computer. It was the ship itself, a distributed sentient architecture. They weren't fighting a security system. They were fighting the ghost in the machine. "Snyder, do you read me?" Rutledge shouted into his comm. "We're under attack. Repeat, we're engaged by automated defences." "I read you, Intrepid," her voice came back, but it was different, colder. "I'm analysing their energy patterns. They're not operating on any recognisable frequency, but I might have a way in." In orbit, Leona Snyder was enacting a different part of the mission plan. She wasn't just their eyes in the sky, she was their black box hacker. The Constellation was equipped with a system designed by the USAF's deepest black research divisions, a forbidden code generator, built to interface with non-human technology. Its existence was a secret even from most of the mission planners. Now she was deploying it, sending invasive signals toward the derelict, attempting to disrupt the drones. It was the worst possible move. On the ground, the defensive response escalated tenfold. The drones, which had been disabling and herding, now attacked with lethal intent. A laser sliced across Leonov's thigh, and he cried out, his leg buckling. Rutledge dragged him behind a massive rib-like spar of metal, firing blindly at the swarming obsidian shapes. "Snyder, cease transmission," Rutledge ordered. "You're making it worse." "Negative, Commander," she replied, her voice now devoid of any warmth. "I'm getting through. I'm accessing their memory banks. My God." Her voice trailed off, replaced by the crackle of static. In that moment of distraction, Rutledge felt a profound, chilling realization. Their mission wasn't just plunder. It was a test of the hacking tool. They were the bait. Through the comm, Snyder's awestruck voice returned. "This isn't a warship, Will, it's a temple. An entropy. Temple. A place where a civilization stored its consciousness before a chosen end. The drones aren't soldiers, they're guardians." Her words confirmed Rutledge's dread. They weren't soldiers in a silent war. They were vandals in a church. Their intrusion, amplified by Snyder's electronic aggression, was being interpreted as an act of ultimate desecration. He had to get Leonov out. He managed to haul the injured cosmonaut into a smaller alcove-like chamber, the drones momentarily held back by a bottleneck in the corridor. As he fumbled with a suit patch kit, his helmet light fell upon something in the back of the chamber. Not something. Someone. There were two of them, floating in a gentle, localized gravity field. Humanoid, but distinctly alien. They were held in a state of suspended animation, cocooned in a shimmering, almost invisible energy field. One was a male, his form partially obscured. The other was a female. Her skin was a pale pastel blue-grey. Her face was serene, almost human, but for the lack of nostrils and the delicate strap-like membrane across her brow. Her hands, resting peacefully at her sides, had 6 long, elegant fingers. This was the true prize, not technology, a being, an EBE, extraterrestrial biological entity. Cables, thin as spun silver, snaked from the wall and connected to the back of her head and along her spine. She was hardwired into the temple, the mission's primary objective, the one buried under layers of secrecy: retrieve the asset. His orders were clear. He was to sever the connection and bring her back, dead or alive. He raised his plasma cutter, its blue flame hissing in the thin air. As the tool touched the first silver cable, the female's eyes snapped open. They were solid black, deep as space itself, and they were looking directly at him. The alien pilot did not scream. She did not move. Her eyes, 2 pools of liquid night, simply held Rutledge's gaze. And then his mind fractured. There wasn't a sound or a voice. It was a wave of pure information, a tsunami of understanding that bypassed language and logic and poured directly into his consciousness. He saw nebulae bloom and die in seconds. He felt the collective thoughts of a species that had measured its existence in geologic time. He witnessed their journey across the galaxy, not as conquerors, but as pilgrims of science and philosophy. He saw the construction of this vessel, the Entropy Temple, not as a ship, but as a final sacred act. A way to face the universe's eventual heat-death with grace, to store their memory and meaning before embracing a dignified final silence. He understood. This was not a weapon. It was a tomb, and he was holding the shovel. The wave receded, leaving him gasping, his knees weak. The plasma cutter fell from his trembling hand, clattering uselessly on the alien deck. Before him, the pilot was not an asset. She was the last librarian of a dead civilization, and he had come to burn the library. "Commander, what is it?" Leonov rasped from the floor, his voice strained with pain. "What did you see?" Before Rutledge could form an answer, Snyder's voice sliced through the comm, now stripped of all pretense. It was cold, authoritative, the voice of a different master. "Rutledge, confirm you have secured the asset." "The asset is a person, Leona," he stammered, his worldview crumbling. "This is wrong. We have to abort." "Negative, Commander. Your orders are clear. The NRO wants that pilot. The technology integrated into her biology is the prize. Now, sever the connection and prep her for transport. NRO, the National Reconnaissance Office, the true hand behind this mission. A faction so deep in the shadows, even the USAF was just a tool. Our mission was a joint US-Soviet exploration, Leonov countered, pushing himself up on one elbow. Not a body snatching for your intelligence agencies. Snyder's laughter was a shard of ice in their helmets. Oh, Alexei, did you really believe that? The Apollo-Soyuz handshake was a show. We needed your deep space network to pinpoint this location without tipping our hand. Your presence here is a diplomatic nicety. This operation has always been about American strategic advantage. A red light began to flash on Rutledge's suit display. A countdown timer. 15 minutes. A similar light blinked on Leonov's. "What did you do, Snyder?" Rutledge demanded. "A failsafe," she answered calmly. "Activated remotely. In 15 minutes, your life support systems will terminate. The official record will show a catastrophic mission failure, a tragic loss in a hostile encounter, a necessary sacrifice. Bring me the pilot, and I might be able to override it. The choice is yours, Commander." A profound crisis of conscience seized him. His entire life had been a progression of following orders, of believing in the cause, the nation, the flag. Now, those orders were telling him to commit an act of galactic desecration. He looked at the pilot. Her eyes were still open, watching him, not with judgment, but with an immense, ancient sorrow. He saw Leonov, a man from an enemy nation who was now his only true ally, bleeding on the floor of an alien tomb. "We are explorers," Leonov whispered, as if reading his mind. "Not ghouls." The Cold War, the space race, the rivalries that had defined their lives, it all evaporated in the silent, sacred presence of the pilot. All that remained was a shared humanistic horror at the cold calculus of their governments. "No," Rutledge said, his voice ringing with newfound clarity. He turned from the pilot and knelt beside Leonov. "We're leaving." "A foolish choice, Will," Snyder's voice warned. As he began patching Leonov's suit, he noticed the insectoid drones had vanished. The ship's defences had stood down. The resonant hum had faded back into a respectful silence. It was as if the pilot's awakening had reasserted control, judging them not as threats, but as lost children who had stumbled into a holy place. He heaved Leonov to his feet, supporting his weight. "We have to get back to the Intrepid," he said, his eyes on the countdown. 12 minutes. "I can't let you leave," Snyder said, her tone hardening. "The ascent path data is under my control. You're not going anywhere." Rutledge looked down the long hexagonal corridor toward the sealed iris door. They had a ticking clock in their suits, a traitor in the sky, and a ship that had decided to let them go. The race was on. The journey back through the whispering labyrinth was a frantic, desperate race. The iris door that had sealed them in slid open as they approached, the ship itself granting them passage. They burst out of the fissure and onto the lunar surface, the stark sunlight a blinding shock after the temple's gloom. The Intrepid stood 100 metres away, a fragile sanctuary. 9 minutes left on their life support. "Snyder, I am ordering you to transmit the ascent telemetry," Rutledge panted, half carrying, half dragging the injured Leonov. "Your command authority has been rescinded, Rutledge," she replied coolly. "You are now a rogue element." They scrambled into the LM and sealed the hatch. Rutledge threw himself into the pilot's seat, his fingers flying across the controls. The pre-launch sequence was second nature, but his mind was racing. "She's locked us out of the primary ascent program. I'll have to fly it manually. It's going to be rough." "As long as it is up," Leonov grunted, strapping himself in. Back on Earth, the dual mission controls were in chaos. At Vandenberg, the primary USAF channel, controlled by the NRO faction, was broadcasting Snyder's fabricated report. A hostile alien encounter, the crew compromised, the mission a loss. But Rutledge, anticipating betrayal, activated a secondary encrypted channel, a dead man's switch that fed directly to a different room, a different general, one who'd been wary of the NRO's absolute authority over the mission. A silent power struggle erupted in the heart of the command centre. The Intrepid's ascent engine fired with a jolt. They clawed their way off the lunar surface, a white-knuckle climb against time and fuel margins. As they broke into orbit, they saw the constellation. It wasn't waiting for them, it was moving. "She's trying to block our trajectory," Rutledge cursed, wrestling with the controls, using the service module to create an obstacle. What followed was a deadly orbital dance. Rutledge, drawing on every ounce of his test pilot instincts, performed a series of dangerous, fuel-critical burns, dodging the lumbering command ship. Leonov called out vectors, his mind sharp despite the pain. 2 minutes of life support remained. "We have her," Leonov said suddenly. "She's overshot. We have a docking window." Exhausted and disillusioned, they slammed into the docking port of the Constellation. As the airlocks pressurized, Rutledge and Leonov, weapons drawn, moved into the command module. Snyder was waiting, her expression not of a monster but of a true believer, a soldier convinced she was protecting her nation by any means necessary. "You've failed," she said, her voice hollow. "You've doomed us to another century of ignorance." "No," Rutledge replied, taking her weapon. "We just proved we're not ready for the truth." They placed her under arrest, 2 men from opposing empires, united against a common foe bred from their own systems of paranoia and conquest. The return to Earth was a long, suffocating silence. The official story was released within hours of their splashdown. Apollo 20, a catastrophic failure. A loss of telemetry at the end of translunar injection, the craft and crew presumed lost in deep space. The cover story held a convenient tragedy for both sides. The existence of the Entropy Temple, its silent pilot, and the failed act of desecration became the deepest, most indigestible secret of the Cold War. Decades later, William Rutledge sat on the porch of a small house in Rwanda, an old man who had traded the stars for the quiet hills of Africa. He looked up at the night sky, at the moon that hung like a silver scar. He knew it was not a dead rock. It was a tomb, a memorial watched over by a patient, silent intelligence. In his hand he held a small, smooth, triangular rock, one of the weeping stones he had pocketed in a moment of scientific curiosity. Its strange yellow tears had long since dried, but it was his only tangible link to the truth. He sometimes dreamed of the pilot's eyes, of the wave of understanding that had shattered and remade him. It wasn't a memory of alien technology he held on to, but the feeling of a peace so profound, so complete, his species might never comprehend it. He closed his hand around the stone, his final log entry a whisper to the stars for an archive that would never exist. History says 12 men walked on the moon. History is a story we agree to tell, but the truth isn't written in our books. It's sleeping in the dust, waiting for us to grow up. The far side keeps its secrets, and I am its last silent witness. We went looking for a weapon, and we found a soul. May God, or whoever is out there, forgive us when we go back. Red Genesis, the Lost Vault of Mars. The Ares Vallis stretched before them, a magnificent desolation painted in 1,000 shades of ochre and rust under the thin salmon-pink sky of Mars. Commander Kyle Vance shielded his eyes, the visor of his NASA-issue exploration suit automatically polarizing against the distant sun's glare. 10 miles back, nestled against the ochre cliffs, sat the gleaming silver needles of the Arclight Von Flotilla. humanity's first permanent foothold on another world. A joint SpaceX-NASA venture carrying 100 souls poised on the edge of history. But out here, amidst the wind-scoured rocks and dunes sculpted by millennia of Martian weather, history felt immediate, raw, tangible. Surface reading stable, Commander, crackled the voice of Corin Wells, the mission's linguist and comm specialist, his usual irreverent tone slightly muted by the static. Seismic sensors picking up some low-frequency rumbles, probably just settling. Strata, but nothing anomalous. Copy that, Corin, Kyle replied, his gaze sweeping the horizon. He was a man carved from discipline and experience, an exobiologist by training but a leader by necessity. The ghosts of a past mission, one that hadn't returned intact, shadowed his thoughts even here, light years from Earth. Duty was his anchor. Amir, Sora, anything on the subsurface scans? Dr. Amir Dharan, the geologist whose infectious enthusiasm for ancient rocks rivaled a child's on Christmas morning, knelt beside a stratified outcrop, his gloved hand tracing patterns invisible to the untrained eye. Incredible layering, Kyle. Aeolian deposits, fluvial channels. This valley saw water, real flowing water, for longer than our models predicted. But the ground-penetrating radar, it's odd. Latia Sora Kim, the youngest of the quartet but a prodigy in systems engineering and resonance technology, adjusted the portable GPR unit. Her movements were precise, economical, her quiet, intensity a counterpoint to Amir's effervescence. There's significant interference, Commander, a dense mass about 50 metres down, metallic composition, but fractured, almost porous. It's scrambling the deeper signals. She tapped a control on her wrist interface, and the background radiation just ticked up slightly. Not dangerous, but noticeable. Kyle frowned. Anomalies weren't unexpected. Mars was a geological enigma, but scrambled signals and rising radiation hinted at something more complex. He checked the mission chronometer. They had another hour before needing to head back to the long haul, their pressurized rover parked half a mile away. Keep monitoring, Sora. Amir, anything visually distinct about that layer? Before Amir could answer, Corin's voice cut in, sharp with urgency. Commander, base is reporting a sudden intensification of atmospheric particulate southwest quadrant. Wind speeds increasing exponentially. They're calling it a Class 8, potentially 9 dust storm, developing much faster than forecast. ETA, 15 minutes. A chill, colder than the Martian air, snaked down Kyle's spine. Class 9 was unheard of, a planet-enveloping monster capable of blinding sensors, shredding equipment, and lasting for weeks. 15 minutes? They wouldn't even make it back to the rover. All personnel, immediate recall to the long haul, double time, Kyle commanded, his voice tight. Corin, maintain comms link with base as long as possible. The sky, moments before a serene canvas, began to curdle. The distant horizon dissolved into a roiling wall of crimson dust, advancing with terrifying speed. The wind rose from a whisper to a howl, plucking at their suits, kicking up stinging clouds of regolith. Visibility plummeted. "Can't see the rover!" Sora shouted over the wind's mounting shriek. "Follow my beacon!" Kyle activated his suit's emergency locator, a pulsing green light barely penetrating the swirling chaos. They stumbled forward, leaning into the gale, the world reduced to a maelstrom of red. Sand scoured their visors, the roar outside deafening even through their helmets. Static exploded in Kyle's ears. "Corin, status!" "Link, gone. Commander," Corin gasped, fighting for footing. "Signal, totally, occluded." They were cut off, blind, exposed. The long haul was likely already being buried. Panic threatened, cold and sharp. Kyle shoved it down. "Sora, that anomaly you detected, how far?" "Maybe 200 meters. Bearing 075, she yelled back, her voice strained. The radiation, it's spiking near there. Amir, any surface structures? Overhangs? Caves? Kyle scanned desperately through the blinding dust. Negative. Just open ground and wait. Amir pointed, his voice filled with disbelief. There! Look! Through a momentary thinning of the dust, Kyle saw it. A shape, stark against the red chaos. Not natural. A perfectly smooth, black, tetrahedral spire, easily 30 meters tall, partially buried in the sand, its edges impossibly sharp. It seemed to absorb the dim light, yet pulsed with a faint internal luminescence, almost like veins beneath dark skin. It hummed. A low thrum felt more in the bones than heard. What in God's name? Corin breathed. Shelter, now, Kyle ordered, pushing them toward the impossible structure. The wind tore at them, threatening to rip them from their feet. The air was thick with abrasive dust, visibility near zero. They reached the base of the monolith, pressing against its cool, unnervingly smooth surface. The hum intensified, vibrating through their suits. There! Amir shouted, pointing along the base where the wind had scoured away the sand. An opening! A doorway! It wasn't a doorway in any conventional sense, more like a section of the black material had retracted or dissolved, revealing a darker void within. Geometric symbols, unlike anything Kyle had ever seen, sharp, angles, nested spirals, lines that seemed to shift and flow like liquid mercury, glowed faintly around the threshold. They pulsed in time with the structure's hum. Radiation is higher here but stable, Sora reported, her voice tight with a mixture of fear and awe. The structure seems to be shielding us somewhat from the storm. The wind howled like a banshee. Staying outside was suicide. Inside was the unknown. An alien structure, buried for potentially millions of years, humming with strange energy. Kyle looked at his team. Amir's wide, incredulous eyes. Sora's focused analysis even now. Corin's hand hovering over the sidearm they all carried but had never expected to use. His responsibility weighed heavier than the Martian gravity. Okay, Kyle said, his voice steady despite the tremor he felt inside. Sora, take point with the scanner. Amir, stick close. Corin, watch our 6, if 6 even applies in there. Weapons ready, safety's on, we go in, slowly. He took a breath, the recycled air suddenly feeling thin. Stepping across the glowing threshold was like passing through a thin film of energy. The roar of the storm outside instantly muted, replaced by the deep, resonant hum of the structure. They stood in a corridor seemingly carved from the same obsidian material as the exterior. The air was still, cool, and carried a faint metallic tang. Panels along the walls glowed with the same internal light, casting long, eerie shadows. The corridor stretched forward into darkness, the floor sloping gently downwards. The strange, fluid symbols flowed along the walls, pulsing softly. Behind them, the opening remained, a rectangle of swirling crimson fury against the sudden, profound silence. They were inside. They were safe from the storm, but they had just stepped into a mystery far deeper and potentially more dangerous than any Martian tempest. The Vault of Tharis had claimed them. The silence was immense, broken only by the thrumming, resonance that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the structure and the amplified sounds of their own breathing within their helmets. The corridor descended, its obsidian walls swallowing the beams of their helmet lamps almost greedily. The geometric symbols flowed alongside them, shifting subtly, rearranging themselves as if reacting to their presence. These glyphs, Corin murmured, running a gloved hand near but not touching, a particularly intricate spiral. They're not static. They resemble complex circuit diagrams, but also language, syntactic structures, See the repetition, the modifiers? Even in the face of the utterly alien, his linguist's mind was dissecting, analysing. It's like Egyptian hieroglyphs designed by a quantum physicist. Energy readings are off the scale, Sora reported, her voice hushed with awe. She gestured with her scanner. The walls themselves are conducting power, flowing from deeper within. And the air. Trace analysis shows noble gases, argon, neon, but negligible carbon dioxide or oxygen. Perfectly sterile, preserved. The corridor opened abruptly into a space so vast it stole their breath. They stood on a balcony, a precipice overlooking an abyss filled with impossible structures. Below them, bathed in the soft internal luminescence radiating from countless panels and glowing lines etched into the architecture, lay a city. An underground metropolis stretching further than their lights could penetrate, descending layer upon layer into the Martian crust. It wasn't built, it was carved. Towers spiraled downwards instead of up. Bridges of crystalline light arched across chasms thousands of feet deep. Buildings shaped like inverted pyramids, multifaceted jewels, and organic flowing sculptures clustered in intricate patterns. Walkways wider than Terran highways snaked between them, occasionally illuminated by floating spheres of light that drifted like captive stars. The scale was inhuman, dwarfing anything ever conceived on Earth. London, Tokyo, New York, they would be mere suburbs in this subterranean behemoth. "My God," Amir whispered, gripping the railing, his knuckles white even through the suit glove. It's Karnak meets Coruscant." "No signs of life," Sora stated, her scanner sweeping the panorama. "No heat signatures, no movement except—" She paused. Faint energy surges like dormant systems powering up, sequentially, following our path. As if on cue, a section of the city directly below them brightened. Lines of light traced intricate patterns across building facades, and one of the floating spheres detached itself from the distant gloom and drifted slowly towards their balcony. "Okay, definitely reacting to us," Corrin said, a nervous edge sharpening his wit. "Either it's welcoming the new neighbours, or the security system is waking up. Place your bets." Kyle scanned the immensity, his tactical mind racing. This wasn't just ruins, it felt poised, waiting. "Let's find a way down. Look for a central structure, maybe a control hub." They located a ramp spiralling gently down from the balcony, wide enough to accommodate vehicles far larger than their rover. As they descended, more lights activated ahead of them, illuminating their path, while the areas behind them dimmed slightly. The air remained still, cool, the resonant hum a constant companion. They passed structures that defied easy categorization. Some resembled vast public squares, empty save for geometric fountains carved from the same obsidian material, their basins dry but intricately detailed. Others looked like marketplaces or grand halls, filled with alcoves and platforms, silent and deserted. The architecture was a baffling fusion. The stark geometry of the exterior mixed with flowing, almost biological curves, adorned with those ever-present shifting glyphs. After an hour of descent, they reached a lower level, a wide plaza opening onto several colossal hangar bays carved directly into the cavern wall. Inside, suspended in Silevoy pole, guessing force field or stasis, that shimmered faintly, were ships. Starships. They weren't the functional cylinders or winged craft of human design. These were sleek manta-ray shapes of the same black, light-absorbing material as the city itself. Smooth, menacing, utterly alien, yet possessing a predatory grace. Some were enormous, easily cruisers or carriers hundreds of meters long. Others were smaller, fighter-sized craft, docked along magnetic pylons that rose from the floor like metallic trees. These smaller ships were scarab-shaped, compact, and deadly looking. Several of the larger vessels bore marks, scoring, impact craters, sections that looked melted or torn, battle scars. They fought someone, Kyle observed grimly, his hand instinctively going to his sidearm. Or something. Amir moved closer to one of the giant manta ships, his faceplate nearly touching the shimmering field holding it aloft. The design philosophy, it's consistent with the glyphs, utilitarian yet deeply symbolic. Look at the wingtips. They echo the spiral motifs we saw in the corridor. Sora ran her scanner along the edge of the field. High energy containment, stable but drawing significant power. And Commander, these ships, they're not just old. Radiometric dating from residual particles trapped on the hull plating. We're looking at dates potentially exceeding 50,000 years, maybe older. 50,000 years before recorded human history. While Homo sapiens were chipping flint in caves, this civilization was building starships and fighting interstellar wars beneath the surface of Mars. Deeper within the hangar bay they found something else, a sealed chamber, the door marked with a complex circular glyph pulsed with brighter light. Sora approached it cautiously. There's a console here. No buttons, no screen, just a smooth surface with indented glyphs. Can you interface with it? Kyle asked. Sora hesitated. It's not like our tech. It seems passive, waiting for input but not digital input, more like resonance. She remembered the description of her specialization, resonance tech prodigy, an experimental field back on Earth, exploring harmonic frequencies and sympathetic vibrations as control interfaces. She'd always felt a connection to machines, an intuition about their inner workings. This felt like that, amplified 1,000-fold. Tentatively, she placed her gloved palm over the largest glyph on the console. Nothing happened. She focused, trying to recall the hum of the city, the flow of the symbols. She thought about the immense silence, the weight of ages. Still nothing. Then a flicker of emotion surfaced. The grief for her brother, lost years ago, a sharp pang she usually kept buried. It resonated within her, a pure, clear frequency of loss and love. The glyph beneath her hand flared, lines of light shot across, the door converging on the central symbol. With a deep grinding sound that echoed the structure's hum, the massive door slid open. Beyond it lay not a control room, but something akin to a library or archive. Crystalline panels lined the walls, inert and dark. In the centre of the room stood a pedestal, and upon it floated a holographic projection, a star map. But the central star wasn't Sol. It was a binary system, 2 suns pulsing gently in the holographic display. And around them, worlds, dozens of them linked by faint lines of light. One of those lines led outwards, towards another star system, starkly alone in the projected void. A single, familiar yellow star. Sol. Corin stepped forward, transfixed. Is that Earth? Before anyone could answer, one of the crystalline panels on the wall flickered to life. Not with data, but with an image. A world of lush green jungles and towering bioluminescent trees under a double sunrise. Figures moved within it, tall, slender, recognizably human, clad in simple flowing robes. They looked peaceful, serene. Then another panel activated. It showed a different world, one ravaged by war, shattered cities, orbital bombardments, figures in angular armoured suits battling amidst ruins under the same twin suns. A third panel flared, displaying Earth. Primitive villages, pyramids rising from desert sands, recognisable continents. And then images of ships, not the manta rays or scarabs outside, but different designs, descending from the sky, figures emerging, interacting with the early inhabitants. Egyptian gods, ancient astronauts. They came from there, Amir breathed, pointing to the binary system. Fled something, a war, and they came here, to Earth, and to Mars. Kyle felt the weight of the discovery settle on him. This wasn't just an alien city. It was a lost chapter of human history, a cradle or perhaps a refuge. The implications were staggering. Humanity wasn't alone, and it wasn't even solely terrestrial. But the evidence of conflict, the damaged ships, the two contrasting worlds orbiting the twin suns, this legacy was complex, potentially dangerous. His duty, once confined to his crew and mission, now felt impossibly vast. He was standing in the heart of a 50,000-year-old mystery that redefined everything humanity thought it knew about itself. And the city, panel by panel, archive by archive, was just beginning to share its secrets. The weight of revelation pressed down on them, heavier than the tons of rock and regolith overhead. Humanity, seeded or exiled from a distant binary system, a vast Martian metropolis as a way station, Earth a later colony, or perhaps a forgotten outpost. The silent, watchful city felt less like a tomb and more like a paused recording, waiting for someone to press play. "Okay," Corin said, breaking the stunned silence, his voice attempting levity but betraying the underlying shock. "So, space Egyptians from a double-sun system built Mars Vegas and maybe gave Earth the pyramid scheme? Got it. What's next on the tour? The casino floor? The all-you-can-eat nebula buffet?" Sora, however, was focused on the console she'd activated. The glyphs continued to glow, pulsing softly in response to her proximity. This console, it's more than just a door lock or an archive viewer. It feels like a primary interface node. The emotional resonance. It wasn't just a key, it felt like authentication. She tentatively placed her hand back on the surface, focusing not on grief this time, but on curiosity, a desire to understand. The holographic star map shifted, lines brightened, symbols flared around certain star systems. Text, or what passed for text in the flowing glyph language, scrolled beside the images. "Whoa," Corin breathed, stepping closer. "It's responding to you, Sora. Can you ask it something?" "I don't know how," Sora admitted. "It's not verbal, it's feeling, intent." She concentrated, visualizing the hangars, the ships. How do these work? How do they fly? In response, the archive panels flickered rapidly, showing schematics that looked like cross-sections of the manta ray vessels, energy flow diagrams, and glyph sequences that Corin instantly recognized as potential command protocols. Simultaneously, a section of the plaza outside the archive chamber began to glow. A circular platform rose silently from the floor, about 10 meters across. From slits around its edge, a soft, shimmering field, similar to the ones holding the starships aloft, flickered into existence. "Anti-gravity," Kyle stated, recognizing the principle if not the execution. "A transport skimmer. It activated because I thought about flight." Sora looked bewildered yet intrigued. "The city? It's interpreting intent through emotional and resonant frequencies." "Let's try it," Kyle decided. Caution warred with the urgent need to explore more efficiently. Walking could take lifetimes in a city this size. "Sora, see if you can guide it. Corin, keep trying to make sense of those glyphs. Navigation, power systems, anything. Amir, document everything. We need to understand what we've found." They stepped onto the platform. It felt solid, yet strangely yielding. As Sora focused, visualizing movement, a low hum intensified beneath their feet. The skimmer lifted smoothly, silently, a meter off the plaza floor. With Sora concentrating on direction, visualizing a path forward through the immense cavern, the platform glided forward, accelerating rapidly but smoothly. Flying through the vault of Tharis was like soaring through a dream of impossible architecture. They swept past the downward-reaching towers, crossed the silent chasms on bridges of pure light, and peered into vast, empty amphitheatres carved into the rock. The scale remained overwhelming, humbling. Lights continued to pace them, illuminating sectors of the city as they approached, plunging previous areas back into a slumbering twilight. Fountains remained dry, plazas empty, but the feeling of dormant potential was palpable. Picking up multiple larger energy signatures ahead, Sora reported after nearly an hour of travel. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she guided the skimmer. Massive power conduits converging, and chambers, very large chambers. They navigated towards the energy convergence, finding themselves entering a district that felt distinctly different. The architecture was more severe, more utilitarian. Platforms held arrays of unfamiliar devices that looked like weapons emplacements. Complex metallic structures bristling with emitters and lenses. They passed more hangars, these holding only the smaller scarab-shaped fighter drones, nested tightly into magnetic racks that lined the walls like dormant insects. Some of these drones also showed signs of damage, blackened hulls, fractured winglets. Suddenly, alarm klaxons, deep and resonant, echoed through the cavern. Red lights began flashing along the walls, bathing the severe architecture in pulsing crimson. Glyphs flashed urgently on nearby panels. "What's happening?" Amir asked, startled. "Multiple systems activating," Sora cried out, the skimmer wobbling slightly as her concentration faltered. "Energy spikes across this entire sector. Those fighter racks, they're powering up." "Security systems?" Kyle surmised grimly. Did activating the skimmer trigger a broader alert? Or maybe accessing the archive, Corin suggested, frantically trying to decipher the flashing glyphs displayed on his wrist-mounted interface, linked wirelessly to Sora's scanner. Whatever it is, the city thinks we're intruders. These symbols, they look like lockdown protocols. Threat assessment. From the hangar walls, several of the scarab drones detached from their magnetic pylons. Blue energy crackled around their forward emitters. They rose silently into the air, their multifaceted optical sensors focusing on the skimmer. "Evasive maneuvers, Sora!" Kyle barked. Sora reacted instantly, focusing her intent. The skimmer banked sharply, diving towards the intricate cityscape below as bolts of blue energy lanced past them, impacting the cavern wall with explosive force. More drones detached, swarming after them like angry hornets. "They're fast!" Corin yelled, ducking as another energy bolt sizzled overhead. "We need cover and a defensible position." Kyle scanned the area, his tactical training kicking in. "There, that structure. Look shielded, reinforced. Get us inside." He pointed to a squat, bunker-like building nestled between two larger towers, its entrance a heavy glyph-marked portal currently sealed. Sora drove the skimmer towards it, weaving through architectural projections as energy bolts rained around them. The drones anticipated their movements, boxing them in. "The door's sealed," Amir shouted. "How do we get in?" "Sora, the console interface. Can you access the door system from here?" Kyle asked urgently. "Trying." Sora closed her eyes for a moment, ignoring the chaos around them, focusing her will, pushing past the fear. She projected the feeling of sanctuary, necessity, urgency. The skimmer's console pulsed in response. On the bunker door ahead, the glyphs flared. Just as a drone lined up a direct shot, the massive portal slid open. Sora gunned the skimmer through the opening, and the door slammed shut behind them, cutting off the screech of energy fire and the sight of the pursuing drones. They were inside, plunged into near darkness, the only light coming from their suits and the faintly glowing controls of the skimmer. The resonant hum of the city seemed deeper, more ominous here. They found themselves in what looked like an ancient command chamber. Consoles lined the walls, dark save for the emergency red lighting. A large circular platform dominated the centre of the room, covered in dormant glyphs. "Status report," Kyle said, his voice calm despite the adrenaline coursing through him. "Skimmer is undamaged," Sora reported, her breathing heavy. "Door is sealed, heavily reinforced. External sensors show the drones are hovering outside, scanning." "I think I'm getting somewhere with the language," Corin said, pointing to his display. "The lockdown glyphs correlate with threat levels. We seem to have tripped a mid-level security response. But there are other symbols here. Command overrides, system resets, linked to that central platform." "Can you activate it?" Kyle asked. "Not directly," Corin replied. "It requires sequence authorization, like the archive door. It seems keyed to complex emotional states. The glyphs suggest concepts like sacrifice, resolve, legacy." Sora looked at the central platform, then back at the sealed door where the drones waited. She thought of the archive images, the peaceful world, the war-torn one, the ancient Earth. She thought of her brother, the grief still a tangible ache within her. But mixed with it now was a fierce determination, a resolve to understand this place, to protect her crew. Sacrifice, resolve, legacy. She stepped towards the central platform, placing her hand on its cool surface. She didn't try to replicate an emotion. She simply let her own complex feelings flow. Grief intertwined with fierce protectiveness, fear woven with determination. The platform beneath her hand lit up. Glyphs raced across its surface, converging in the centre. Consoles around the room flickered to life, bathing the chamber in a cool blue light, replacing the urgent red. A low thrum filled the room as power surged. "Whoa," Corin breathed. "System access granted. Sora, you just hotwired an alien command centre with feelings." On a large display screen that materialised from the wall, schematics of the city sector appeared, showing the drone locations, power flows, and something else. Something that made Kyle's blood run cold. Deep within the sector, far below there, current level, another massive energy signature flared to life. Far larger than the drones, larger even than the hangars. A symbol appeared next to it on the screen. A ring, segmented, surrounded by complex interlocking glyphs. "What is that?" Amir asked, pointing to the symbol. Corin traced the glyphs on his display. According to this, they called it the Sky Gate, the path between stars. They hadn't just triggered the security drones, they had started the activation sequence for a Stargate. The activation of the Sky Gate sent a palpable tremor through the command chamber, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated up through the floor. On the main display, the ring symbol pulsed with intensifying energy, drawing power from conduits that snaked through the schematic like luminous serpents. The city wasn't just waking up, it was preparing for departure. Okay, activating a potential interstellar transport system while killer drones are trying to break down the door might not have been Plan A, Corin quipped, though his fingers flew across the holographic interface projected from his wrist unit, cross-referencing the newly accessible data streams. Good news. Sora's emotional login gave us significant system privileges. Bad news. The gate activation seems to have triggered higher-level defense protocols. As if on cue, the display shifted, showing external views. The Scarab drones outside the bunker were now being joined by larger, more menacing shapes detaching from previously unseen alcoves high in the cavern walls. These were angular, almost skeletal fighter craft, different from the manta shapes in the main hangars, clearly automated defense units. They began engaging the Scarab drones, streaks of energy fire crisscrossing the vast underground space. "Infighting?" Amir asked, bewildered. "Why would the city's defences attack each other?" Corin highlighted sections of the newly accessed data. Hypothesis: the Scarab drones represent a localised, perhaps sector-specific security system, maybe even one that's degraded or corrupted over millennia. These new fighters, They seem linked directly to the gate's activation sequence. A primary defense grid, maybe? Purging the lesser systems that responded incorrectly to our presence. Or, Sora suggested quietly, her eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. Maybe the scarabs were the original defense, and these new ones are something else. Something left behind by whoever damaged those ships in the hangar. Kyle watched the silent, deadly ballet on the screen. Whatever the reason, it buys us time. Corin, focus on the gate. What does it take to stabilise it? Can we shut it down? Working on it, Corin muttered. The glyphs are complex. It's not just engineering, it's almost ritualistic. There are sequences tied to celestial alignments, energy harmonics, and this. He projected an image onto the main screen. The twin sun symbol they'd seen in the archive now intricately linked with the gate schematics. Amir stepped closer, his geologist's eye for patterns finding purchase even in the alien script. The twin suns. Look how they're positioned relative to the gate symbol. And these branching pathways. It's like the map in the archive chamber. 2 primary destinations, maybe, linked to the 2 branches of, well, whoever these people were. He traced a flow diagram. It seems the gate requires alignment not just physically, but energetically, tuned to a specific destination frequency. Can you identify the destinations? Kyle pressed. Amir studied the glyphs, comparing them to the archive images. This sequence, he pointed, seems to correspond with the peaceful jungle world. The glyphs evoke harmony, growth, origin. This other sequence, he indicated a more complex, jagged set of symbols, matches the war-torn world. These glyphs suggest struggle, division, terminus. Origin and terminus, Sora breathed. 2 paths for humanity's ancestors. Commander, Corin suddenly shouted, power fluctuations. The gate activation is drawing immense energy, but the flow is unstable. The battle outside, secondary explosions. They're damaging some primary conduits. If the grid destabilizes completely, the gate could overload. The resulting energy discharge. He didn't need to finish the sentence. A blast that could power interstellar travel, unleashed uncontrollably within a confined underground city. It would vaporize everything. Kyle scanned the chamber schematics Corin projected. Power regulation nodes. Where are they? Corin highlighted several points on the city map, deep within the sector, some in areas now crawling with the battling drones and fighters. There are primary junctions, but accessing them is suicide. There might be a master regulation conduit accessible from beneath this command chamber. It's a long shot, requires bypassing multiple safety interlocks. If it stops this place from blowing up, we take it, Kyle said decisively. Sora, can you open a maintenance access way? Sora, already anticipating, focused on the central platform where she had initiated the override. She visualized access, repair, stabilization. A section of the floor near the wall slid silently open, revealing a narrow, dark shaft descending into the humming depths. A faint blue light pulsed rhythmically far below. Amir, Sora, stay here, Kyle commanded. Monitor the gate. Keep trying to understand the controls. Corin, you're with me. We need your interface skills to bypass those interlocks. Into the scary glowing basement it is, Corin said, grabbing a portable interface kit, just like summer camp. Kyle clipped a descent cable to his suit harness and hooked it onto a recessed anchor point above the shaft. He checked Corin's harness, then nodded. Maintain comms, let's move. They rappelled down into the shaft, the main chamber shrinking above them. The air grew warmer, thick with the smell of ozone and the thrum of immense power. Below, the blue light intensified, emanating from a crystalline conduit easily 3 meters in diameter, pulsing like a living heart. Glyphs swirled across its surface. Access panels sealed with intricate locking mechanisms dotted the surrounding walls. Okay, Big Blue is definitely the main power line, Corin confirmed, connecting his kit to a nearby interface port. Now for the safety interlocks. These things are ancient, Kyle. Layer upon layer of protocols. He worked quickly, alien symbols scrolling across his display. Almost got it. It requires simultaneous manipulation of energy harmonics. I can handle the sequence logic, but someone needs to manually shunt the feedback loop at the precise moment. That someone, he looked at Kyle, has to physically override the circuit breaker. He pointed to a heavy, lever-like mechanism set into the wall beside the conduit, glowing with contained energy. When I give the signal, you throw that switch. Timing has to be perfect, or it could feedback pulse the entire grid. Kyle positioned himself by the lever. It felt warm through his gloves. He could feel the raw power surging nearby. "Ready when you are, Corin." "Initiating bypass sequence. Now!" Corin shouted. Glyphs flashed wildly on his display. Harmonic stabilizing. Almost there. Feedback loop identified. Kyle. Now! Kyle threw his weight against the lever. It resisted for a terrifying moment, then slammed downwards with a heavy thud. The pulsing blue light in the main conduit steadied, the violent energy fluctuations smoothing out. The overwhelming hum lessened slightly, becoming a steady, powerful drone. "Did it work?" Kyle asked, breathing heavily. "Grid stabilized," Corin exclaimed, relief flooding his voice. "Gate power flow is steady. We just stopped Mars from becoming a new asteroid belt." Suddenly Sora's voice crackled over the comms, tight with urgency. "Commander, something's happening with the gate. The alignment. It's locking. But it's not pointing to the origin world or the terminus world. It's cycling through other coordinates, unfamiliar star systems. One of them. Commander, it looks like Saul. It's trying to lock onto Earth." The revelation hung in the subterranean air. The sky gate stabilized but now cycling through destinations, potentially locking onto Earth. Back in the command chamber, Sora and Amir watched the main display in stunned silence as the glyph sequence representing the target coordinates shifted, momentarily resembling patterns Corin had tentatively identified as relating to their home system. Is that even possible? Amir wondered aloud. Could this gate reach across 50,000 years of stellar drift? The coordinates would be vastly different. Maybe the system auto-updates, Sora speculated, her mind racing through possibilities. Or maybe Earth was always a designated waypoint, its relative position constantly tracked. The implications were dizzying. A direct path back home, bypassing the months-long journey via Starship. But a path that could also lead from Earth, or expose Earth to whatever conflict had scarred this city and its creators. Kyle and Corin ascended quickly back into the command chamber, the immediate crisis of the power overload averted. "Report," Kyle demanded, striding towards the display. "The gate stabilized, Commander," Sora confirmed, "but its destination lock is erratic. It cycled past origin and terminus, and seems to be searching." We saw glyphs correlating with Sol system coordinates for a moment, but it moved on. Now it's settling. On the screen, the whirling symbols slowed, finally locking onto a new sequence, one that didn't match origin, terminus, or Sol. A complex, unfamiliar pattern pulsed steadily beside the activated gate symbol. "Where does that lead?" Kyle asked, turning to Amir and Corin. Corin cross-referenced the glyphs with the archive data. No direct match in the archive worlds we saw. But the root structure, it shares elements with the origin glyphs, harmony, creation, but also contains modifiers suggesting sanctuary, confluence, renewal. Amir traced the unfamiliar stellar configuration depicted alongside the glyphs. It's a trinary star system, unknown from Earth astronomy as far as I know. Sanctuary? Could this be where they intended to go? A refuge beyond the conflict? The external view screen showed the battle outside had ceased. The skeletal defense fighters hovered silently, while the damaged Scarab drones lay inert. The gate chamber itself, deep below, pulsed with contained, stable energy. The path was open. They stood at a precipice far more profound than the physical edge of the city's abyss. Behind them lay the known, Mars, the Arclight mission, Earth, a humanity confined to a single solar system, ignorant of its sprawling ancient heritage. Ahead lay the unknown, a pathway across interstellar space forged by ancestors fleeing conflict, leading to a potential sanctuary orbiting 3 suns. The choice was stark. "We could try to shut it down," Corin offered, though his voice lacked conviction. "Seal this place, hike back to the rover, assuming the storm ever clears, and report back to base. Let Earth decide what to do." "And risk someone else finding this," Sora countered. "Or risk whatever threat caused the Terminus world finding us through this connection. We activated it. It feels like our responsibility." Amir nodded slowly. "This discovery changes everything. The history of humanity, our place in the cosmos. It's not just data to be filed. It's a legacy. Perhaps a destiny." He looked at Kyle. The archives showed 2 branches of humanity, estranged, one possibly destroyed or locked in eternal war. What if the sanctuary world represents a chance for reunification, or at least understanding? Kyle felt the immense gravity of the moment. His duty, always his North Star, was now pulling him in multiple directions. Duty to his crew, to the mission parameters, to Earth. But also a nascent duty to the truth they had uncovered, to the echoes of these ancient humans whose blood might very well run in their own veins. To return to Earth with this knowledge felt incomplete, like finding a map to El Dorado and turning back at the city gates. He thought of the damaged ships, the defensive drones, the bifurcated destiny shown in the archives. Sealing the city might protect Earth in the short term, but ignorance was a fragile shield. Understanding the past, confronting the legacy, seemed the only path to securing a future. Stepping through that gate was an unimaginable risk, a leap into potentially hostile territory or simply lethal emptiness. But staying behind felt like a betrayal of the very spirit of exploration that had brought them to Mars. He looked at his team, Sora, whose unique sensitivity had been the key, Amir, whose scientific awe was tempered by profound insight, Corin, whose intellect and humour grounded them. They had faced the storm, navigated the impossible city, battled ancient defences and stabilised a stargate. They were no longer just astronauts. They were inheritors. The Arclight mission parameters were clear, Kyle said, his voice resonating in the quiet chamber. Establish a foothold, explore, report, but no parameter accounted for this. He gestured towards the pulsing gate symbol on the screen. Reporting this second hand won't convey the truth, the scale, the implications, and it leaves this power, this pathway, vulnerable. He met each of their gazes. Our primary duty is to the survival and advancement of humanity. Right now, I believe that duty lies forward, not back. We have stumbled upon the grandest mystery of our species. We have the chance to understand our origins, perhaps prevent a conflict that stretches back millennia, or find allies we never knew existed. Paused, letting the weight of his words settle. This is not an order I can give lightly. It goes beyond any mission profile, but I believe it's the necessary choice. Our report to Earth will have to wait. Our exploration continues. He looked towards the schematic showing the Skygate chamber. Corin, can you interface with the gate controls from here? Ensure the destination lock remains stable on Sanctuary? Aye, Commander, Corin replied, already working. Locked and confirmed. Sora, Amir, grab any portable archive data possible and essential supplies from the skimmer. We travel light. They moved with renewed purpose, the debate settled, the path chosen. Within minutes, they were back on the anti-gravity skimmer. gliding silently through the now quiet sector towards the immense energy signature of the gate chamber. The chamber dwarfed even the grandest spaces they had yet seen. A colossal ring, easily 200 meters in diameter, dominated the space. It was constructed of the same obsidian material as the city, inlaid with glowing glyphs that pulsed in time with the structure's deep hum. The ring itself floated free, unsupported by any visible means, rotating slowly. Within the circumference of the ring, space itself seemed distorted, shimmering like heat haze over desert sand, but swirling with faint ethereal colours, blues, violets, golds. It wasn't projecting an image, it was the portal. Sora guided the skimmer onto a platform extending towards the base of the ring. The air crackled with contained energy. Looking into the shimmering portal was like staring into infinity. Kyle Vance stood at the edge, his crew beside him. The red dust of Mars felt a universe away. He took a final look back at the vast, silent city. The Vault of Tharis, cradle and tomb, testament to a lost epoch. Then he turned towards the swirling light. "Lieutenant Kim, take us through," Commander Kyle Vance ordered, his voice steady, resonant with the immensity of the step they were about to take. Sora focused her intent, and the skimmer moved forward, crossing the threshold from the known into the utterly unknown. The shimmering light enveloped them, not blinding but cool, silent, erasing the obsidian chamber from view. For a heart-stopping moment, there was nothing but the swirling colours and the feeling of transition, of movement beyond comprehension. Then, new light dawned ahead. They emerged not into darkness, but into the soft, multi-hued glow of a sky illuminated by 3 suns, one golden, one pale blue, one a gentle crimson, casting long, strange shadows across a landscape unlike anything they had ever imagined. The Vault of Tharis was behind them. The journey into humanity's forgotten past and uncertain future had truly begun. The gate shimmered, waiting, a path between worlds left open. The last witness of civilization. For as long as she could remember, Dr. Rita Underwood had been fascinated by the edges of the world, those far-flung frontiers where the human presence seemed accidental. The place she now called home was one such frontier, a small research outpost deep in the Arctic, surrounded by a swath of ice that stretched into unimaginable distances. When she first signed on to join the climate research team, she knew she'd be venturing into a pristine wilderness, a kingdom of cold and quiet. She never expected her life's greatest mystery to manifest at the end of the Earth. Rita's days were filled with routine scientific tasks, measuring glacial thickness, analysing core samples, and documenting shifts in the polar climate. She worked alongside a team of dedicated scientists who, despite the world's disbelief, had begun to uncover anomalies in the ice that suggested changes far older than humankind's recorded history. Her colleague, Dr. Jimmy Hale, was the team geologist, a wiry man with sharp features and an even sharper tongue. He lived to debunk anything that smelled of sensationalism. While Rita possessed a cautious curiosity, Jimmy lived by the motto, "Seeing is believing." Whenever rumours of outlandish Arctic discoveries cropped up in the press, Jimmy was the first to snort in dismissal. On the contrary, Dr. Nadine Rourke, the resident linguist and historian, thrived on the unexplained. She'd accepted the position primarily because the Arctic's geological layers might contain organic remnants, or even ancient inscriptions carried on drifting ice flows. "Civilizations have left traces in the oddest places," she'd proclaim, eyes gleaming with possibility. Then there was Dr. Amir Hassan, the geneticist who had grown up enchanted by stories of lost tribes and unknown peoples. His dream was to one day isolate genetic codes that could rewrite humanity's family tree, revealing unknown branches. He joined the Arctic expedition with the hope of finding new microbial life, or even fossilized remains preserved in permafrost. Completing this ensemble was Dr. Danny Garrison, an archaeologist whose chatter often revolved around long-lost civilizations, Atlantis, Mu, Lemuria. Most of the team rolled their eyes at his wide-eyed enthusiasm, but Danny believed that Earth's timeline might harbour a few dark pockets of lost history. The friction between Danny and Jimmy was constant, as they each represented extreme ends of the belief spectrum. One icebound evening, the station's alarm blared through the corridors. Rita, wrestling with a coffee machine in the break area, nearly dropped her mug. The entire team scrambled into coats and ran outside to find a figure staggering on the ice. At first, they suspected a lost researcher from a nearby station, but the closest outpost was several hundred miles away. No one could have walked that distance and survived. They rushed to the man's aid. He was emaciated, face rimed with frost, yet his dark eyes gleamed with an eerie lucidity. The team struggled to carry him inside. The man's entire body was stiff as if he'd been frozen in place. That he was still breathing was nothing short of a miracle. While the others moved him to the medical bay, Rita noticed something odd about his clothing. It appeared to be patched together from fabrics of different time periods. Some looked almost medieval, while other sections were modern synthetics. The battered coat might have once been part of a World War II military uniform, but it was so worn and patchy that it was nearly unrecognisable. She brushed off the observation, attributing it to the man's dire circumstances. Perhaps he had scrounged whatever materials he could find for survival. Their makeshift infirmary was hardly equipped for major medical emergencies, but they bandaged his frostbitten limbs, took his vitals and did what they could. It was Dr. Amir, Hassan, who first noticed the anomalies. The man's body temperature was unnaturally low but somehow stable. No normal human should be able to endure such conditions. Hours passed as they tried to raise his core temperature slowly. Just when Rita was about to check on him again, she heard a voice from the bed, hoarse but distinctly articulate. "Where have you taken me?" Rita nearly jumped out of her skin. The man's accent was unplaceable, and yet he spoke English perfectly. "You're safe," she managed. "We're scientists. You were alone out there, almost frozen to death." He shifted in the bed, flinching from the pain in his frostbitten fingers. "I've been alone for a very long time," he murmured. In the following hours, bits and pieces of the man's story drifted out in delirious fragments. He offered no name, no clue to his origins, only references to places that didn't exist on any modern map. When Dr. Nadine Rourke tried to engage him in conversation in other languages, Latin, Greek, even Sumerian, he responded effortlessly. It was Dr. Jimmy Hale who first labelled him delusional. "He's obviously memorised a bunch of ancient phrases," Jimmy said. "He might be some survivalist crackpot who lost track of reality." Yet, the more the man spoke, the more questions arose that couldn't be dismissed so easily. Finally, after 3 days of tense observation, the man revealed his name, Dr. Zachary Ward. There was no mention of any institutional affiliation or how he ended up in the Arctic. His calm gaze unsettled the entire team. He watched them with an intensity that suggested he was studying them as much as they were studying him. Amir performed a DNA test using the station's limited resources, fully expecting inconclusive results. But the preliminary data was beyond strange, showing markers that didn't match any known databases. Analysing the isotopes on a scrap of Ward's clothing showed age disparities spanning centuries. There was thread so old it could have come from antiquity, thread that was, ironically, sewn together with modern materials. Dr. Rita Underwood gathered her colleagues in the main lab. All eyes were on her as she announced the conflicting data. If there was a reasonable explanation, none of them could find it. We can't jump to conclusions, Rita began, but these findings are unprecedented. Nadine, always the most open-minded, shook her head in awe. This man, Ward, his linguistic fluency isn't just memorized phrases. He actually speaks these languages like a native. He can hold a conversation about their syntax, grammar, cultural context. He's either the best con artist ever to grace the Arctic, or there's something extraordinary going on. Jimmy refused to accept extraordinary, pacing around the table with clenched fists. He's tricking us. Maybe he's a spy. Maybe it's a government thing. Maybe it's some elaborate hoax. But the simplest answer is that he's lying. Rita glanced at a single monitor that displayed a live feed of Ward resting in the infirmary. Despite all logic screaming otherwise, she felt something genuine in the man's presence. "I think we need to hear him out," she said quietly. "He's been too weak to talk much, but he's recovering faster than any human should under these conditions. When he's ready, let's ask him." And so they waited. Like stargazers anticipating a rare cosmic event, they hovered anxiously, each day bringing new data that deepened the mystery. Meanwhile, in his isolation, Ward's stoic expression never faltered. It was as if he was waiting too, waiting for the right moment to speak the truth that could turn their understanding of human history upside down. When Dr. Zachary Ward finally broke his silence, it wasn't with a grand proclamation, but in the form of quiet recollections. He spoke late one evening, his voice carrying an eerie calm as the howling Arctic wind outside rattled the walls. Rita, Jimmy, Nadine and Amir stood at his bedside, leaning forward to catch every syllable. "You want to know where I came from," he began, eyes focusing on Rita. "I cannot tell you everything at once. Your minds, your sense of time, are so anchored to the present. But you must believe me when I say that I've been alive far longer than any of you can fathom." Nadine pressed a cautious question. "How old are you, Dr. Ward?" A shadow of old grief passed across his features. "Old enough to have buried every friend I ever knew," he replied. "Old enough to have watched civilizations thrive and crumble into dust." Jimmy let out an audible scoff. Civilizations. Multiple. Right. His tone was scathing, but a hint of uncertainty wavered in his eyes. Ward continued, unperturbed. "Have you ever wondered if our recorded history is just one layer on top of countless others? People talk about ancient Sumer, about ancient Egypt, about lost cities like Atlantis. Few truly believe they existed, yet the stories persist." He paused for a moment, as though choosing his words carefully. "Before your history books begin, there was another civilization, one that flourished over 100,000 years ago. A civilization of thinkers, dreamers, scientists and conquerors. The proof of its existence has been buried by time, by cataclysms, some natural, others perhaps less so." The silence in the room was thick. Even Jimmy, the skeptic, allowed Ward to speak without further interruption. Something about Ward's voice carried the weight of lived experience rather than conspiracy. Outside the infirmary, Dr. Danny Garrison listened through a partially open door, heart pounding. He had always believed that Earth's timelines harboured hidden truths, but hearing it from the mouth of a man who claimed to be their living witness was overwhelming. Rita, noticing Danny's presence, motioned for him to come in. He stepped forward, eyes wide with excitement. "If this is real, if you're not just spinning stories, then how did your people live? What kind of technology did they have?" Ward's face lit with a faint smile, as though recalling a long-lost wonder. "Our understanding of science was different. We didn't separate physics, biology and philosophy the way you do. Everything was part of a unified tapestry. Machines existed, some mechanical, others that might appear to you as purely spiritual. We harnessed the Earth's energies in ways your modern industries can only dream of. Our buildings were integrated with the environment. Even the concept of architecture was fluid. merging biology with engineering. We forged metals that modern metallurgists have never seen. Our knowledge of genetics was in its infancy, but still advanced enough to recognise the potential for shaping life. Nadine leaned forward, enthralled. But if you are so advanced, why don't we? Don't see more direct evidence, archaeological proof, ruins, fossils? A ghost of sorrow flickered across Ward's eyes. You do see them, but you don't recognise them for what they are. In some places, the lines between ancient structures and geological formations blur. In others, entire land masses have sunk beneath rising seas or been consumed by desert sands. Over tens of thousands of years, the earth reclaims its surface. Jimmy, arms crossed, was biting his tongue. Finally he interjected, "So you're saying you come from a lost super civilization that predates everything we know by tens of thousands of years, and you personally lived through it?" Ward nodded, the faint lines on his face deepening. "I was a scholar, yes. I studied the knowledge of my people, recorded their achievements, and also documented their flaws. We had schisms, 2 factions primarily. One sought balance with nature, the other sought dominion over it. We understood that controlling the planet's forces was a double-edged sword, and in our hubris, we unleashed consequences that led to our downfall." A heavy quiet draped over the room again. Rita's heart hammered in her chest. As a scientist, everything about Ward's claims defied reason. Yet, the emotional resonance in his words was undeniable. He spoke as one who had witnessed unimaginable glory and unspeakable tragedy. Drawing a shaky breath, Rita ventured, "And you survived. Somehow, you're here to tell us this story. How?" Ward's eyes drifted to a distant place. "Survival can be a curse. I can't explain it fully, not in scientific terms you'd accept, but let's just say that certain experiments, genetic, alchemical, allowed a small fraction of us to persist beyond our normal lifespans. Some died over the centuries, but I lived on." A creeping chill slithered through Rita. Amir, the geneticist, suddenly recalled the bizarre DNA results that defied all known categories. Could it be possible that Ward's genes were altered by the very science he described? Jimmy, with a pained sigh, tried one more approach. "Even if you're telling the truth, how do you expect us to believe without evidence?" Ward locked eyes with him. "I do have evidence, but it's not in this room." Dr. Danny Garrison inhaled sharply. "Where is it?" "In the frozen depths of this very ice," Ward replied, voice sombre. "A city lies buried there, or at least its remnants. Once, it stood at the southern edge of a landmass long since submerged. Tectonic shifts and eons of climate change have locked it beneath glacial sheets. If you were to look at the right coordinates, you'd find structures that do not match any known civilization in your history." All at once, the tension in the room became electric. Rita exchanged glances with Amir, who silently nodded. "We have access to satellite imaging," she said. "If you can guide us to these coordinates," he offered a thin smile, "you'll find enough to make you question everything." Before they could continue, the overhead intercom crackled to life. "Dr. Underwood, Dr. Hale, urgent call from the US station. Repeat, urgent call." With reluctant urgency, Rita and Jimmy rushed to the communications room. They returned half an hour later, faces pale. "A government official is coming here, Agent Victor Langley," Rita announced. "He says it's about our mysterious discovery. He wants Dr. Ward handed over to them for further study. How did they even find out?" The question hung in the air, ominous. Danny's face fell. Government involvement could turn everything into a web of secrecy. Nadine's eyes flashed with concern. "If they take him, we might never know the truth. He'll vanish into some classified facility." Ward pressed his lips together in a thin line, an expression of grim acceptance. "I've seen this happen before. When knowledge threatens the established narrative, forces move to bury it." His gaze turned to Rita. "If you want answers, if you truly want to see what lies beneath the ice, we have to move quickly." A flurry of preparations began. While Jimmy remained on the fence about the validity of Ward's story, the chance to confirm or deny it definitively was too compelling to ignore. So they laid plans for a covert excursion into the ice fields. They had little time, uncertain resources, and an unprecedented aim: to locate a lost city that might have once anchored a civilization older than anything in recorded history. And deep in Rita's mind, a quiet fear took root. If Ward's tale was true, what other secrets of cataclysm and cyclical collapse lay waiting for them in that frozen tomb? Despite the roiling tension, the plan fell into place faster than expected. Dr. Danny Garrison analysed satellite data and cross-referenced Ward's approximate coordinates with geological anomalies in the ice shelf. He found an irregular region, some 50 miles from the outpost, far from any known expedition routes. A recent scan indicated shapes beneath the surface, forms that didn't appear natural. They had one shot to investigate these shapes before Agent Victor Langley arrived. If Ward's claims proved empty, at least they would have tried. If they found anything, they'd document as much as possible and share it with the scientific community before it could be silenced. Though it was early morning, the Arctic skies glowed with that peculiar polar twilight. A hush fell over the team as they loaded their gear onto two-tracked snow vehicles. Rita, Jimmy, Nadine, Amir, Danny and Ward all donned thick thermal suits, prepared for the worst. Their outward mission was to collect fresh samples. At least that was the official line they'd feed to the authorities if questioned. Unofficially, they were seeking the oldest ruins on Earth, guided by a man who claimed to have walked among them. The journey across the ice was punishing. Storm winds kicked up snowdrifts, forcing them to crawl at a pace that tested every nerve. Ward sat next to Nadine, eyes distant. Occasionally he'd mutter directions, refining the route. It took hours. At one point they encountered a pressure ridge, a stretch of ice buckled by shifting tectonic plates. The vehicles lurched up and down as if traversing a frozen ocean of waves. Finally they arrived at a relatively smooth patch. Wind-battered markers indicated the site's geological significance. "We're close," Danny announced, checking his instruments. The satellite images suggested something large, a cluster of symmetrical lines that might be walls or foundations, buried just beneath them. They parked and began setting up a ground-penetrating radar to confirm the formation structure. Everyone gathered around the monitor, hearts pounding. The machine whirred, sending pulses beneath the ice. The results trickled in. There were indeed regular patterns, squared angles that nature seldom forged on its own. A gasp escaped Nadine's lips. "Are those pillars? Or walls?" Danny said, zooming in. "They look massive, stretching deeper than the radar can penetrate. This place could be huge." Jimmy inhaled slowly, that skepticism warring with undeniable evidence. Impossible. Ward stood to one side, face etched with bitter-sweet triumph. The city was once called Tir Amun. Of course, the name means nothing to you now, but it was a jewel of learning, a centre of rival philosophies. We built upwards and downwards. Some structures might be hundreds of feet below. As they discussed how best to proceed with further scans, Ward's voice took on a reflective tone. "We had wonders here, libraries, archives of knowledge you cannot imagine. But arrogance festered. Some believed we could harness the Earth's energy, control the weather, even manipulate the planet's crust. Others argued we should live in harmony with natural rhythms. It was this conflict between conquest and coexistence that laid the seeds of our downfall." Rita's hand trembled on the radar console. "Are you saying your civilization triggered its own apocalypse?" Ward nodded. "In part. We sought to corral forces beyond our understanding. Earth retaliated, or perhaps the cosmos did. There was a cataclysmic event, what you might call a cosmic strike, or a planetary shift, or even a meltdown of energies. It ripped our world apart. Most of our cities sank into oceans, were buried by quakes, or blasted into rubble. Few survived. But you did. Nadine's voice was soft with empathy. Ward turned to her, eyes glassy with a memory of millennia. I survived, but survival wasn't a gift. I watched the remnants of my people scatter. Over the centuries, thousands of years, some societies tried to rebuild. I tried to share knowledge, to warn them not to repeat our mistakes, but time and again, human nature triumphed. Distrust, fear, greed, they overshadowed the lessons of the past. As if responding to this gloom, the Arctic wind howled ominously. Clouds darkened overhead, hinting at an incoming storm. Jimmy rubbed his arms. We should hurry, he said, glancing nervously at the sky. They prepared to drill an access shaft into the ice, hoping to breach an air pocket or a cavity leading into the structure. It was a gamble, one that could take days if they wanted thorough results, but they had only hours before Agent Langley's arrival. Using advanced thermal lances and specialised drilling equipment, they melted through the surface layer, carefully monitoring for structural integrity. Amir found an odd sense of awe creeping over him. Hours ago he'd been sure Ward was a fraud. Now they were on the cusp of discovering something that could rewrite the entire timeline of civilization. It's like peering into the Earth's memory, he murmured to no one in particular. In a painstaking process, they drilled down nearly 50 feet before breaking through a thin layer of ice into an open chamber. The hollow clank of the drill told them there was empty space below. Danny's eyes lit up. "We've found a void!" Rita insisted on safety checks, lowering cameras and testing air quality. Against all odds, there seemed to be a large cavern, sealed by ice, and possibly pressurised over millennia. The cameras showed a pitch-black expanse, but the faint reflection of the beam off something that looked disturbingly symmetrical, like a carved wall. Their hearts pounded as they realised they were mere feet from a literal time capsule. While they prepared gear to descend safely, Ward offered a grave warning. Be cautious. Old structures can be unstable, and sometimes what's left behind can be unsettling. They set up a makeshift pulley system. Rita, ever the voice of leadership, volunteered to go first alongside Ward. Jimmy, driven by both fear and curiosity, decided to follow with Danny. Nadine and Amir would remain topside to monitor oxygen levels and be on standby in case of a collapse. Rita's stomach fluttered with anticipation as she swung into the void, harness squeaking. She descended, boots scraping against ice-encrusted walls. Beside her, Ward seemed oddly calm, as though he had done this countless times before. The darkness swallowed them until their headlamps revealed a floor coated in a thin layer of frost. Ice crystals sparkled against an enormous wall that was undeniably man-made, etched with patterns that looked both geometric and organic. Her breath caught in her throat. This was it. Proof. The designs reminded her vaguely of Sumerian or Egyptian hieroglyphics, but also different. They arced and curled, forming fractal shapes, melding animalistic figures with mathematical curves. Jimmy and Danny soon joined, their lights darting across the surfaces. Danny's voice cracked with excitement. We need high-resolution imaging. We need to... My God, this changes everything. The chamber was grand, its ceiling supported by pillars that tapered into a shape reminiscent of lotus buds. In the corner, half buried by ice, were what looked like broken stone tables, possibly remnants of devices or altars. Rita felt tears sting her eyes at the sheer scale of it. It was old, ancient, and yet here it was, preserved under the Arctic. Ward moved through the space, trailing his gloved fingertips over the carvings. A sorrowful smile creased his face. We used to gather here for debates. Scholars, philosophers, engineers. The resonance of voices once filled these halls. Jimmy ran a hand over the etched designs, swallowing his earlier disbelief. Zachary, if that's even your real name. You told the truth. There was no venom in his tone now, only awe. Then, a low rumble reverberated through the cavern, causing ice shards to cascade from the ceiling. Rita's heart lurched. Is that the drill? Danny checked the handheld seismometer. No, this is geological movement. Could be the pressure from the storm above. Ward's expression darkened. This place has remained stable for thousands of years. Our intrusion might be compromising it. Time was running out, and they hadn't even begun to document the site thoroughly. Rita pressed a trembling hand to her temple. She felt torn between the desire to gather proof and the duty to protect the structure from collapse. This was bigger than any single discovery. This was a revelation about humanity's lost heritage. Jimmy pointed to a corridor leading deeper into the structure. We should see if there's a main hall or something. Maybe records, inscriptions. Another quake rocked the cavern, this one stronger. Ward helped steady Rita against a pillar. We have to be swift. There's something I need to show you. Something that might explain the cycles of destruction better than my words ever could. In that moment, the swirling mix of excitement, dread, and urgency was almost too much for Rita to bear. She forced herself to focus. They were on the brink of unveiling a secret that had slept beneath ice and time. Whether they could retrieve that secret before it was buried again, or before Agent Langley intervened, remained to be seen. Above ground, Dr. Nadine Rourke and Dr. Amir Hassan monitored seismic readings anxiously. The wind had grown savage, whipping snow into their eyes. Amid the howling gusts, the faint sound of helicopter blades became audible. Nadine's heart sank. They're here. A black helicopter cut through the whiteout, landing with military precision near the parked snow vehicles. Agent Victor Langley emerged, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a heavy parka. His stern face scanned the campsite with unmistakable authority. 2 armed men accompanied him. Nadine approached, brandishing a calm she didn't feel. We're in the middle of a mission. You'll have to wait until... Agent Langley cut her off, voice clipped. My clearance supersedes any civil research mission here. Where is Dr. Ward? Amir tried to intervene, stumbling over words. He's not available right now. We're conducting... Langley's gaze flicked to the hole in the ice, the machinery and the data screens. Without waiting for an invitation, he marched forward, clearly intending to investigate. You found something, he said flatly. We received intel that you discovered a man who shouldn't exist, and now you're investigating structures that shouldn't be here. Nadine's pulse throbbed. I don't know who your sources are, but you're interfering in a scientific... Langley raised a hand to silence her. You have 2 options. Cooperate, or we shut this entire operation down. The threat was unmistakable. Now how do we get down there? Amir and Nadine glanced at each other. If they refused to help, the agent might resort to force. With minimal choice, Nadine gestured to the pulley system. They're using harnesses. The path is narrow. The ice is unstable. If you want to risk your neck, be my guest. Within minutes, Agent Langley had geared up, ensuring his men were armed. Amir's heart twisted at the idea of guns in that ancient place, but there was no way to stop them. Meanwhile, below ground, Rita, Ward, Jimmy and Danny navigated the corridor, beams of light dancing over walls that told cryptic stories. Scenes depicted robed figures standing before a great orb, possibly the sun or Earth's core. Others showed geometric shapes that might represent scientific apparatus. Many illustrations revealed fracturing land masses and cosmic streaks across the sky. A deeper tremor rattled the corridor. Ice cracked overhead, and chunks began to fall. "The structure's destabilizing," Danny warned. "We might not have much time." Ward pressed on determinedly. "There's a chamber ahead, the central archive. It was constructed to endure, sealed behind reinforced barriers. If anything remains, it's there." They reached a vast circular door half buried behind frost. With the help of Jimmy's crowbar and Danny's small portable drill, they pried at the edges. The door groaned open, stale air rushing out. Inside was a large dome-shaped space, ringed by ledges and recesses that once housed tablets, scrolls, or devices. Now most were shattered, decayed, or lost to time. But near the centre stood a pedestal of strange metal. Its top was shaped like a basin, and within lay an object covered in ice. Rita and Danny carefully chipped away at the frosty shell, revealing what appeared to be a thick crystalline disc, etched with swirling lines. Ward's trembling fingers traced its edges. "A record," he said. "Not paper, not stone. This was a method of storing information in crystalline lattices. If we had the right apparatus, we could decode centuries of knowledge from this disc alone. It contains the story of how we came to the brink of destruction, and, possibly, why these cycles repeat." Jimmy's mouth parted in amazement. "You mean this disc might hold data about your civilization's downfall, like some sort of advanced memory stick?" Ward nodded. "Precisely. And it might shed light on a force greater than us, something that seems to ensure no civilization grows too close to a certain threshold before being reset." At that, Rita felt a chill unrelated to the surrounding cold. "Are you implying there's a deliberate hand behind these collapses? Not just natural disasters or human folly?" Ward's eyes flashed. "I'm saying I've witnessed similar patterns throughout millennia. Knowledge rising, conflict intensifying, and then a grand collapse. Like an invisible caretaker pruning the branches of humanity whenever they threaten to overshadow the tree." The ground shook again, this time with a deafening crack. Dust and ice rained from the dome ceiling. A fresh wave of dread surged in Rita. "We have to get this disc out of here," she said. "We can study it back at the outpost. This place might come down on our heads any minute." Ward gently lifted the disc, as if it were an infant. "Let's go." Just as they turned to leave, footsteps echoed behind them. Headlamps bobbed in the darkness. Agent Langley and his armed men emerged, weapons half raised. "Freeze," Langley barked, scanning the chamber. His gaze locked on Ward, then flicked to the disc in his arms. Without warning, the cavern shook violently, as if the earth itself roared in defiance. The men staggered, one soldier losing his footing. In a flash, a large chunk of ice fell from the ceiling. Ward lunged, pushing Rita aside just as the massive slab crashed to the floor, shattering. He shielded the disc, cradling it protectively. Langley barked orders at his men, but the thunderous noise drowned him out. Another quake. Jimmy and Danny pressed themselves against a wall, eyes wide with terror. "We have to get out of here," Jimmy shouted. Langley advanced, bracing against the tremors. "Hand over that artifact," he demanded, ignoring the chaos. "This discovery belongs to the government now." Ward's face hardened. "No, this knowledge doesn't belong to any government. It belongs to humanity." Before Langley could respond, a fissure zigzagged across the chamber floor. One of his armed men screamed as he plunged into darkness, his harness snagging on protruding ice. Langley's stance shifted, torn between retrieving his subordinate and seizing the disc. Taking advantage of Langley's hesitation, Rita yelled, "Run!" The small group charged back the way they'd come, forging a path through the collapsing corridor. Langley bellowed after them, but another ceiling collapse silenced his voice in a cacophony of ice. The path they had drilled from above was partially caved in. Pressing their adrenaline to the limit, they hoisted Ward up first, passing him the disc. Rita followed, then Jimmy, then Danny. The harness creaked dangerously under the weight. At last, they tumbled onto the surface, battered and breathless. Nadine and Amir rushed to them, relief mingled with terror. "Where's Agent Langley?" Nadine asked, scanning the hole. "Trapped," Jimmy replied grimly, peering down at the swirl of ice and debris. He saw no sign of movement, no sign of the men who had accompanied the agent. The moans of wind and shifting ice were the only answer. The cavern was collapsing, sealing the lost city once more. For a tense moment they debated trying to rescue Langley. But the raging storm, the deepening chasms, and the massive tremors made a safe rescue impossible. If they descended again, they'd likely be buried too. With haunted eyes, Rita turned away, knowing the tragedy of what they were leaving behind. Shaken by events, the group loaded themselves and the artifact onto their vehicles. Ward carefully cradled the disc, as though it were the one priceless key to humanity's hidden story. They sped back toward the outpost, hearts pounding with both triumph and dread. They'd uncovered tangible proof of a lost civilization, but at a cost, a man's life, and maybe even a piece of their own innocence. As they drove, the swirling snow parted momentarily, revealing a pale sky. Ward gazed at the horizon, expression unreadable. Rita watched him, a swirl of questions in her mind. Would the disk truly reveal humanity's cyclical fate? Could it help prevent another collapse? And what had really happened to Agent Langley? Was he just another casualty of knowledge that some hidden force wanted buried? Only time would tell if they had awakened something that was meant to stay asleep, or if they'd lit a path that might finally break the cycle of endless destruction. The return journey to the outpost felt like an eternity. The storm's fury made visibility almost nil, but adrenaline sustained them. By the time they arrived, exhaustion weighed on every muscle. The group hurried inside, slamming the doors against the Arctic wind. They placed the disc on a steel table in the main lab. Each face glowed with a mixture of curiosity and fatigue. Danny, rummaging through the technical supplies, cobbled together a makeshift scanning device. They had no dedicated crystalline memory reader, but advanced imaging and laser spectroscopy might yield partial data. Rita pressed her ear to the door. The research station felt different, suffused with tension and the knowledge that real danger lurked behind them. Agent Langley's fate weighed heavily, but they also worried about who else might come looking for Ward and the artifact. Government protocols rarely let matters like this rest. As they worked on scanning the disc, Ward leaned against a wall, face drawn. He appeared older, as though the day's trials had chipped away at whatever longevity he possessed. Nadine approached, voice gentle. "I'm sorry about what happened down there. Are you going to be all right?" He exhaled shakily. "I've seen more tragedy than I care to remember. It never gets easier." Nadine hesitated before asking, "So you've never tried to intervene before? Never tried to prevent these cycles of destruction?" Ward shook his head. "A handful of times I tried to share knowledge, but humankind tends to devour or distort truth. Either it's weaponized or it's dismissed. In some eras, I found fleeting acceptance, but always overshadowed by ignorance or corruption. So I learned to wait on the sidelines." She studied him. "Then why reveal yourself now?" Ward's gaze flicked to Rita, who was busy helping Danny calibrate the lasers. "Because something feels different this time. Technology has advanced quickly, but so has the potential for cataclysm. Nuclear war, climate collapse, genetic manipulation. We're near a tipping point. I wanted to see if this generation could finally break the cycle." A beep interrupted them. The scanner had produced partial readings from the crystal disk. Strange waveforms danced on the computer screen, data in an unknown format. Amir's brow furrowed. "It's not in any modern code. We might have to create a custom algorithm to decode it." Their excitement soared. Even if it took months, this disk might prove everything Ward said. They just had to survive the political and bureaucratic tempest that would inevitably follow. "We'll distribute the findings globally, so no one can suppress it," Rita declared. Ward offered a weary nod. That would be wise. Hours turned into the early morning. Some dozed, others took turns analysing the data. In snatches of the decoded segments, they saw references to cataclysmic events, star patterns, and ominous references to the Watchers. A phrase repeated often: when the threshold is reached, the balance must be restored. Rita's heart pounded each time she read those words, imagining a cosmic caretaker stepping in to reset humanity whenever it strayed too far. Exhausted, the team decided to rest briefly, promising to resume their decryption at dawn. Ward, however, did not rest. He stood by a window overlooking the frozen wasteland, watchful. In that moment he looked truly ancient, burdened by centuries of sorrow. Just before dawn, the outpost's alarm shrieked again. Rita jolted upright from a light sleep, heart hammering. She dashed to the control room to find Ward standing tense, scanning the monitors. Outside, a group of men on snowmobiles approached, an even more significant force than Langley's, possibly a military unit. Nadine cursed under her breath. They must have tracked Langley's mission. They'll be looking for him. They'll want to know what happened. They'll want Ward. Jimmy rubbed the back of his neck. I'd bet they want that disc. Too. Panic threatened to consume them. "We have to go," Ward said suddenly. "If they take that disc, it disappears forever, and so does everything we've done." Amir gathered the data files they'd managed to decode, while Nadine pulled out an external hard drive. Danny hurried to stash the physical disc into a protective case. Rita looked around at the modest facility that had been their home. She knew once they left there might be no returning. Slinging on their gear, they readied a snow vehicle. The plan was to slip away on a route hidden by the terrain, perhaps to a safer location, or an airfield where they could vanish from official radar. The approaching men, however, reached the main entrance faster than expected. One of them, presumably the leader, held a megaphone and demanded they open up. Ward met Rita's eyes, silent understanding passing between them. "I'll delay them," he said. "You take the artifact and the data. Get far away from here. Let the truth out if you can." Rita started to protest, but Ward shook his head firmly. "If you truly believe humanity deserves another chance, go. The knowledge is bigger than me." Emotions tore at Rita's heart. She wanted to argue, but deep down she sensed that Ward had made his choice. He was a relic from another age, and maybe his destiny was to remain the sacrifice that allowed this truth to escape into the world. With no time to waste, they gathered the gear. Nadine gave Ward a lingering look, tears brimming. "Thank you for trusting us. I promise we'll do our best." He offered a tight smile, lines of infinite sadness creasing his face. "I've walked across the centuries waiting for someone to do what I could not." Jimmy and Danny, once staunch skeptics, now wore grim expressions of respect. They clasped Ward's hand in silent gratitude. Amir, his eyes shadowed with regret, offered a final nod. The sound of pounding on the station door spurred them onward. They slipped out a side exit into the blinding white, trudging quickly to the vehicle that was fueled and ready. Rita cast one last look over her shoulder, tears streaking her cheeks. Through a window, she saw Ward standing calmly as the door was forced open. Armed men flooded inside. Then she revved the engine. The snow vehicle surged away, disappearing over a ridge. They had no plan but forward. Back inside the outpost, Ward faced the intruders. They barked demands, brandishing weapons. Ward stood with hands raised, offering no resistance. "I won't fight you," he murmured. One of the soldiers stepped forward, raising a rifle, but the officer in charge gestured for him to stand down. "Where is Dr. Underwood?" "The disc?" the officer growled. Ward simply gazed at them with an exhausted calm. "Gone," he said. His voice carried an unspoken finality. In that instant, the outraged men seized him. For all they knew, he was just a strange man with secrets to spill. They had no idea. He possessed lifetimes of knowledge locked behind centuries of sorrow. Outside, the morning sky turned from pale grey to a gentle rose. Rita's snow vehicle sped over the horizon. She clutched the small container that held the disc, as though it were an ark of memory. She couldn't help but feel Ward's sacrifice bearing down on her soul. But she also felt a stirring of hope. This was a chance, maybe the only chance, to shatter the cycle of ignorance and destruction. Time blurred as they escaped into the icy wilderness. The knowledge they carried was precious and dangerous. If it reached the wider world, it could open eyes, provoke questions, alter the course of civilization. Or it could be ridiculed, suppressed, lost once again. None of them knew which outcome would prevail. In the days and weeks that followed, Rita and her colleagues found temporary refuge in a remote station owned by a sympathetic contact. They uploaded what they had to multiple data caches, sent partial findings to other researchers, and tried to rally support. Unsurprisingly, official channels dismissed them, citing lack of verifiable evidence or claiming it was a hoax. A few fringe outlets took notice, but the mainstream consensus was silent. Still, they persisted. Rita published a paper detailing the anomalies beneath the Arctic ice, releasing images of the partial ruins they had documented. Some geologists scoffed, others expressed cautious intrigue. Internet forums buzzed with conspiracy theories and accusations of government cover-ups. Meanwhile, the video footage of Ward was labelled a deep fake by skeptics. Dr. Ward, for his part, vanished like a phantasm. Unconfirmed sightings popped up, rumours circulated. Some said he was transported to a secret facility, others claimed he escaped or was executed. The truth remained elusive. Yet, in the epilogue of this unfolding saga, as months turned into years, Dr. Rita Underwood's name quietly gained recognition in academic circles. A minority of scientists, mavericks and open-minded explorers began re-examining archaeological assumptions, sifting through unexplained geological markers, seeking glimpses of older epochs that might validate the story of Tiramun. The final scene finds Rita decades later, hair streaked with grey, standing at a podium in a modest conference hall. She's presenting updated satellite imaging, revealing new structures beneath receding ice. The audience is small, but a spark of curiosity lights their faces. She speaks with conviction, referencing the partial translations of that fabled crystal disk, warnings about repeated collapses that come when civilizations overreach. Meanwhile, in the back of the room, a solitary figure with familiar dark eyes watches quietly. He wears a hat pulled low, but the lines of his face are unmistakable. Though changed and perhaps more fragile, Dr. Zachary Ward remains. He does not approach her, does not make his presence known, but he hears her words, her unwavering plea for humanity to learn from ancient mistakes, to avoid another cyclical collapse. As the session ends, Rita glimpses him for a fraction of a second, but when she blinks, he's gone, like a whisper of wind through the pages of a forgotten history book. She stands there, a single tear of gratitude and sorrow trailing down her cheek. Outside, the world continues, as it always has. Cities bustle, nations vie for power, crises loom, and the question remains: will mankind finally heed the warnings of the past, or is it destined to face another reset? Only time, and perhaps the watchful eyes of one immortal witness, will tell. Continuity Review. Bryant Marr first encountered the impossible on a Tuesday in Conference Room 7B. on the 43rd floor of a building whose ownership structure dissolved into increasingly opaque holding companies, the deeper one investigated. The memo had arrived without sender metadata. Continuity review, pre-human signatories, your participation required, non-delegable. His assistant, Karen, had looked at it with the careful neutrality she reserved for the firm's most sensitive matters. "They're waiting for you," was all she said. 23 years of corporate law had taught Bryant that power revealed itself through absence, through what wasn't said, what wasn't documented, who wasn't present. He had negotiated liability frameworks for NGOs operating in collapsed states. He had arbitrated disputes between sovereign wealth funds and entities that existed only as articles of incorporation in 3 different jurisdictions. He understood that the world's true architecture was contractual, not territorial. He believed in nothing except the integrity of properly executed agreements. Conference Room 7B contained 3 others: Margaret Bell from Archives, whose title was Historical Compliance Officer and whose age Bryant had never been able to determine; Dmitry Volkov, representing something called the Perpetuity Council, and a woman who introduced herself only as the Witness, dressed in charcoal grey, her face unmemorable in the way that suggested deliberate cultivation. The documents were already on the table, not screens, not tablets. Actual documents, though calling them that seemed inadequate. They appeared to be vellum, or something older than vellum. The text shifted between writing systems, cuneiform bleeding into something that resembled Linear A, which gave way to symbols that predated recognisable language entirely. "You're looking at the oldest continuously binding agreements in human history," Margaret said. Her voice had the tired precision of someone who'd given this briefing before. "Older than Sumer, older than Göbekli Tepe. These contracts predate civilization as we understand it." Bryant reached for the documents. They were warm. Not room temperature, body temperature. No, something else. The temperature of thought itself. "The opposing party," Dmitri said slowly, "does not communicate through language as we practice it. They respond to symbolic geometry, intention expressed through archetypal form." "Who are they?" Bryant heard himself ask. The witness spoke for the first time. "That's not the correct question. The correct question is, what have they been helping us avoid?" The briefing lasted 6 hours. Bryant learned that human civilization existed in a legal framework established approximately 40,000 years ago, during a cognitive crisis that would have ended the species. Non-human intelligences, the documents called them prior signatories or sometimes continuity, keepers, had offered terms, not conquest, not submission, partnership. In exchange for certain allowances, humanity would receive guidance, not direct intervention that violated some principle the documents couldn't quite articulate, but influence, pattern setting, the establishment of symbolic frameworks that would channel human development along stable trajectories. The allowances were specific: cognitive access, during threshold moments, the formation of civilizations, the collapse of empires, the invention of world-altering technologies. The prior signatories could subtly adjust the archetypal patterns that shaped human decision-making. Not control, adjustment, the way a gardener stakes a growing plant. Lineage influence. Certain family lines would carry heightened sensitivity to symbolic structures. These bloodlines would naturally gravitate toward positions of authority, not through conspiracy, but through neurological architecture. They would feel the pull of legitimacy, the weight of sovereignty, the necessity of hierarchy. They would build the institutions that contained chaos. Mythic stewardship, the fundamental stories that organized human meaning, gods, heroes, monsters, redemption, would maintain specific geometries. Variations were permitted, but core patterns remained protected. These patterns served as the interface through which the prior signatories could communicate across the species barrier. In exchange, humanity received something it couldn't appreciate until it was nearly lost: coherence at scale. Every attempt at universal human organisation has succeeded only when it aligned with the protected patterns, Margaret explained. The Roman Empire, the Catholic Church, the nation-state system, global capitalism, each one a variation on archetypal themes the prior signatories helped establish. And when humans deviate, Bryant asked. The 20th century, Dimitri said quietly. 2 world wars, totalitarian experiments, the nuclear threshold. Humanity kept trying to reorganize itself according to purely rational principles: scientific materialism, historical dialectics, racial supremacy, all attempts to escape mythic authority. The prior signatories withdrew coherence, the witness added, not as punishment, as consequence. Human consciousness requires pattern to function at civilization scale. Remove the mythic substrate and collective meaning collapses. What followed was predictable. Bryant studied the documents. They weren't static. Clauses seemed to rearrange themselves as he read, responding to his attention. Why am I here? Because the treaties are up for renewal, Margaret said. Every 5,000 years the terms must be renegotiated. We're 3 years from the deadline, and this time there's a proposal to amend. She slid another document across the table. It was newer, maybe 50 years old, typed on a manual typewriter in English. The title read, Amendment Proposal, Symbolic. Autonomy Clause, Bryant read it twice. His hands were shaking. This would terminate the cognitive access provision, he said. Completely. Yes. Humanity would retain full autonomy over its symbolic development. No external influence on myth, religion, or political archetypes. Correct. This is insane. Civilization would destabilize within 50 to 200 years, Dimitri finished. That's the conservative estimate. The modelling suggests humanity would fragment into incompatible meaning systems, wars of interpretation, the collapse of any universal framework for law, ethics, or truth. Bryant looked at the witness. You support this? It wasn't a question. Freedom is not stability, she said. It never has been. The question before us is whether humanity deserves the dignity of choosing its own path, even if that path leads to failure. And the prior signatories? They will accept whatever we decide, Margaret said. That's in the original contract. Consent cannot be permanently delegated. Every few millennia humanity must choose again. Bryant felt something shift inside him. Not emotion, exactly, but the recognition that he was standing at a door he'd never known existed. What happens if we reject the amendment? Continue as we have been. Humanity survives, Dimitri said. Continues to be guided, continues to be stable, continues to be, in certain ways, managed. And if we accept it? No one answered immediately. Finally the witness spoke. Then we discover what we actually are, without assistance. The next 3 months consumed Bryant utterly. He was given clearance to access the archives, not the firm's archives, but the archives, a facility that existed in no official database, accessible only through a series of increasingly baroque verification procedures. It occupied the sub-basement of a building in Geneva that had been continuously inhabited since the Roman era. What he found there rewrote his understanding of human history. Every major civilization had maintained continuity bureaus, priesthoods, chanceries, bureaucratic castes whose overt function was record-keeping, but whose actual purpose was treaty maintenance. The Roman Pontifex Maximus, the Byzantine Logothetes, the Islamic Qadi, the Confucian Mandarinate, all of them preserving and interpreting the symbolic geometries that interfaced with the prior signatories. The documents showed patterns. When Rome fell, it wasn't because of barbarian invasions. Those were symptoms. The Empire had begun experimenting with purely administrative authority, trying to ground legitimacy in legal rationalism rather than mythic sovereignty. The archetypal patterns destabilized. Coherence withdrew. The collapse followed. The French Revolution had been another deviation, an attempt to reorganize society according to abstract principles of reason. The terror wasn't accidental. It was what happened when mythic authority was abruptly severed without a replacement framework. Napoleon's rise wasn't reaction. It was emergency remythologization. The Empire restored archetypal patterns through military charisma and pseudo-Roman symbolism. Every successful social transformation aligned with the protected patterns. Christianity spreading through the Roman Empire, a perfect mapping of mystery cult structures onto monotheistic narrative. The Enlightenment, permitted because it preserved underlying hierarchies of reason and natural law. Even the digital revolution followed patterns, network topology mirroring ancient metaphors of connection and flow. But the failures, the catastrophes, those came when humanity tried to escape the patterns entirely. The Soviet Union, Margaret explained during one of their review sessions, attempted to construct meaning from pure materialism, historical dialectics with no mythic resonance. It lasted 70 years, less than a human lifetime, before collapsing under its own semantic weight. The prior signatories destroyed it? No, they did nothing. That's the point. Humans did it to themselves. Without archetypal scaffolding, large-scale social coordination becomes psychologically impossible. People need stories that resonate at depths language can't reach. Bryant was reading a report from 1945, declassified only in this archive. It described the Manhattan Project not as a technological achievement, but as a threshold moment, humanity accessing the power to end itself. The prior signatories had apparently flooded the collective unconscious with symbols of apocalypse and redemption, not to prevent nuclear weapons, that would violate the non-intervention principle, but to ensure that human decision-makers felt the mythic weight of their choices. The bombs were used. But mad doctrine emerged, mutually assured destruction, a perfect archetypal bind that prevented total war through the threat of total annihilation. A deeply mythic solution to a rational problem. They saved us, Bryant said. Margaret's expression was unreadable. They managed us. The deeper Bryant went, the more the patterns revealed themselves, and the more disturbing the implications became. Monarchies weren't arbitrary. They mapped onto parent-child archetypes, creating stability through familiar psychological structures. Every culture had independently developed the concept of divine kingship, because the archetype was embedded in the treaty framework. The symbols varied. Sun kings, dragon emperors, pharaohs as living gods, but the underlying pattern was identical. Democracy wasn't unique to Athens. It emerged whenever communities reached a certain size and complexity, because the archetype of collective decision-making was protected in the treaty frameworks. But true democracy was rare, always unstable, because it required constant mythic reinforcement. Most democratic societies were actually aristocracies or oligarchies wearing democratic symbols, the pattern stabilizing through elite guardianship. Even revolution followed scripts. Bryant found a document from 1789, filed by a French continuity officer weeks before the Bastille fell. It described the coming upheaval not as political inevitability, but as archetypal necessity. The king archetype has become disconnected from the provider pattern. The divine parent no longer feeds the children. The scapegoat mechanism will activate. Estimate: 1836 months of purification ritual before new authority pattern stabilizes. The prediction was accurate within 3 months. Even atrocities had patterns, and this was where Bryant began to feel something he hadn't expected. Not anger exactly, He'd thought he was incapable of that, but something close to it. Witch hunts, pogroms, ethnic cleansings, genocides. They followed rhythms, occurred during periods of mythic instability when societies were between symbolic systems, not caused by the prior signatories but not prevented either. The treaties apparently permitted a certain amount of human chaos, as long as it didn't threaten species-level extinction. More than that, some violence was apparently functional within the pattern maintenance system. Scapegoating served to discharge accumulated social tension. Periodic purges reinforced in-group coherence. Ritual sacrifice, whether literal in ancient cultures or metaphorical in modern ones, maintained the circulation of meaning through symbolic systems. The documents were clinical about it. One entry, dated to approximately 1348, described the Black Death pogroms against Jewish communities across Europe. The analysis suggested these weren't just expressions of misplaced blame, they were emergency mythic recalibration. The plague had destabilized every pattern simultaneously. The church's authority was in question, feudal hierarchies were collapsing, the very cosmos seemed chaotic. The scapegoating of outsiders restored a sense of cosmic order. There was an enemy, there was a cause, there was something humans could do. It was functional, it was monstrous. Both things were true. They let millions die, Bryant said to Dimitri one evening, after reading too many of these clinical assessments. They let billions live, Dimitri replied. The question isn't whether the system is perfect. The question is whether any alternative is better. That's not an answer, that's an excuse. It's both. Dimitri looked tired, genuinely tired, not the performance of tiredness. I've spent 30 years studying the counterfactuals. Every time humanity tried to escape these patterns entirely, the death toll was higher. The Mongol conquests, brutal but mythically coherent. Genghis Khan as archetypal conqueror, bringing order through force, horrifying but stable. Compare that to the 20th century's industrial-scale ideological murders, no archetypal resonance, just mechanical, meaningless death. So the patterns make death more meaningful. They make death legible. That's different. Dimitri poured himself more tea. When people die within mythic frameworks, as martyrs, heroes, sacrifices, their deaths enter narrative. They become part of the pattern. When people die outside those frameworks, they're just eliminated, processed. There's no transcendence, no meaning, no integration into the larger story. Bryant thought about that. I'm not sure that's better. Neither am I, Dimitri admitted, but it's what we have. Bryant found himself in increasingly strange territory. He was reading anthropological reports that reframed cargo cults not as primitive misunderstandings, but as spontaneous attempts to interface with the symbolic substrate. Documents showing that identical religious imagery emerged independently across cultures, not because of diffusion, but because certain archetypal forms were embedded in the treaty framework itself. The Virgin Mary, Kuan Yin, Isis, Tara. The same pattern, divine feminine, compassionate intermediary appearing across civilizations because it served a specific function in the architecture of human meaning-making. The pattern mediated between absolute transcendence and human need. It made the numinous accessible, but there were other patterns, darker ones, that repeated with equal precision. The men in black appeared in medieval chronicles described as figures in dark garments who appeared before catastrophes, speaking in riddles about coming transformations. The same archetype manifested in 20th century UFO encounters, men in black visiting witnesses, their behaviour ritualistic and cryptic, serving no obvious function except to mark the witness as having crossed a threshold. Bryant found a memo from 1952, filed by a continuity officer embedded in the US Air Force. It described the Men in Black phenomenon not as alien contact or government harassment, but as spontaneous manifestation of the Threshold Guardian pattern. When individuals encountered experiences that threatened to destabilize their symbolic framework, UFO sightings being archetypal encounters with the radically other, the pattern would generate a secondary experience to contain and ritualize the first one. The Men in Black appeared to transform random experience into initiatory structure. Their presence said, "You have seen something significant. This significance is real. It is also dangerous. You have been marked." The ritual completed the pattern. What might have been destabilizing became mythically integrated. The prior signatories don't just maintain patterns, Margaret explained when Bryant brought this to her attention. They generate protective responses when humans approach pattern boundaries. The Men in Black are one example. There are others. She showed him documents about ritual traditions that appeared independently across cultures, initiation ceremonies that followed identical symbolic progressions, mystery cults that use the same archetypal language despite no historical contact, secret, societies that emerged in different eras with identical structures. "Look at Freemasonry," she said, pulling up a file that tracked the organization's development. It claims historical continuity back to Solomon's Temple. That's mythic genealogy, not literal history. But the ritual structures, the initiatory degrees, the symbolic architecture, the emphasis on sacred geometry, those are real. They're interface protocols. For what? For allowing humans to consciously engage with the symbolic substrate without destabilization. The rituals don't do anything in a literal sense, but they provide a framework for individuals to experience pattern awareness safely, in controlled settings, with guidance from those who've successfully navigated the experience before. Bryant studied the documents. Masonic ritual used symbols that appeared in the earliest treaty frameworks: the square and compass, the checkered floor, the pillars. Not because Masons knew about the treaties, but because the patterns themselves generated these symbols in any system that attempted to formalize the relationship between individual consciousness and cosmic order. So secret societies are, what? Pressure release valves? Ritual containers, Margaret corrected. Humans have always intuited that there are patterns larger than individual understanding. Secret societies formalize that intuition. They let people participate in something archetypal without requiring them to consciously understand the full architecture. And the prior signatories encourage this. They don't need to. The patterns generate these structures automatically when human societies reach certain complexity thresholds. Humans create ritual systems the way bodies create immune responses. It's adaptive architecture emerging from the underlying pattern framework. Bryant sat with that. So we're, what, cultists? All of us? We're participants, Margaret said, whether we know it or not. The question the amendment raises is whether we should have the choice to stop participating. He began noticing it everywhere. Corporate logos using ancient symbols of protection and prosperity. National flags encoding geometric patterns that resonated with tribal identity mechanisms. Even internet memes, the most modern form of communication, following distribution patterns that match the spread of myths in oral cultures. The prior signatories didn't need to intervene constantly. They'd front-loaded the patterns 40,000 years ago. Human psychology would perpetuate them automatically, unless humanity chose otherwise. The symbolic autonomy clause hearings began in November, in a facility Bryant had been told was a neutral space, physically located on no nation's territory, accessed through legal jurisdictions that answered to no contemporary government. Representatives came from institutions he'd never heard of: the Hereditary Council, the Mythic Preservation Society, the Order of Continuous Memory, each one a lineage organization, families who had maintained treaty awareness for generations. Bryant was there as lead counsel for the amendment proposal. He hadn't chosen this role, it had been assigned. Margaret had explained it with tired certainty. Your bloodline makes you suitable. You carry the legal sensitivity. That revelation had come 3 weeks earlier, delivered in a manila folder containing genealogical research Bryant hadn't requested. His family line tracked back through attorneys, judges and legal scholars, an unbroken chain extending to medieval chancery officials, Roman advocati, and beyond into periods where record-keeping became symbolic. He was, apparently, exactly what he seemed, a man bred across millennia to negotiate the terms of human existence. The knowledge had done something to him, not changed him, revealed him. His skepticism, his emotional distance, his perfect comfort with abstract legal frameworks, all of it inheritance. Neurological, family had maintained treaty awareness since the Magna Carta, stood to deliver her testimony. She had been a vocal opponent of the amendment. Halfway through her statement she stopped. Her face went blank. Not unconscious, conscious but empty, like a computer awaiting input. Then she spoke, but the voice wasn't hers. The pattern recognizes error. The amendment contains misalignment, processing consequences. Bryant felt the temperature in the room drop, not literally, though that too, but metaphysically, as if meaning itself had suddenly become negotiable. Victoria's body remained standing for 17 seconds, then she collapsed. She was alive, but changed. When she regained consciousness, she couldn't explain what had happened. She remembered her positions on the treaty, her arguments against the amendment, but she couldn't articulate why they mattered. The emotional resonance was gone, the mythic weight. She was, in a very precise sense, severed from pattern. The hearings continued, but everything had shifted. The prior signatories had demonstrated something. They could withdraw coherence individually, selectively, surgically, not as threat, as information. This is what autonomy looks like, the gesture said. Humanity cut loose from archetypal meaning, functional, alive, but fundamentally disconnected from the frameworks that made existence feel significant. The amendment was withdrawn by week's end, but something had broken. Over the next 18 months, similar incidents occurred across the globe. People in positions of symbolic authority, religious leaders, judges, political philosophers, experiencing sudden pattern severing. Not many, perhaps 300 worldwide. Each one emerged functional but transformed. They could no longer feel the pull of tradition, the weight of legitimacy, the resonance of sacred narrative. They continued their roles, but mechanically. The meaning was gone. Sociologists called it a new form of depression. Neurologists found no physical abnormalities. Psychiatrists noted that the affected individuals weren't suffering exactly. They were simply indifferent to the frameworks that organized everyone else's reality. Bryant recognized it immediately. The prior signatories were demonstrating the cost of the amendment at scale. Not punishment, education. Margaret met him in a cafe in Brussels, one of those anonymous European spaces where lawyers and bureaucrats conducted the world's actual business. They're showing us what we asked for, she said. Humanity wanted to see what symbolic autonomy looks like. They're providing examples. People are being damaged. People are being freed, Margaret corrected. That's the point. Freedom from archetypal influence means freedom from meaning. You can't have one without the other. Bryant ordered coffee he wouldn't drink. There has to be a middle path. There isn't. That's what the treaties established. Either humans remain within the symbolic frameworks the prior signatories helped create, or we don't. Gradual withdrawal is impossible. Meaning doesn't work that way. It's structural, binary. So we're trapped. We're protected. Bryant looked at her across the small table. Margaret Bell, whose age he still couldn't determine, whose title was Historical Compliance Officer, whose family had probably maintained treaty awareness since before China was China. "Do you ever resent them?" he asked. "Every day," she said, "and I'm grateful every day. That's the burden of understanding the architecture." The meeting that would determine everything took place in a location Bryant would never be able to properly remember, not because of any imposed amnesia, but because the space existed in a jurisdictional grey zone, technically accessible but semantically unstable. The three participants, Bryant Marr, representing human legal interests, the witness, whose role remained ambiguous, and something that manifested as a geometric configuration of symbols, the closest thing to direct communication with the prior signatories anyone had achieved in recorded history. The proposal on the table was new, drafted over 6 months of consultation with the world's deepest continuity organisations, Voluntary Disengagement Protocol. The prior signatories would not withdraw, but they would allow humans to opt out individually, irreversibly. Anyone who chose symbolic autonomy could be severed from the archetypal frameworks. They would retain consciousness, agency, function, but would lose access to the meaning structures that made existence feel mythically significant. A personal choice, not a species-level decision. The geometric symbol configuration responded. Bryant had learned to read the basic syntax, angles indicating degrees of acceptance, recursive patterns showing conditional agreement. The response was clear, acceptable, with conditions. The conditions materialized as new symbolic formations. Condition 1. Individuals choosing disengagement must understand the choice is permanent. No return to mythic coherence. Condition 2. The process requires witnessing. Each disengagement must be legally documented, creating a new category of personhood outside the treaty framework. Condition 3. Bryant Marr must be the first. He read the condition 3 times. "Why me?" he asked the configuration. The response appeared not as symbol, but as sensation, a direct impression in his consciousness, the only time a prior signatory had communicated with him so intimately. You carry the lineage most suited to documentation. Your disengagement will establish the legal precedent. You are, in every sense, the bridge between compliance and autonomy. Your choice determines viability. Bryant looked at the witness. She nodded. "This is why you were assigned to continuity review," she said quietly. "Your bloodline was bred to negotiate, but also to witness. You're capable of leaving the framework precisely because you understand it completely." The weight of it settled on him. Not emotional weight, he was still too deep in shock for that, but logical weight, structural weight. If he accepted disengagement, he would prove the system could be left voluntarily. He would become the first human in 40,000 years to exist outside mythic influence. No archetypal resonance, no sacred significance, no pattern-driven meaning. He would be free, and he would be alone in a way no human had been since the treaties were signed. "What happens to my work?" he asked. "My practice?" "You continue," Margaret said from somewhere behind him. He hadn't noticed her arrive. "You continue to practice law, but it will feel different. Law will be purely procedural for you. No mystical authority, no sense of justice as something ordained, just contracts and consequences. Will I lose the ability to care? No. You'll lose the ability to feel that caring matters at a cosmic level. Your ethics will be yours alone, not echoes of archetypal patterns." Bryant thought about his 23 years of practice, the satisfaction he'd found in properly executed agreements, the pleasure of containing chaos through clear contractual language, all of it built on foundations he hadn't known existed. He thought about the 300 individuals who'd already been severed, the experiments in autonomy. They were functional, successful even. But reports suggested they existed in a kind of existential isolation, unable to connect with the symbolic frameworks that organised everyone else's reality. He would join them, and by joining them, make their condition legitimate, create a legal category for the mythically autonomous. If I do this, he said slowly, and it works, if humans can choose disengagement without destabilization, what happens to the treaties? The geometric configuration shifted, and Bryant felt the response in his chest. The treaties become voluntary at individual scale. Humanity as a species remains protected. Individual humans can leave. Over time, two populations emerge, those within pattern, those without. Coexistence replaces management. And if that coexistence fails, it will, eventually. But that failure will be yours to own. The procedure was simpler than Bryant expected. A single document, a declaration of voluntary disengagement, signed in the presence of the witness and documented in the perpetuity archive. The signing itself required one additional element. Bryant had to articulate precisely what he was choosing to leave behind. Not just abstractly, specifically. Name the archetypal patterns he was severing himself from. Margaret provided the list, compiled from 40,000 years of treaty documentation, the hero's journey, the divine parent, the sacred marriage, the descent and return, the scapegoat, the trickster, the wise elder, the innocent child, the great mother, the terrible father, the promised land, the golden age, the apocalypse, the resurrection. 27 core patterns in total, the mythic geometries that organised human meaning across all cultures, all eras. Bryant read each one aloud, clearly stating, I relinquish symbolic participation in this pattern. I accept functional existence without mythic resonance. The witness countersigned. The document was sealed. For 17 seconds nothing happened. Then Bryant felt it. Not as loss exactly, but as a kind of clarification. The world remained visually identical. Sounds, sensations, physical reality, all unchanged, but the significance was gone. He looked at Margaret and she was just a woman, not a guardian of ancient wisdom, not a representative of timeless continuity, just a person with a job, aging, tired, mortal. He looked at the documents on the table and they were just paper and ink, not sacred, not binding at cosmic level, just agreements, contingent and revocable. He looked at his own hands and they were just hands, not tools of destiny, not instruments of scale. The autonomous built differently. Their organisations were purely contractual, their ethics self-generated, their sense of purpose entirely constructed. They experienced existence as contingent, meaningful only at the level they chose to make it meaningful. Neither population was happier than the other. Neither was more moral, more successful, more fulfilled. They were simply different. The treaties remained in effect for the patterned. The prior signatories continued their subtle guidance, adjusting archetypal flows during threshold moments. But now humans could leave that framework voluntarily. The cage door was open. Some chose freedom, most did not. Bryant Marr lived another 47 years after his disengagement. He continued practicing law. His work was considered exemplary, perhaps more precise than before, if somewhat colder. He never married. He maintained no close friendships. He found satisfaction in procedural excellence and nothing more. He did not regret his choice. Regret required mythic framework, the sense that choices mattered at levels beyond consequence. He had relinquished that, but he did occasionally experience something like curiosity about what he had lost. Late in his life, he attended a patterned funeral, a colleague from before his disengagement. The ceremony was traditional, filled with ritual and symbolic gesture. The mourners wept not just for personal loss, but for something larger, the archetypal pain of separation, death as mythic threshold. Bryant understood the forms, he recognised the patterns, but he felt nothing. As he watched them mourn, he realised they were not more deluded than him. They were not less free. They were simply operating in a different framework, one that made suffering meaningful, that transformed pain into narrative, that connected individual experience to cosmic pattern. He had chosen clarity. They had chosen resonance. Neither choice was wrong. The final document in Bryant Ma's personal archive was found after his death. It was sealed, marked for opening only 50 years following his passing. When the seal was broken, the document contained 3 sentences. Influence may be inherited. Consent must be remembered. Freedom is not stability. Below that, in smaller text, a question. Can a species be mature enough to choose its own immaturity? The prior signatories never answered, but then they never had to. The treaty remained open, the choice remained available, and humanity, as always, continued. Some within pattern, some without, all of them navigating the strange territory between necessity and autonomy, between meaning and freedom, between the comfort of mythic coherence and the terrible dignity of self-determination. The universe observed, unimpressed and patient. Consciousness continued its stumbling experiment, and in the space between archetypal influence and human agency, something new began slowly, impossibly, to emerge. The end